Chapter 4087. Shen Tianhong did not dare to utter a word. He still believed in Wu Long's words. Then, the person in front of him must be Lin Fei. The guy who made the Shen clan suffer a lot, but never dared to retaliate. What is the strength of his son? Shen Tianhong was very clear. Unexpectedly, he was caught in the opponent's hands. The thought in his heart was also cut off. Forget about revenge. At least, he did not have any confidence. Shen Tianjun, the proud son of heaven, was dumbstruck. He naturally knew who Lin Fei was, but he did not expect that the Lin Fei in front of him was the mysterious Lin Fei of the Eastern Sea. This was completely beyond his imagination. It was hard for him to accept. Young Master Lin, our Shen clan did not do the right thing. We are willing to apologize. Please let my son go. Shen Tianhong hesitated again and again. He had no choice but to lower his head. He really did not have any confidence. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. It still had a considerable effect. At least, the Lin Fei in front of him was indeed an existence that could not be seen through. Coward, I originally planned to play with you. Since you have already lowered your head, then forget it. Lin Fei shook his head and casually swung his hand. Shen Tianjun was directly sent flying and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. From beginning to end, he did not even look at them again. Remember, if you want this matter to be completely resolved, you must collect enough moon spirit stones. Otherwise, I don't mind being a guest of your Shen clan. Also your martial sex Wu Long, you will also have to do the same. If you do something wrong, you will always have to pay the price. Lin Fei smiled and walked into the Five Elements ground. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of them. Shen Tianhong and Wu Long's expressions kept changing. Especially Wu Long, he felt that he had been shot while lying down. What they wanted the most was the moon spirit stones. Now, you want them to collect the moon spirit stones and give them to Lin Fei. How could they be willing? Brother Shen, I've really been killed by you this time. Wu Long said helplessly. Shen Tianhong laughed dryly and looked at his son, Shen Tianjun, who was lying on the ground. He immediately became angry and kicked his son. I told you to pretend. I told you to pretend when you have nothing to do. How many times have I told you that when you deal with people, you must investigate their background. Don't use the Shen family's name to suppress people. Now, our family is in big trouble. Shen Tianjun, who was just about to get up, was kicked away. He was stunned once again and felt extremely wronged. He couldn't be blamed for this. How would I know? If I knew he was Lin Fei, I wouldn't have dared to say such a thing. Shen Tianjun knew that Shen Wudi's strength was on par with his. Since Shen Wudi had lost to Lin Fei, then Shen Tianjun had no chance of winning. This time, he had really shot himself in the foot. The three of them were momentarily at a loss as to what to do. They didn't dare to look down on Lin Fei. If they really went to the Shen family, they might really be in trouble. Let's take it one step at a time. As for handing over the moon soul stones, that's definitely impossible. Shen Tianhong's face was gloomy. I heard that an expert from the World Master ranking will come this time. Even if he wants the moon soul stones, it won't be that easy. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Fei walked into the metal ground of the Five Elements. Instantly, countless golden wind blades sliced through the air, one after another. They were extremely powerful and almost reached the level of a master. Lin Fei didn't care and strode forward. Everywhere he passed, the golden wind blades were all bounced away. They couldn't get close to him at all. Lin Fei wasn't fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at one of the places and stomped on the ground. There was a loud rumble and countless cracks appeared. Come out! He clawed at the ground with his 5 fingers. The ground cracked and a golden stone flew out from the ground and landed in Lin Fei's hand. Golden stone. Ordinary quality. It was a stone about the size of a fist and its surface had a metallic color. It was the golden stone, a special type of stone that could be used to set up the 5 elements ground. The golden stone was extremely heavy. When Lin Fei held it in his hand, it felt like a mountain. At the same time, there was a sharp aura that kept cutting on his hand. However, no matter how hard it cut, it couldn't hurt him at all. Lin Fei kept the golden stone and walked towards the second 5 elements ground. After taking the golden stone, the first area of the 5 elements ground instantly returned to normal. There was only a piece of barren land left. Shen Tianhong, who had been wandering around the 5 elements ground, felt the changes. There was a piece of barren land in front of them, which shocked them. Previously, they had sensed a dangerous aura in this area, but now it had disappeared. Could it be that Lin Fei did all of this? Shen Tianhong's heart skipped a beat. Such a method was not something he could do at all. Wu Long took a deep breath. It seems like we should re-evaluate Lin Fei. Perhaps he's even more terrifying than we thought. Perhaps he's someone from one of those lesser worlds. At the mention of lesser worlds, the expressions of the 3 of them became very complicated. Compared to the big families in Huaxia, the people who came from those places were the most terrifying. If they didn't come from those places, there was no way to explain how they could so easily overcome these dangers. Then should we continue to follow them? Wu Long wanted to leave, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Of course, why not? We've already admitted defeat. He can't possibly kill us, right? Shen Tianhong said boldly. Actually, he wasn't at ease. He could also see that this area was a special area. There was even the power of the 5 elements. Perhaps there was something good inside. Hence, the 3 of them gathered their courage and walked forward. After they left, Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi also came to this area. After all, there was a dangerous aura in this area. However, when they arrived, they also felt the change in the area. The sharp aura had disappeared. That's strange. I clearly felt that this place was different. Why did it change so suddenly? Shen Tianquan looked ahead. Shen Wudi whispered. Could it be Lin Fei's doing? Among all of us, he's probably the only one with such skills. Now that he mentioned it, it really seemed possible. Forget it. Let's just follow them in. Lin Fei didn't know that taking away the metal yuan stones would cause such a huge reaction. From the metal area to the wood area, then to the earth area, Lin Fei easily entered all of them, and even more effortlessly collected the origin stones. The 5 elements land instantly became empty. Finally, they came to a place filled with flames. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. What a dense power of fire. I didn't even make a special trip here. In the 5 elements land, the one that Lin Fei cared about the most was the fire land. He took out the Huafeng Phoenix's egg and placed it in the center of the fire land. Then he closed his eyes and rested. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4088. Why did Lin Fei come? He wanted the Huafeng Phoenix's egg to absorb the power of fire from the land of 5 elements to speed up its incubation. If Lin Fei hadn't run into such a place, he wouldn't have come here. Fortunately, although the power of fire was a little weaker than he had imagined, it was still a pretty good supplement, and it was most suitable for this egg. The Huafeng Phoenix's egg was placed in the center. Traces of power of fire were quickly absorbed by the egg. The entire Huafeng Phoenix's egg turned red and a shadow could be seen inside. Then, a whirlpool formed around the Huafeng Phoenix's egg. Little fellow, don't be so greedy. Absorb slowly. If you continue to absorb so crazily, you might explode. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could feel that the little fellow inside was very excited. After all, the egg had not been replenished by the power of fire for a long time. If not for him, it would have died sooner or later. Now that it could absorb the power of fire again, it was like a supplement to the egg. Although it was not as nutritious as Lin Fei's blood essence, it was still a delicacy. After hearing Lin Fei's words, the fellow inside seemed to understand and slowed down. However, a whirlpool was still formed. Lin Fei collected 4 elemental raw stones but did not collect the fire yuan stone. It was for the Huafeng Phoenix's egg to absorb the power of fire. Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested. Absorbing the power of fire required time. At the same time, the egg was absorbing the power of fire and the whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger. It could be seen from afar. The first to feel it were Shen Tianquan and Shen Tianhong. After all, the power of the whirlpool was not to be underestimated. They sensed it immediately. Without a word, they charged straight for the power of fire. However, when they arrived outside the land of fire, the scorching heat waves caused them to frown. Even so, they still relied on their energy to charge in. Farther away, 3 Western Arcana Masters were also rushing their way over. It was just that he hadn't gotten anything good yet. Look, that's a whirlpool. The aura of the whirlpool is so strong. I can also feel the aura of fire. There should be a treasure. China is indeed China. There are so many treasures. It seems like our luck is not bad. John Charlie stared at the obvious whirlpool in front of him and his eyes lit up. Johnson and the Poison Widow also noticed the whirlpool, and they could feel the power of the fire. As Western ability users, they were very sensitive to the elements. But as soon as the vortex of fire appeared, they knew in their hearts that there was a treasure in that place. Otherwise, it would be impossible to form such a large vortex. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over. The three arcanists rushed towards the vortex. They were not the only ones who saw the whirlpool. Bing Qingya and Chief Shui had also noticed it. They all agreed that it was the appearance of a treasure, so they brought their people and rushed over. Metal power. I sensed the aura of metal power, but why did it disappear? After Johnson and the others rushed over, their expressions suddenly changed. After all, they were very sensitive to the aura of metal. Someone must have taken the treasures here. Who stole my treasures? Changsheng was annoyed. It was rare to find a treasure that was suitable for his cultivation, but it was gone just like that. I also felt the aura of the earth in front of us. Someone must have taken it too. John Charlie's heart sank, showing a very unwilling expression. The Poison Widow calmed down a lot. Someone took the treasure, so it must be among them. With the strength of the three of us, we can just sweep over there. When the time comes, the treasure will still fall into our hands. The Poison Widow was actually excited. After all, there was a treasure that could increase the strength of John Charlie and Johnson, so it was possible that there was a treasure that was suitable for her. This trip was really worth it. John Charlie and Johnson looked at each other and agreed. The three of them rushed forward and soon met Chief Shui and Bing Qingya's group. Because of Bing Qingya's relationship with Lin Fei, Chief Shui was very polite to Bing Qingya. This more or less made Bing Qingya feel flattered. To be honest, it was Bing Qingya and the others who were fawning over her, but now it was Chief Shui who was very polite. Not good. It's the Western experts. Chief Shui was the first to feel 3 strong auras. Alert. Alert immediately. Bing Qingya also felt 3 strong auras, which were not the same as usual. A moment later, 3 figures appeared in their field of vision. This is bad. I didn't expect them to come. After seeing the 3, Chief Shui's face darkened, and the relevant information also appeared. Bing Qingya wasn't very clear, but she also felt a strong aura from them. Niece Bing, you go first. Young Master Lin should be inside. Go and inform him that there are experts coming. Chief Shui didn't have the confidence to deal with these 3, because any one of them was much stronger than him. He couldn't panic. Bing Qingya also didn't expect Chief Shui to have such a big reaction. He actually let her go inside first, obviously very afraid. You people from the West have the guts to enter the Dark Ruins. Aren't you afraid of being wanted by the Yan Huang battle team? Chief Shui said coldly, forcing himself to calm down. Shui Yiming, I know you're the branch chief of the Yan Huang battle team in Hangzhou. John Charlie laughed. You know us. Don't tell me you still want to arrest us? I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Johnson also snorted coldly. Yes, get out of my way. I don't want to fight with the Yan Huang battle team. We only want the treasures in the Dark Ruins. The Poison Widow smiled slightly. Chief Shui, our opinions are very unified. What do you think? In Shui Yiming's impression, there were at most 1 or 2 experts from the World Master ranking. He didn't expect there to be 3, and the most terrifying one among them was the Poison Widow, who had the psychic ability. He was the most difficult one to deal with among the 3, so he had no choice but to take him seriously. He was afraid that he would fall into a trap at any time. The items in the Dark Ruins belong to our Yan Huang battle team, and not you. Leave before I take action, and I can pretend that this never happened. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of the Dark Ruins alive. The 3 Arcanist Grandmasters burst into laughter. You're thinking too much. John Charlie stepped out, and the ground shook. A large area turned into quicksand, directly surrounding the Yan Huang battle team, including Chief Shui and the rest. Director, this is bad. The ground below us has become a quicksand trap. Even though the disciples of the Yan Huang battle team were all very strong, they had never crossed blows with a mutant master before. Just Lu Shar alone was enough to make them feel uncomfortable. Chong Shang was not to be outdone. He waved a series of wind blades towards the Yan Huang battle team. Shui Yiming felt great pressure from the two Arcanist Grandmasters. The World Grandmaster lived up to his name. Shukju website. Chapter 4089. John, Charlie and Chongqing attacked one after another, instantly plunging the entire Yan Huang battle team into a dangerous situation. The quicksand and wind blades followed closely behind. Everyone's hair stood on end, their hearts uneasy. Their faces were filled with fear, something they had never seen before. Chief Shui, I heard that you're an expert on the master ranking. I wonder how many attacks you can take. John Charlie strode over, and with every step he took, a massive earth spike would shoot up from the ground. They flashed with cold light, forcing Shui Yiming to continuously retreat. He did not dare to take them head-on and could only passively defend. Quick, retreat. Everyone retreat inside. The first wave of attacks was already too much for the Yan Huang battle team. Shui Yiming had underestimated the strength of the experts on the World Master ranking. The Western mutants were indeed superior in long-range attacks. Because these attacks were condensed from the elements, they were naturally impossible to guard against. Hee, there's a Chinese beauty here. I wonder if we can get to know each other. Chong Shang also stared at Bing Qingya. The cold aura from her made him want to conquer her. He strode forward, his wind blade was like a knife, slashing horizontally and vertically. He didn't give Bing Qingya any chance to resist. Bing Qingya's strength had increased greatly. She raised her hand and lightly struck out with a palm technique. After the palm technique was unleashed, a wave of frost would appear, enveloping the wind blades and shattering them. She was more or less delayed, but she still felt a great deal of pressure. This was the first time Bing Qingya had met a Western expert. They were stronger than she had imagined. Chinese beauty, you're quite strong yourself. You can actually block my attack. Chongqing was also interested. Countless wind blades turned into wind blades, slashing towards Bing Qingya. I wonder how long you can block them. Chongqing had a mocking look on his face. The venomous widow did not move. She was best at psychic attacks, and the current situation did not require her to do anything. At the same time, she was a little disappointed. The Chinese experts were not as strong as she had imagined. Otherwise, these people would not be in such a difficult situation. You can just injure them. Don't kill them. Otherwise, it will be hard for us to leave China, unless you're willing to be hunted by the god of war Yi Xian. The three of them were experts on the World Master ranking. Naturally, they had someone they were afraid of, and that was the #1 expert in China, Yi Xian. As long as he didn't kill them, there was no problem at all. Don't worry. We're not fools. How could we possibly kill or injure them? We're just exchanging pointers. Injuries are inevitable. John Charlie was already closing in on Shui Yiming. As Shui Yiming moved, the quicksand under his feet kept entangling him. Every time he broke free, the quicksand would entangle him again, forcing him to divert some of his attention. As a result, John Charlie's attacks were limited. The Yan Huang battle team disciples who had been trapped also broke free, retreating backwards. They had never felt so aggrieved before. Shui Yiming regretted not bringing his gun down. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Despite all his calculations, he had not expected the arrival of 3 grandmasters. Niece Qingya, quickly retreat. He's inside. You'll be safe once you see him. Shui Yiming saw that Bing Qingya was in danger, so he threw out a few punches and rushed over, taking over the pressure from Johnson & Johnson. Bing Qingya used all kinds of techniques in a short period of time, but still couldn't stop Johnson & Johnson. This was because the opponent's strength was too great, and belonged to the category of open and closed attacks. Although her ice-type martial arts could bring some effect, it still couldn't stop him. This was because there was still a certain gap between the strength of the two. All right. Bing Qingya didn't hesitate. She knew who Shui Yiming was talking about. It seemed that only by his side would she feel safe. This was a woman's intuition. Bing Qingya quickly left. Chief Shui, hold on a little longer. I'll inform him immediately. Shui Yiming really didn't want anything to happen to Bing Qingya here. Anyone who could become a chief was naturally not an idiot. How could he not see the relationship between Bing Qingya and Lin Fei? And Lin Fei was someone Shui Yiming couldn't see through. He was full of secrets. If Bing Qingya was really injured here, what if Lin Fei lost his temper? Who could stop him? Even if it was a 1 in 10,000 chance, Shui Yiming didn't want this to happen. So he decided to take it himself. Bang, 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 bang. Continuous wind blades slashed, one stronger than the other. In addition to the earth spikes and the earth quicksand, Shui Yiming was blown away within 3 to 5 rounds and smashed heavily on the ground. After landing, he quickly turned over and rushed inside. Too weak, really too weak. If all the Chinese grandmasters are this strong, then the mysterious East is only Azo. John, Charlie and Johnson both snorted coldly, their eyes showing disdain. The Poison Widow also showed a contemptuous smile. It seems that they should all be inside. We'll just sweep them later. They weren't afraid that Shui Yiming and the others would leave. As long as they were in the Yin ruins, nothing would matter. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be anyone in the entire Yin ruins who could be their opponent. I can smell the aura of the power of fire. It should be somewhere not far ahead. The 3 evolved Jing masters rushed over and quickly sensed the strong power of fire. Their expressions changed. If they could bring this fire treasure back to the west, they would definitely be able to exchange it for a lot of other treasures. It would not be a problem for them to use it to improve their own strength. After spending so much time, they finally saw something. Undoubtedly, their eyes lit up. Although they had felt it just now outside, it wasn't as strong as this. Inside the power of fire, Shen Tianquan and his son, Shen Tianhong and his son, as well as Wu Long, rubbed their own qi to resist the rolling heat waves and continued to walk inside. Not long after, they saw a person. However, after seeing this person, their expressions were a little abnormal. Other than that, they also saw an egg. It was a red egg, and they could even vaguely see the shadow of it. Everyone's breathing quickened. Spirit beast. This is definitely a spirit beast. Oh my god. I actually saw the egg of a legendary spirit beast. To be able to become one of the top 3 families in the south, they naturally had their own secret channels. After a short moment of shock, they immediately reacted. This was the legendary spirit beast egg. How could they not be excited? The only thing that made them unhappy was that the person was sitting not far away from the spirit beast egg. Just by sitting there casually, it was like a chasm separating them. After looking at each other, they really didn't dare to do anything. They had all suffered at the hands of Lin Fei, but they were unwilling to leave. Brother Lin, bad news. They're here. Shukju website. Chapter 4090. Before the crowd could leave, the voice reverberated in the land of fire. Bing Qingya rushed over nervously. She looked back from time to time, as if someone was chasing after her. Shen Tianjun actually wanted to gloat at this time, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud because Lin Fei, who was not far away, was constantly giving him a huge amount of pressure. He was afraid that he would implicate the Shen family. It was fine if he didn't know Lin Fei, but now he was really afraid of Lin Fei. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could tell. Bing Qingya and Lin Fei had a relationship, but no one knew what it was like. But it wasn't something that Shen Tianjun could laugh at. Niece Bing Qingya, what happened? Who's here? The first to speak wasn't Lin Fei, but Shen Tianquan. As an old fox, he more or less realized what had happened. Even if he said a few words, it wouldn't be a loss to Shen Tianquan. The moment Shen Tianhong heard Shen Tianquan's words, he immediately realized that he was a step too slow. This old fox actually knows how to curry favor with Bing Qingya. What a bastard. He also said, Niece Bing, don't panic. With us here, no one will dare to do anything. Shen Tianhong also admired how thick his skin was. Bing Qingya didn't have time to think about it. She only knew that she had to tell Lin Fei that experts from the west had arrived, and there were 3 of them. Lin Fei also opened his eyes at this time. Don't panic, I'm here. These few words had calmed Bing Qingya's flustered heart. It was as if the danger she had just encountered was no longer a danger. Brother Lin. Those people are here. Hurry and save Chief Shui. I'm afraid he can't hold on anymore. Those guys are very strong. They're almost suppressing Chief Shui. Bing Qingya still remembered Chief Shui. She was already under a lot of pressure when facing a Western expert, let alone Chief Shui facing 2 of them. No need to go, they're already here. As soon as Lin Fei's voice fell, a figure fell heavily to the ground. It was Chief Shui, who was in a sorry state. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood as he looked ahead with a grave expression, taking note of the situation around him. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. I've underestimated the power of those Western experts. I'm afraid I can only ask for your help today. For some reason, Shui Yiming felt particularly at ease when he saw Lin Fei. This was a feeling he had never felt before. He wasn't weak, but after facing John, Charlie and Johnson, he couldn't withstand their attacks at all. He suffered losses and suffered many injuries. It's no big deal. You can stand up now. I also want to see the strength of the Western experts. Shen Tianquan and Shen Tianhong's expressions changed slightly. After all, the reputation of the Western experts had always been fearsome. No one dared to underestimate them. To be able to put Shui Yiming in such a difficult position, it was definitely an expert on the World Grandmaster list. As expected, all of you are here. Ha 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 ha, our trip was not in vain. John, Charlie and Johnson walked in from a distance. John Charlie had a smile on his face. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the Huafeng Phoenix's egg. A magical beast. This is the egg of a magical beast. I can feel the aura of life within it. Johnson had also noticed the Huafeng Phoenix's egg that had formed a whirlpool. Although he didn't know what kind of egg it was, he could feel a strong aura within it. Ha 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 ha, we really made the right choice to come here. Anything that they could tell was extraordinary was definitely something good. Regardless of whether they used it for themselves or used it to trade, they would be able to reap great benefits. If you guys know what's good for you, scram immediately and hand over the item here. Then you can suffer less. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Johnson laughed as he punched out, forming a huge windstorm that howled towards the crowd. The moment the green windstorm appeared, everyone's expression changed. This was because the windstorm was filled with a strong aura. No one dared to take it head-on and they all retreated. Even so, everyone was still able to block the wind blades that were constantly sweeping out. These wind blades were like raindrops, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were unable to defend against it. Godly Earth Whip, sweep the world. John Charlie wasn't idle either. He controlled the earth, and a series of godly earth whips as thick as an arm shot into the sky, sweeping over. Bang 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 bang. It was extremely powerful. As it swept over, one could hear the sound of the air being torn apart. Upon contact, a huge force surged forth, causing everyone's limbs to go numb. Some spat out blood, while others fell to the ground. Demonic spiritual voice, admit defeat. The venomous widow chuckled. These few words were like a demonic voice, sinking into everyone's hearts and reverberating endlessly, wave after wave. The weaker Yan Huang battle team members all fell to the ground, losing the ability to move. Even Shen Tianquan and Shen Tianhong had no choice but to divert some of their attention to defend against the demonic sounds. Coupled with the ferocious attacks of the two Western experts, they were all in an extremely sorry state. They kept retreating and their expressions became exceptionally grave. As the saying goes, the one who strikes first gains the advantage. John, Charlie and the rest had grasped the essence, and directly suppressed everyone else's advantage. In an instant, they were in a passive state, completely suppressed. The storm dissipated, and the quicksand on the ground dissipated. Martial artists were lying on the ground, and those who could barely stand were a few grandmasters. However, their faces were full of fear. If it was an ordinary attack, it wouldn't have been much of a problem. However, these three mutant experts gave them a different feeling. John, Charlie and the other two revealed looks of glee. The Chinese experts really couldn't withstand a single blow. Under the ferocious attacks, some were injured, and the fight wasn't satisfying at all. This was the strength of the World Grandmaster Leaderboard? This strength was a little weak. Just a few minor spells. You guys still have the cheek to come out and play like this? Before they were done, a voice suddenly floated over. It was extremely piercing at this moment. You talk too much. Chongsheng snorted coldly. He lifted his hand and sent a wind blade sweeping over. Shut your mouth and scram. At the same time, he looked over. Chongsheng wanted to see who dared to say such words. They were all experts on the World Grandmaster Leaderboard. Looking over, he saw a young man standing casually. Behind him was the Chinese girl that he had just suppressed. However, the young man's expression was calm, and it made Chongsheng very unhappy. I'm already so strong. Shouldn't you show some fear? Chapter 4091. P.S. I'm still stuck. I haven't been writing well recently, so I can only update once. Sorry. The moment Chongshang made his move, Shen Tianquan and the others felt immense pressure. Although they were all evolved Jing experts, the moment Chongshang made a move, they felt immense pressure. They couldn't compare at all. Although they weren't convinced in their hearts, they couldn't help but admit that Chongshang was indeed powerful. None of the experts who could enter the World Evolved Jing list were simple. In the face of Chongshang's attack, Lin Fei still had an indifferent expression as he casually stomped his foot on the ground. You guys bullied my friend just now. A sentence that was neither light nor heavy caused Chongshang's attack to disappear without a trace. Although Lin Fei's move wasn't too obvious, it made Chongsheng feel that something wasn't right. However, he didn't think that he was afraid of this guy. What a pretentious fellow. So what if I bullied your friend? If you have the ability, you can take revenge for him. Chongsheng laughed loudly as he raised his hand and summoned a huge storm. The storm revolved around Lin Fei. In an instant, Lin Fei's surroundings became the center of the storm. As the storm spun and moved, countless wind blades whistled through the air. This was Chongsheng's favorite move. No matter who it was, no one could last long under his storm. They would either surrender or be killed. Shen Tianquan, Shen Tianhong, and the others all retreated. Just the power of fire here was already too much for them to handle, let alone this huge storm. They finally understood the difference between them. This gap wasn't something that could be closed in a short period of time. Big brother Lin, be careful of his storm. It's extremely powerful and can cut through anything, Bing Qingya hurriedly said. She had suffered at Chongsheng's hands before. These wind blades were extremely powerful. If it weren't for her ice attribute martial arts that could block the attacks and reduce a portion of the power, she wouldn't have been able to take more than a few hits. It's just a small storm. It's only meant to scare you grandmasters. In fact, it's completely useless. Lin Fei smiled and casually glanced at it. Look at how I break it with one finger. Chongsheng was so angry that he laughed. Chinese kid, my storm is not something you can break just because you want to. Just kneel down and surrender. Seeing that you found the magical beast egg, maybe I can spare your life. The closer the storm got, the more powerful it became. No one dared to underestimate it, but in Lin Fei's eyes, this storm was too weak. Child's play. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. Was this the attack of a Western superpower? It wasn't that great. He casually pointed a finger at the storm. John Charlie laughed. Chongsheng, someone is going to break your little storm. I'm afraid he won't be able to keep his fingers. John Charlie knew that the power of this storm was very strong. Especially the wind blades were very sharp. They could even cut through steel and iron plates, let alone flesh and blood. Lin Fei casually pointed a finger and casually pointed it out. Chongsheng had a disdainful smile on his face, but suddenly, he heard a cracking sound in his ears. He saw that the small storm that had enveloped him had collapsed in an instant, and the wind blades that filled the sky had actually cracked open inch by inch and dissipated completely. Look, I can break your little storm with a wave of my hand. I don't know what other tricks you have, but feel free to use them. Let me see how strong the Western Grandmaster List experts are. Shui Yiming was already injured, but seeing that the little storm had been broken, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Young Master Lin, good job. Shui Yiming had guessed right. Lin Fei's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi looked at each other again. They were even more certain of Lin Fei's strength. He was definitely a true god-level expert. If they had encountered this storm, they really wouldn't know how to break it. But Lin Fei had broken it so easily. Chongsheng's eyes widened. Good fellow, you can actually break my little storm. I wonder how many times you can break it. Chongsheng was also a little angry. A little brat had actually broken his little storm. He raised his hand and summoned 3 more storms. Each one was exactly the same. They once again enveloped Lin Fei. Tong Tong pounced towards Lin Fei. He grabbed a wind blade in his hand. It landed on his hand like a long blade and slashed towards Lin Fei. A little brat had broken his little storm. This made Chongsheng very unhappy. He had to personally defeat this brat. Only then would he be able to maintain his face. The moment the 3 little storms appeared, everyone's hearts tightened. This was especially so for Bing Qingya. She could clearly feel how terrifying these three little storms were together. Even Chang Sheng, who had taken the initiative to attack, subconsciously grabbed onto Lin Fei's clothes. She had never encountered such a strong attack before. Lin Fei's lips curled up. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think you're so great? Mere storms, break for me. It was a voice that was neither light nor heavy. However, this time, it contained a different meaning. Wherever the voice passed, the three little storms instantly collapsed and quietly disappeared. The power of fire once again filled the surroundings. Chongqing's expression turned solemn this time, but the wind blade in his hand still slashed out as usual. He still couldn't accept that the storm he had cast was actually broken by the opponent just like that. And he didn't even understand how it was broken. John Charlie and the poisonous widow looked at each other. A trace of a bad feeling rose in their hearts. After all, they were experts on the Western Grandmaster list. The strength of their abilities was definitely above these Grandmasters. However, to be able to break the little storm so easily, if it were them, they definitely wouldn't be able to do it so easily. Get over here. Lin Fei broke the three little storms with a single word. He opened his 5 fingers and raised his hand to grab Chang Sheng. With this grab, the void seemed to be frozen. Chang Sheng instantly stopped moving. Even his whole body was enveloped by a powerful force. He couldn't even move if he wanted to, and his whole body flew toward the opponent. John Charlie, poisonous widow, quickly save me. This kid is not easy to deal with. As soon as Chang Sheng was enveloped by the opponent, he instantly lost his ability to fight. His whole body was so scared that his face turned pale. How could there be such a person? The fierce attack disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Chang Sheng was caught by the opponent. This undoubtedly made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Although everyone knew that Lin Fei was very strong, he was a Western Grandmaster. He wasn't a cabbage that could be found on the street. Earth quicksand. John Charlie naturally didn't want anything to happen to Chang Sheng here. Once he fell into the hands of the opponent, Chang Sheng's forces might come looking for trouble. The area where Lin Fei was instantly turned into quicksand. The sound of the quicksand seemed to want to swallow Lin Fei. You have the nerve to use such a method. Lin Fei glanced at him indifferently. You get over here too. His other hand also grabbed out. The void stagnated, and John Charlie was also sent flying. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 4092. It was one thing for Johnson to be controlled, but now John Charlie was also following in Johnson's footsteps. Lin Fei casually grabbed, and an endless power enveloped John Charlie's body, causing him to instantly lose the ability to resist. Impossible. How can he be so strong? I am a Western mutant. John Charlie's expression changed. He tried to control the power of the earth, but with just a grab, he actually lost the connection with the power of the earth. In other words, he lost the ability to control the elements between heaven and earth. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Originally, the three of them had control of the situation, but with Lin Fei's move, they lost the advantage in the blink of an eye. Now, the only one left was the Poison Widow. Poison Widow, if you don't make a move now, if the two of us don't end up well, don't even think about escaping from the Een ruins. Johnson roared. Now, the two of them were completely at their wits' end, and their only hope was the Poison Widow. Needless to say, the Poison Widow had also noticed the situation. She had really underestimated the strength of this young man. She did not even have the slightest bit of information about this young man in her memory. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. No one had the slightest bit of defense against him. Mysterious China. Mysterious boy. This time, I should be able to experience it properly. The Poison Widow smiled confidently. Masters from China, why aren't you making a move? The Grandmaster-level powerhouses present had been scared out of their wits. Fortunately, Lin Fei had stepped in and saved the situation. However, as soon as the Venomous Widow said that, the expressions of the Grandmaster-level powerhouses suddenly changed and they instantly lost control of themselves. The first to make a move was actually Bing Qingya, who was standing behind Lin Fei. Bing Qingya raised her hand and launched an ice palm. She didn't show any emotion at all. No one had expected that Bing Qingya would make a move at this time. After Bing Qingya made a move, Shen Tianhong and Shen Tianjun also attacked at the first moment. Then, one after another, figures attacked. In the battlefield, the only one who could maintain a clear mind was Lin Fei himself. Facing Bing Qingya's palm, Lin Fei didn't move. He just let her slap his body. The ice power was like a stone sinking into the sea. Mysterious kid from the east. You are very strong. However, I wonder how you are going to defend against so many of your compatriots. The poisonous widow twisted her waist and walked over unhurriedly. Johnson and John Charlie laughed, but in their hearts, they were full of fear for the poison widow. Although they all knew that the poison widow's psychic attack was very powerful, they did not expect her to be able to control so many grandmasters so easily. Lin Fei didn't show any expression on his face after taking the hit. He was still very calm. A wind ability user, an earth ability user, and a psionic ability user. It was quite interesting. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Your psychic attack is still a little lacking. You can only attack these grandmasters. The poison widow's smile was bright. Even if it's a grandmaster, it's definitely enough to make you suffer. All right, all of you can lie down now. Lin Fei suddenly let out a cold snort. An invisible force instantly swept over all the grandmasters. As soon as his voice fell, Shen Tianhong and the others who were attacking fell to the ground on the spot. It was as if they had fallen asleep. Including everyone present, they all looked like they had fallen asleep. The entire power of fire became exceptionally quiet. Look, your psychic ability is still not practiced to perfection. It was easily broken by me. Lin Fei smiled faintly. With a casual shake of his hand, Johnson and John Charlie let out a muffled groan and flew out like a kite with its string cut. They fell to the ground and spat out mouthfuls of blood. After Lin Fei broke the poison widow's mind control, his whole body trembled and he took a few steps back. Blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. How can you break my mind control? This is impossible. Are you a god rank expert? The poison widow was determined to win when she used mind control, but the scene in front of her made her unable to digest it for a while. You have the nerve to say that it's mind control? You're thinking too much. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. I'm in a good mood right now. Looking at your figure, you should know how to dance. Then, give me a Latin dance. With a click, Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Latin dance? How could it be? Impossible in this lifetime? The poison widow cursed in her heart, but in the next second, a horrified expression appeared on her face. She found that her body was no longer under her control. She began to dance Latin in front of Lin Fei. Left front, right back, left front. Legs raised, feet stepped. Accompanied by an orderly rhythm, a hot Latin dance appeared. Stop, quickly stop. I'm a psionic ability user. I can't be controlled. The poison widow still maintained her consciousness, but her body was not listening to her. Lin Fei watched with a smile. Did you see that? This is real mind control. Your mind control is still a bit too lousy, but I have to admit that your Latin dance is quite interesting. As expected, Westerners are more suited to Latin dance. When Johnson and John Charlie saw this scene from afar, their hair stood on end. They were at a loss. After looking at each other, they turned around and ran. One must know that among the three of them, the strongest was the poison widow. Even the poison widow couldn't withstand that guy's methods, let alone them. It was really strange. At this moment, they really suspected that this young man was a mysterious god-rank powerhouse. However, in the entire world, there were only a handful of god-rank powerhouses, and they had disappeared for decades. They really didn't believe that this person was a god-rank powerhouse. Right now, the only thing they could do was to leave this place. As for the poison widow's life or death, what did it have to do with them? The relationship between ability users was like this. They wouldn't talk about good or bad. Heartless bastards, this old lady will settle the score with you sooner or later. From the corner of her eyes, she saw Johnson and John Charlie leaving in a sorry state. The poisonous widow could not stop cursing, but she could only watch them leave. The poison widow couldn't do anything, but how could Lin Fei let them leave so easily? This is my territory. Who allowed you to leave without my permission? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Johnson and John Charlie didn't run far before an incredible scene appeared. A cage appeared on the ground out of nowhere. It just so happened to trap them inside. John Charlie's eyes widened, and his hands and feet trembled. This is the Earth Cage, a top-grade Earth ability. Chapter 4093. Earth Cage. This is the Earth Cage. As an Earth Esper, John Charlie had mastered a lot of Earth abilities, but the Earth Cage was not something he could use. This was because it required a lot of abilities, but someone was able to use it and even trap them inside. John Charlie felt as if he had seen a ghost. How could someone use the Earth ability? What bullsh***t Earth Cage? Watch how I break it. Although Chongqing was panicking, he was still unconvinced. He grabbed 2 wind blades with his left and right hands and slashed at the Earth Cage. The wind blades that could easily cut through steel and iron plates were now in big trouble. The Earth Cage was so strong that not even a scratch was left on it. On the other hand, the wind blades in Chongqing's hands were shattered inch by inch. Johnson was shocked. He could not accept this scene. Impossible. Earth Storm. Open. Johnson used the Earth Storm again. This storm was even more powerful than the kite in his hand. As it rotated, it hit the entire Earth Cage. But even under such circumstances, the Earth Cage was still intact. It was like a huge boulder that was as stable as Mount Tai. Johnson changed his moves again and again, but he still could not break the Earth Cage. In the end, he sat on the ground. Impossible. How can someone control such a powerful Earth ability? And it's a Chinese. The only one who could accept it was John Charlie. From the moment the Earth Cage appeared, he knew that he had no chance of breaking through it. The move that Yi Shiwen had displayed had undoubtedly confirmed his guess. That young guy was actually a paranormal, strong enough to make him collapse. Seeing that Johnson and John Charlie were trapped in the Earth Cage, the Poison Widow felt a lot better for some reason. However, after the Latin dance, the young man actually said something. The Latin dance is not bad. Let's do a cha-cha. After that, we'll do a belly dance. International dance is fine too. Poison Widow almost fainted when she heard this. This was the first time in her life that she was being controlled by someone. What Esper? What mind control? At this moment, it was a joke to Poison Widow. The young man controlled her with just one sentence. Coincidentally, after the international dance, the Poisonous Widow was drenched in sweat. She was even more afraid of this young man. Mysterious Senior. Don't make me jump. I admit defeat, okay? The Poison Widow was really afraid. She was afraid that this mysterious young man would suddenly say, "Kill yourself." Although the Poison Widow had done this kind of thing many times, it was definitely the most difficult thing for her to accept in her life if she really had to do it herself. The widow couldn't help but speak. She was afraid that she wouldn't have the chance to speak later. You're already convinced after just a few dances. Lin Fei walked over with a smile. Tell me, how should I deal with you? These 3 masters on the World Grandmaster list controlled the power of special abilities. However, after they made their moves, Lin Fei was quite disappointed. Although it was infinitely close to the Xiantian realm, there was not much difference between this skill and magic. Naturally, there was not much interest in it. I can hand over everything on me. I can even hand over my entire body to you. I only ask that you let me go. From now on, I will never dare to take a step into China again. The Poison Widow no longer had any will to fight. To be able to easily break through her mind and even control her, this kind of person was too terrifying. If this news were to spread to the West, it would definitely make those experts on the Western Grandmaster list unable to sleep or eat in peace. This was because no one had ever been able to master a Western Esper, let alone a psionic ability. Lin Fei said indifferently, "Do you think someone at my level would care about money? Although you have some strength, you're too old. You're not the kind of person I like. However, since you've been defeated by me, you still want the spoils of war. Transfer all your money to me." The Poison Widow suddenly realized that she had regained her ability to control, but she no longer had any thoughts of continuing to attack. I'll transfer it to you right away. At this time, the Poison Widow no longer had any thoughts. Without any hesitation, she directly transferred all her assets to the card number given by Lin Fei. It was a total of $1 billion. All right, leave me your address in the West. Maybe one day I'll go to the West as a guest. I might have to ask you to be my guide. The Poison Widow had just breathed a sigh of relief when her hair stood on end again. She didn't dare to say anything else and obediently left an address. She didn't even dare to leave a fake address. In front of this person, she really didn't dare to do anything rashly. After all, he controlled her mind and could make her speak the truth at any time. All right, you can leave now. The Poison Widow turned around and left without another word. After the Poison Widow left, Lin Fei came to Johnson and John Charlie. The two of them were actually similar to the Poison Widow. Their tempers had been polished, especially John Charlie, who directly knelt down in front of Lin Fei. Mysterious Easterner. Can I become your disciple? Become his disciple? When Lin Fei heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was actually an expert on the Western Grandmaster list who wanted to become his disciple. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in accepting disciples from the West. If you want to leave this place alive, you'll have to be like the Poison Widow. Johnson and John Charlie didn't hesitate and handed over their assets. Compared to the Poison Widow, their net worth was slightly lower. One was worth $300 million, while the other was worth $500 million, adding up to $800 million. From the three of them, Lin Fei got $1.8 billion, emptying the assets of the three Arcana Grandmasters. Lin Fei casually waved his hand and the earth cage disappeared. Remember my words. Huaxia isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. The next time I see you, you'll only be a corpse. The two of them had goosebumps again. They nodded repeatedly and left. When the three of them left the dark ruins, they didn't dare to hesitate and left Huaxia through a secret channel on the same day. They would never dare to come back for the rest of their lives. After they left, Lin Fei snapped his fingers, and everyone woke up at this moment. They were in a daze, and when they thought about what happened before, their expressions changed. All right, it's all over. Everyone can rest assured. Lin Fei walked over, helped Bing Qingya up, and said casually. Shukju website. Chapter 4094. The departure of the three Arcana Grandmasters from the West was like a terrible nightmare for everyone present. The whistling wind blades, the quicksand, and the spiritual attacks were all imprinted on everyone's hearts. They would not be able to forget it for a long time. At the same time, everyone's attitude towards Lin Fei underwent a 180-degree change. Amidst their different expressions, they seemed to have understood something and became even more respectful. All right, everyone, go and do what you need to do. With Lin Fei's casual words, no one dared to say anything else. They turned around and left without another word. Now that everyone had changed, they were more decisive in leaving. Shen Tianquan, I didn't expect you to be such a person. I'll remember you. After leaving the Land of Fire, Shen Tianhong looked at Shen Tianquan coldly. He finally understood why Shen Wudi would take the initiative to jump out. He knew about Lin Fei's background and wanted to perform well in front of him. To think that the Shen family thought that the Shen family could not stand against them. So this was the case. Shen Tianquan was also thick-skinned and was naturally not afraid of being exposed. He smiled faintly. What did you say? I don't understand. Say it again. It's best if you say it more clearly so that I can understand. This made Shen Tianhong's expression turn even uglier. He snorted coldly and left with his son Shen Tianjun. Shen Tianquan watched Shen Tianhong leave with a flash of disappointment in his eyes. Just a little bit more. Consider yourselves lucky. It's a pity that such an opportunity will never come again. Shen Tianquan still hoped that Shen Tianhong and the rest would offend Lin Fei. At that time, they would not even need to do anything. Just Lin Fei's ferocious strength alone would be enough to teach the Shen family a lesson. By then, the Shen family might even be able to eat a huge piece of meat. What a pity, what a pity. Dad, what should we do now? Shen Wudi was becoming more and more afraid of Lin Fei. His strength was simply unstoppable. He originally had the intention to fight back, but now it was all gone. Even an expert on the Western Master Leaderboard was not a match for Lin Fei, let alone himself. The Dark Ruin Land is so big, we still have to look around, maybe we can find something. On the other side, after Shen Tianhong came out, his face was terrifyingly cold. There was a fire burning in his heart, but he had no way to vent it. Shen Tianquan. I'll remember you. Don't let me find a chance. Shen Tianjuan's face darkened. Who exactly is that Lin Fei? Even an expert from the Western Grandmaster ranking was no match for him and suffered such a big loss. I have never heard of such an expert from the south. Shen Tianhong said helplessly, what else can we do? The only thing we can do now is to try our luck and see if there are any good things in the dark ruins. It's a pity that there are no more spirit beast eggs. Shui Yiming finally relaxed. The most troublesome Western expert was chased away just like that. To be honest, it was beyond Shui Yiming's expectations. Logically speaking, there should have been a great battle. However, the battle between the Western experts and Lin Fei was simply as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It made people not dare to be confident. Young Master Lin, I won't disturb you anymore. Although Shui Yiming was quite interested in the spirit beast egg, he didn't dare to say that he snatched it because he really didn't have the courage to do so. He made up an excuse and left. Lin Fei didn't ask him to stay and let Shui Yiming leave. After he left, Bing Qingya also left. She had finally calmed down. After all, it was rare for her to come to the dark ruins. She had to look around. Otherwise, she would have missed a great opportunity. After they left, the land of fire quietened down once more. Lin Fei casually found a place to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. He knew that no one would disturb him for a short period of time. As for what other treasures there were in the dark ruins, Lin Fei wasn't too interested at the moment because there were too few things that could interest him. Huafeng Phoenix's egg continued to devour the power of fire. Its movements didn't change. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. This living phoenix's egg had turned red and its life aura had become more vigorous. Of course, only Lin Fei could feel this feeling. As for the others, they couldn't feel it at all. They only felt that the power of fire in this place had become more active. Looking at the time, it should hatch in 1 or 2 days. Lin Fei dripped another drop of blood on the egg. This was already the 3rd time. Using it together with the power of fire was even better. Of course, only Lin Fei could unscrupulously add blood to the Huafeng Phoenix's egg. As an immortal expert, Lin Fei's blood was very powerful. It wasn't something that a spirit beast egg could easily withstand. It could be said that Lin Fei and this Huafeng Phoenix's egg were quite fated. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to withstand it and would have exploded long ago. After absorbing my immortal blood, I'm really looking forward to what this Huafeng Phoenix's egg will become. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. His eyes were filled with anticipation. This was the first time that Lin Fei was looking forward to something. Another day passed. Kacha kacha. A clear sound suddenly echoed in Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and saw that this Huafeng Phoenix's egg had started to crack. Every crack produced a clear sound. Every time a crack appeared, a strand of formidable power of fire would spread out, instantly causing the temperature to rise by a significant amount. Lin Fei felt this subtle difference the most. Good fella, as expected of the Huafeng Phoenix. It hasn't hatched yet, but the power of fire it releases is actually so powerful. It's worthy of being a relative of one of the 4 divine beasts. Lin Fei was very satisfied. At the very least, his immortal blood was not wasted. Kacha kacha kacha. The crisp sound continued to fill the air. Cracks also appeared on the eggshell, and he could vaguely see a small figure inside. Lin Fei got up and walked over. Although the released power of fire increased the temperature by a lot, there was no change in front of him at all. When he was 1 step away, he stopped. This is my first time hatching a creature like the Huafeng Phoenix that has undergone nirvana. The eggshell continued to crack for half an hour. When the eggshell was full of cracks, there was suddenly another clear sound. The eggshell finally cracked. Under Lin Fei's gaze, a little thing jumped out. However, when he saw this little thing, Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? This is the Huafeng Phoenix. After Lin Fei muttered to himself, he suddenly heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. This kind of thing doesn't belong to you. Shukju website. Chapter 4095. Along with the voice, a sword energy appeared behind Lin Fei. That's right, it was a sword energy. It was extremely sharp, capable of splitting mountains and rocks. It contained terrifying power. Unknowingly, 2 people, one old and one young, appeared in the fire elemental land. The 2 of them walked as if they were on flat ground. The power of fire automatically retreated. The one who made the move was the young man. He looked to be in his 30s. His whole body was filled with an air of righteousness. It was hard to imagine that the sword energy came from this young man. This is how you behave. Sneak attacking from the back. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lin Fei turned around and opened his fingers, grabbing the sword energy. After grabbing the sword energy, an even more powerful force erupted from the sword energy. Lin Fei from Donghai, you really hide your strength. You can even grab my sword energy with your bare hands. No wonder you could cause such a big commotion. The young man seemed to know Lin Fei's background and said. At the same time, he was a little surprised. The sword energy was caught by the other party and seemed to be unharmed. Lin Fei did not have any impression of the two people in front of him. However, the strength of these two people was not weak, especially the old man who had the aura of the Xiantian realm. The young man beside him also had a trace of the aura of the Xiantian realm. Obviously, these two were great experts who had half a step into the Xiantian realm. They were much stronger than the Western ability Grandmaster. Of course, this was only a little surprising to Lin Fei. He didn't care much. He grabbed the little phoenix that had just hatched and landed on his hand like a shadow. The little phoenix was now like a featherless chick, chirping and jumping back and forth on his shoulder. If it hadn't hatched from the egg of the Huafeng phoenix, no one would have known that it was the famous Huafeng phoenix. Now that you know my name, you should also know my personality. Unless I say that I'm going to give it to you, no one else has the right to take it away from me. I advise you all to obediently scram, Lin Fei said calmly. The old man and the young man were actually from Yanjing. It was true that the Yin ruins were quite important. At the same time, he had investigated everyone on this trip. Among them, the most unfathomable one was Lin Fei. That was why they were not in a hurry to act. Instead, they waited until the end. As expected, even the three Western experts suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. It could be said that they had learned something new, but they still did not take it seriously. Any one of them would be able to suppress three Western arcana masters. This was where their confidence came from. Therefore, he didn't really take Lin Fei seriously. Young man, don't be so angry at others. Since it's not easy for you to cultivate, handing over the spirit beast in your hand won't do you any harm. The old man said with a smile. Lin Fei could see that these two people should have felt the changes in the land of fire. Therefore, they waited until now to come over. They probably knew something about the background of the Huafeng phoenix. Even if they didn't know, they could at least confirm that it was a spirit beast. Ever since he came back, Lin Fei had not seen any spirit beast or any related information. However, there should be relevant records in these sections. The two people in front of him were people who knew about the spirit beast. In fact, Lin Fei could even see their crazy eyes. As for why they didn't attack him, it should be because they were afraid of him. Therefore, they didn't dare to attack him. Even if they won, they would have to pay a price. Since you know that it's a spirit beast, do you think I will still give it to you? Lin Fei shook his head. Unless I take it out myself, no one can take it away from me. I won't say it a third time. These two people were very concerned about the spirit beast that was like a chicken. It should be known that they didn't have much expectations when they came to the Yin ruins. It was just that the Western superpower experts seemed to be coming, so they were prepared to fight with them. However, they didn't expect that they would be stopped by Lin Fei. Moreover, they didn't expect that there would be a land of 5 elements in the Yin ruins. Spirit beasts were born in the land of 5 elements. This was not a small matter. They were secretly glad that they had come to the right opportunity. If a spirit beast was raised well, it would definitely be a great help. It was impossible for them not to be envious. The only thing they didn't expect was that Lin Fei would beat them to it. This was something that they didn't expect. They regretted not taking action earlier. Young man, don't you know the meaning of a young spirit beast? The old man said, let's not talk about anything else. If today's news were to spread, there would be no place for you in the whole of China. Other than handing over the spirit beast, you have no other choice. Don't think that you are the strongest expert in the Eastern Sea. The whole of China is more dangerous than you think. What you have seen is only the tip of the iceberg. Do you really think that you can fight against them by yourself? Cultivation is not easy. You should know that. If you hand over the spirit beast, I can make the decision and give you a god-tier cultivation technique. You can cultivate all the way to the god tier and even gain the friendship of our Yen clan. Hearing the two words, Yen clan, Lin Fei couldn't help but think of Yen Tianheng. They should be from the same place. It seems that your Yen clan has the same temper. Last time, Yen Tianheng came, and now an expert from the Yen clan came. Your Yen clan is indeed rich and overbearing. Your first move is a God-tier cultivation technique. It's a pity that I don't care about God-tier cultivation techniques. Lin Fei shook his head and said, My words are still the same. Get out of here immediately. I don't want to see you again. The two of them were from the Yen clan. They understood Lin Fei a little from Yen Tianheng. The old man had thought that the other party would definitely agree to the temptation of a God-tier cultivation technique. After all, their Yen clan was not a small power. As long as the other party handed over the spirit beast, so what if they gave him a God-tier cultivation technique? After all, their Yen clan had quite a few God-tier cultivation techniques. When the time came, the other party might not be able to tell if they gave him the worst one. In the end, this Lin Fei actually rejected it. Moreover, he rejected it so happily, without a trace of hesitation. Could it be that he didn't care about the God-tier cultivation technique? The Yen clan had recently secretly investigated Lin Fei. There was no news of any sect or power, so they could only come to one conclusion. This Lin Fei should have obtained some kind of inheritance. It was already quite good for him to be able to cultivate to this level. If there was no further cultivation, wanting to cultivate to the God tier was basically impossible. That was why he took out a God-tier cultivation technique to tempt the other party. Are you sure you don't want a God-tier cultivation technique? The old man's voice was still the same, but there was a hint of majesty in it. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Then bring it on. Let me see what happens if you don't listen to the old man. Bookseller's Reading Website. Chapter 4096. P.S. I brought my child to Hangzhou to see a doctor. Sorry. The old man was furious. The old man had never seen such a tactless guy. He didn't even want a God-tier cultivation technique. If he continued to listen to these words, it would be an invisible provocation. Young man, you won't give up until you see the coffin. I shall fulfill your wish. Let's see what you are capable of. Originally, the old man had planned to talk nicely with him. If he was tactful, he would be willing to give him a God-tier cultivation technique and let Lin Fei join the Yen family. But the scene in front of him made the old man completely unhappy. Old Hai, leave this matter to me. The young man, Yen Zitsong, said lightly. A long sword appeared in his hand. It turned out to be a soft sword. Usually, it would be hung on his waist, but at a critical moment, it could become a sharp weapon. Lin Fei, I'll fight you. However, before that, I've decided to give you one last chance. Hand over the spiritual beast and join our Yen clan. I promise you that you'll break through to the Xiantian realm within 10 years and become a god-level expert. I, Yen Zitsong, promise you this. This was Yen Zitsong's last words. If Lin Fei didn't agree, he didn't mind fighting with him. With his strength, he could definitely suppress Lin Fei. At the very least, he could fight to a draw. But this was definitely impossible. Yen Zitsong was very confident because he came from the Yen family. He wasn't someone who could be defeated by someone who got an inheritance casually. This was also one of the reasons why Yen Zitsong was so confident. You guys talk too much. I don't want to see you guys in this fiery place anymore. Because, in my eyes, you guys are nothing more than ants. Lin Fei's lips curled up. Ants or not, it's not up to you, it's up to me. Yen Zitsong straightened his back and said righteously. But in the next second, he saw Lin Fei make a move. He raised his left hand and waved his palm in the air. It was as if he was paddling in the water. Yen Zitsong couldn't help but show a mocking expression on his face. But what happened next was beyond his imagination. A gust of wind-like power directly hit the two of them without warning. Both Yen Zitsong and Wu Songhai's expressions changed drastically on the spot. At the same time, crackling sounds rang out from their bodies. Even though they had pushed the power within their bodies with all their might, they were unable to withstand this casual wave of power. The two of them were sent flying. This kind of power was not something they could endure. The shock waves released by the land of fire crumbled apart and the two of them fell to the ground outside like streams of light. Each person had a deep pit. Both of their minds went blank. Seeing that you're from the Yen clan, I'll be lenient. If you dare to step into the land of fire again, I won't mind cutting off a part of your body. As for what part, that will depend on my mood. A voice that was neither light nor heavy directly fell into the minds of the two people. The two of them were shocked once again. After a long time, the two of them climbed out of the deep pit. After looking at each other, Their hearts were extremely restless. I'm not dreaming, am I? This was said by Yen Zizong. His tone was full of extreme disbelief. I seem to have been knocked out by that guy casually. We were in the land of fire just now, and it's at least a few miles away from here. Am I dreaming? Wu Songhai also had a look of disbelief on his face. He felt that nothing was wrong with his body. It seems that we were really driven out by someone. It's a little unbelievable. For the two of them, it was like a dream. They were also prepared to teach Lin Fei a deep lesson so that Lin Fei would know how powerful the Yen clan was. Right now, they were standing outside the land of fire, feeling the scorching airwaves blowing on their faces. They were inside just now, but now they were outside. Lin Fei's move made their scalps go numb. This was completely different from the investigation in the information. If they hadn't experienced it themselves, who would believe that it was true? Old Hai, what should we do now? Should we continue to go in? Yen Zizong felt as if he had been hit in the head. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Wu Songhai didn't know what to say now. Lin Fei should be more terrifying than he had imagined. He had mastered a certain strength of the innate realm, which could be said to be much stronger than those at the Grandmaster Peak. In the end, they were still beaten out. Although the other party didn't do anything to them, when they thought about how the other party could reach such a level of strength with a casual wave of his hand, it would be easy for him to kill them. There should be more than one treasure in the Yin ruins. Let's go somewhere else to look for it. Don't offend Lin Fei for the time being, at least before we have a thorough understanding of him. In fact, Yen Zizong also thought so. He was really afraid that if he rushed in again, Qin Haodong would remove a part of his body. If he was really destroyed, who could he complain to? After hearing Wu Songhai's words, Yen Zizong also had a reason not to go in. In fact, both of them were well aware of the situation. Lin Fei was not someone they could deal with. He was an extremely dangerous existence, and even their faces were burning. Yen Zizong finally understood why Yen Tianheng had such a big reaction to Lin Fei. From the beginning to the end, Yen Tianheng felt nothing but fear. The people of the Yen family are quite timid. I thought they would have the courage to come in, but I didn't expect them to leave like this. I was really happy for nothing. Lin Fei, who was standing in the Yin ruins, could naturally feel their departure. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seems that this Yin ruins is still valued by many people. Even the top families in Yanjing have come. I don't know if other families will come. Lin Fei muttered, and his attention fell on the ugly phoenix. Seeing that you look so inconspicuous, I will call you Clown. Lin Fei directly gave him a clown name, regardless of whether Huafeng and Phoenix agreed or not. The clown, who was originally standing on his shoulder, began to chatter, looking dissatisfied. However, this dissatisfaction did not change at all under Lin Fei's hegemony. Lin Fei casually flicked the clown a few times, and the clown became obedient and even showed a flattering expression. If it wasn't as ugly as a chicken. Lin Fei really thought that he would meet a monster. That's right. It's your blessing to have me give you a name. You should be glad that I didn't give you a name like Little Red, Little White, or Little Black. I think the name Clown is quite good. Well, our mission in the Land of Fire is completed, and it's time to accept it. Not long after, the Land of Fire finally disappeared, and Lin Fei also got 5 attribute raw stones. Shukju website. Chapter 4097. The clown accepted the new name very quickly. He squatted on Lin Fei's shoulder and looked around with his bright eyes. If one were to look at his appearance, one would think that he was an ugly chick. However, he had a noble bloodline. As for why the clown liked Lin Fei so much, it was because the clown had absorbed a lot of blood essence. The blood essence was like a great tonic to the clown. It was hard not to remember it. It could be said that the current Lin Fei was like the clown's mother. Lin Fei walked out of the Land of Fire with the clown. After losing the fire attribute raw stone, the area had completely turned into a wasteland. If one had not been here personally, it would be hard to imagine that this was the famous Land of 5 elements. The Yin ruins wasn't very big, but it would still take a long time to explore the entire area. Chirp 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 chirp. Lin Fei walked aimlessly. Although he was only taking one step at a time, each step took him very far. It could be said that he was constantly moving. Suddenly, the clown on his shoulder made a sound in a direction. It seemed to be very happy. There's something you like over there. Lin Fei looked over. On the top of a mountain not far away, there were streams of light streaking across like a meteor shower. Ordinary people might not be able to see it clearly, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. Interesting. There are moon spirit stones on this mountain. They seem to be mixed with the attributes of the 5 elements. I didn't notice it before. Could it be that the land of 5 elements has blocked the aura of the moon spirit stones? I was wondering why I didn't find any moon spirit stones along the way. Although Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the moon spirit stones, it seemed that the clown was quite interested in them. Lin Fei quickly changed direction and ran towards the mountain. In less than a dozen breaths, Lin Fei arrived at the foot of the mountain. Before he could stabilize his footing, a stream of light flew over. It was a fiery red stream of light. Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped the air in front of him. With a grasping motion of his 5 fingers, the flying stream of light instantly came to a halt. Then, like a line, it fell into Lin Fei's hand. It really is a moon spirit stone. Furthermore, it seems to be of the fire attribute. Lin Fei opened his palm, and a moon spirit stone appeared on it. It was about the size of a thumb, and it gave off a pure fire-attributed aura. The clown, who had been standing on Xiao Chen's shoulder, jumped onto Xiao Chen's palm and swallowed the moon spirit stone. Its movements were unbelievably fast. You like this stuff? After Lin Fei said that, he realized that he had asked a stupid question. She was the Huafeng Phoenix. If she wanted to upgrade her bloodline, she had to strengthen the power of fire in her body. This moon spirit stone contained the aura of fire. Wasn't it the best food for a clown? However, using a moon spirit stone as food was a little too extravagant. Of course, in Lin Fei's eyes, this wasn't considered extravagant. After all, the clown had eaten the immortal blood essence before. That was a true luxury. The moon spirit stone paled in comparison. Chirp, chirp. The clown let out an excited chirp. Lin Fei felt that if it wasn't for the fact that the clown wasn't strong enough, he would have gone up himself. Let me see what this mountain looks like. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go up. Instead, he focused his eyes and looked at the mountain. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known. Now that he saw it, he was shocked. There was actually a vein of moon spirit stones at the bottom of the mountain. These moon spirit stones had flown out from the whirlpool of the vein. Within his vision, he could see many cultivators fighting over the moon spirit stones. They were locked in a fierce battle. After all, this was a chance to increase their strength. Who wouldn't be willing to absorb more moon spirit stones? Lin Fei could even see that the hole where the moon spirit stones had appeared was slowly closing up. It was obvious that these moon spirit stones were being sucked out from the whirlpool. Let's go. I'll bring you to look for the moon spirit stones. In Lin Fei's eyes, these were the snacks of the clown. Lin Fei's feet were like the wind as he moved forward. Along the way, there were moon spirit stones flying towards him. The clown tried to grab them a few times. However, every time the moon spirit stone locked onto him, he would be so frightened that he would flap his wings and jump back to Lin Fei's shoulder. It was obvious that he was still too weak. Even the speed of the moon spirit stones was enough to scare the clown. Lin Fei didn't try to collect these moon spirit stones. Compared to the vein, these moon spirit stones were nothing. Lin Fei's movements were extremely fast as he moved forward continuously. The cultivators who were still fighting over the moon spirit stones in the forest didn't even notice that Lin Fei's figure had passed by them. At most, he felt that the wind seemed to have gotten stronger. When he wanted to look again, he couldn't see Lin Fei anymore. The entrance is here. Halfway up the mountain, Lin Fei saw an opening. This opening was like an underground whirlpool and moon spirit stones were flying out from it continuously. Shen Tianquan and Shen Tianhong were fighting non-stop, fighting for the moon spirit stones. However, no one was fighting to enter the whirlpool. This was because the moon spirit stones that came out of the whirlpool contained a huge amount of energy. Furthermore, it wasn't just 1 or 2, there were more than 10 of them. It was definitely enough to give any martial artist a headache. Unless one's physical body was extremely strong, there was no way they could enter. Lin Fei dashed into the whirlpool just like that, leaving only a ray of light behind. At the same time, the moon spirit stones that were flying out were all knocked away and smashed to the side. It's young Master Lin. Young Master Lin has gone in. Shen Tianquan was the first to react. This was because he saw a familiar figure. His heart skipped a beat and he revealed a look of envy. Actually, he also wanted to dash into the whirlpool. However, the moon spirit stones were too powerful. Even if they were at the Great Perfection Realm, they wouldn't be able to enter. Shen Tianhong's expression also changed. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. It's best if you die in there and never come out. He knew that as they went deeper into the whirlpool, the moon spirit stones would become more and more powerful. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to enter. Shui Yiming also saw Lin Fei. However, he merely flicked his fingers and prayed in his heart that he wouldn't take too many moon spirit stones. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to speak to Lin Fei. As for asking for the moon spirit stones back, it was just wishful thinking. Bastard, he went in first again. Wu Songhai and Yen Zizong, who were fighting for the moon spirit stones not far away, revealed a look of hatred. They were prepared to go in, but now that Lin Fei was here, they didn't dare to go in again. This was because they didn't have the strength to resist Lin Fei's attack. They would only suffer if they went in. Are we going to give up just like that? I suspect that there's definitely a large number of moon spirit stones down there. With these moon spirit stones, our family's strength will definitely increase by a lot. Wu Songhai shook his head. I'm afraid we won't have a chance. It's already good enough that we can take these away. Just look at Chief Shui Yiming. I reckon that someone from the Yan Huang battle team will come and take over soon. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4098. When Lin Fei entered the whirlpool first, the warriors outside no longer dared to have any thoughts of entering. Within the whirlpool, the moon spirit stones shot towards Lin Fei. However, before the moon spirit stones could get close to him, they were repelled by an invisible force. The repelled moon spirit stones collided with the moon spirit stones. When the spirit chi collided, the moon spirit stones were repelled. As Lin Fei entered, his surroundings became a vacuum zone. The clown, who was standing on Lin Fei's shoulder, cried out even louder. He even swallowed a moon spirit stone when the force of the moon spirit stones weakened. At the bottom of the whirlpool, Lin Fei charged in effortlessly. After he charged in, he discovered that he was inside a huge cave. This cave was not a mineral vein. However, there were countless moon spirit stones of various sizes scattered throughout the cave. These moon spirit stones ranged from the size of a thumb to the size of a thumb. There were even some that were the size of a fist. They were scattered all over the walls. To think that there would be a time when I would make a mistake. At the start, Lin Fei had only taken a cursory glance and thought that it was a mineral vein. However, he now knew that he was wrong. This was not a mineral vein but a cave. The owner of the cave used moon spirit stones to decorate this place. How generous! Looking at the warriors outside, they were frantically fighting over these moon spirit stones. If they knew that the moon spirit stones they were fighting over were of the lowest quality, they would probably vomit blood. This cave should be a mystic realm created by an expert. Lin Fei took a cursory glance and realized that this cave was extremely big. Not far away, there was a stone door. The stone door was decorated with moon spirit stones of various sizes. Each of them was the size of a fist and they were filled with various attributes. They were filled with a terrifying power. This power might be terrifying to others. However, it was not enough to deter Lin Fei. Thankfully I came. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break in. Lin Fei collected all the moon spirit stones. It might be very difficult for others, but Lin Fei only needed to spread his fingers and a force enveloped all the moon spirit stones. Countless moon spirit stones flew over and landed in Lin Fei's storage ring. The rock wall that was originally shining with starlight instantly became dim and colorless. After putting everything away, Lin Fei took out a moon spirit stone and handed it to the clown. The clown opened its mouth and swallowed it. Perhaps it was because the moon spirit stone contained a lot of attributes, but the clown just squatted there and swayed as if it was drunk. Lin Fei looked around and made sure he didn't miss anything. Then, he walked up to the stone door. He raised his hand and grabbed the fist-sized moon spirit stones. With this grab, the moon spirit stones on the surface of the stone door gathered together to form a figure. The figure then raised his hand and pointed a finger at Lin Fei's glabella. This finger was filled with endless profoundness. It was even filled with essence, energy and soul. In the face of this finger, no one would be able to block it. However, when it was only a short distance away from Lin Fei, it stopped. Then, the invisible finger disappeared. What a brilliant setup. He really wants to kill whoever he sees. To think that the power of this finger is at the Xiantian realm. Looks like he is an Xiantian realm expert. Lin Fei easily neutralized this attack and kept all the moon spirit stones. His 5 fingers came together and slammed down on the stone door. With a cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on the stone door. Then, it broke into pieces and a door appeared. Lin Fei swaggered in. When he walked in, Lin Fei discovered that it was a small secret room. There was a person sitting in the secret room. At this moment, the body had already turned into a skeleton. This skeleton was different from ordinary bones. It was filled with layers of gold. Clearly, this person had cultivated a powerful body tempering cultivation technique. Lin Fei casually looked around the small secret room. On the left side of the skeleton, there were stone troughs. There were many things on these stone troughs. For example, piles of moon spirit stones. Although these moon spirit stones weren't big, the spiritual energy they contained was terrifyingly thick. Lin Fei could easily determine that these should be top-grade moon spirit stones. A top-grade moon spirit stone was equivalent to tens of thousands of moon spirit stones in the outside world. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and kept all of them. In one of the stone troughs, Lin Fei found a yellowed book. It turned out to be a personal record. The book introduced the situation of this skeleton in detail. So it was a Chinese expert from Earth. He was born in the Qing dynasty and experienced all kinds of wars. In the end, he died at the age of 170 or 180. Lin Fei looked at it as if he was reading a story. He didn't pay much attention to it. However, he couldn't help but admire this person for cultivating to the Xiantian realm. In another stone trough, Lin Fei also saw a cultivation technique. It was indeed very ordinary and there wasn't anything special about it. Therefore, it was very normal for one to not be able to go far in the Xiantian realm. Other than these things, Lin Fei didn't see anything else. However, he didn't stand on ceremony and kept everything. There were many books here, which seemed to have been collected by this person. Lin Fei didn't really like books. However, when he was bored, he would take them out to read. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, Lin Fei walked out of the secret room. He casually punched the secret room. Loud cracking sounds could be heard. Countless rocks fell down and filled the secret room. Lin Fei rushed out, turned into a ray of light, and left the dark ruins. Because in the book left behind by the corpse, there was a simple introduction to the dark ruins. It was a small secret place, and there was nothing good in it. The only things that were worth mentioning were the 5 elements origin stones from the 5 elements land, and these moon spirit stones. As for the rest, they were not worth mentioning. Lin Fei wouldn't waste any more time in there. Moreover, he had gotten the most out of it. The remaining moon spirit stones weren't worth his attention. Shui Yiming saw Lin Fei turn into a ray of light and leave the dark ruins. He was secretly shocked. Such speed and such a young age. He was too monstrous. He was also secretly glad that he hadn't offended him. Otherwise, the Yan Huang battle team wouldn't be able to get any credit in the dark ruins. However, the moon spirit stones in the dark ruins seemed to have been taken away by Lin Fei. How to explain this to the higher-ups was a headache for Shui Yiming. The others saw it too. They didn't dare to say anything. After that, the moon spirit stones were all gone. Everyone was dumbfounded. Had they all been taken away? How long had it been? It was so fast that they couldn't get used to it. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4099. Lin Fei patted his butt and left. As for what valuable things there were in the Yin ruins, it had nothing to do with him. The most valuable things had been taken away. Also, he didn't need to care about how unhappy the cultivators from the various factions were. After leaving the Yin ruins, he found that this area had turned into a forbidden area, and there were armed soldiers everywhere. It was hard to imagine that there was a Yin ruins here. Lin Fei's departure didn't alarm anyone. At least the soldiers outside didn't notice it. After returning to Hangzhou, Lin Fei didn't go to the Hua family, nor did he go to see Huafeng. Su Shaowan had only greeted him briefly. Lin Fei had almost finished his business in Hangzhou, so it was time to go back. After coming out of the Yin ruins, Director Shui Yiming wanted to find Lin Fei, but he found that Lin Fei had already left Hangzhou. There was a trace of helplessness on his face. In fact, he wanted to have a good talk with Lin Fei, but he didn't expect that Lin Fei would leave so soon. Donghai is still the best. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to stand in the soaring dragon villa and breathe in the air. He shook his head slightly. Although the blessed enclave is good, it's still very different from the Yin ruins. The subtle changes could be hidden from others, but not from Lin Fei. Hey, the formation is open. Is there someone imprisoned inside? Lin Fei walked leisurely in the formation. He came to the innermost layer. He saw a young woman dressed in black. The woman looked dispirited, but she didn't show any despair. Instead, she was thinking about something. This woman was actually at the Grand Master Peak and had even taken half a step. She could be said to be a half step to the inborn realm expert. Standing in the formation, Lin Fei saw through the woman's strength at a glance. She didn't even show any fear under such torture. Could it be that this person is the one who was secretly watching me last time? Lin Fei's eyes flickered. He sensed a familiar aura from this black-clothed woman. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of what Bing Qingya had said to him that day. This person? Could he be from the Lin family? If it was before, Lin Fei might not have believed it, but this woman had a familiar aura. Others might not be able to see it, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. I might really be related to the Lin family in some way. Before this, I thought I was an orphan. But now, it seems that my identity as an orphan is not that simple, Lin Fei said in a self-deprecating manner. Who's in the dark? Come out. At the same time, Lin Ziqing, who was in the formation, looked coldly in the direction of Lin Fei. Although Lin Ziqing didn't see anyone, she could feel that someone was watching her in the dark. It was a very subtle feeling. In a woman's words, it was the sixth sense. Lin Ziqing was very confident in her sixth sense. Once the sixth sense appeared, there was basically no deviation. Lin Fei only glanced at her alone, but he didn't expect this girl's senses to be so sensitive. You guessed it right. I'm indeed looking at you. You can only blame yourself for barging into my Longting villa. I don't know what you're here for, or do you think that I, Lin Fei, am easy to bully? Lin Fei walked out with a smile and faced the woman in black. Although Lin Ziqing knew that someone was spying on her, she definitely didn't expect that it would be Lin Fei. Lin Ziqing remembered the man in the photo clearly. You're Lin Fei. You're back from Hangzhou. Lin Ziqing looked at the young man. She was shocked, but there was also a complicated expression on her face. Because when Lin Ziqing saw this Lin Fei, several figures appeared in her mind. Although she had this feeling before, it was completely different now. Lin Ziqing suspected that she had seen wrongly. Since you know my name and know that I went to Hangzhou, you should know in your heart that my Longting villa is not a place that anyone can barge into. Tell me your identity and origin honestly, and maybe I can let you go. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the formation for the rest of your life. Even if the expert behind you comes, unless I agree, no one can save you from here. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try and see if I'm right or not. Only Lin Fei had the confidence to say such things. Lin Ziqing had been trapped in the formation for quite a long time. Ever since she was trapped that day, Lin Ziqing felt a little surprised. In a place like Huaxia, she could actually be trapped by a formation, but this formation was something that she couldn't break. Lin Ziqing had spent all kinds of effort before, but she still couldn't break this formation. Only then did she realize that this Longting villa was more terrifying than she had imagined. In addition, the owner of Longting villa, Lin Fei, had also become more mysterious. Although she was constantly trapped by the formation, Lin Ziqing was not disappointed. Instead, she realized one thing as she was being tempered by the formation. The other party did not intend to kill her, and this was her only chance to escape. Today, because Lin Ziqing finally had the chance to leave, the owner of Longting villa, Lin Fei, had returned. These days, Lin Ziqing had been preserving her physical strength, just to wait for him to come in. Did anyone tell you that in front of me, as long as it's within 10 meters, everyone will be my prey, including you? Lin Ziqing moved in an instant. Using her movement technique, a scimitar actually appeared in her hand. This scimitar gently slashed, causing waves to appear, and directly slashed towards Lin Fei. This slash produced a great deterrent. Imperceptibly, it made people's hearts tighten. What a brilliant saber technique. It's not bad to use as a trump card, but it's still too far away for me. Lin Fei smiled and flicked his finger directly on the blade of Lin Ziqing's scimitar. With a snap, there was a cracking sound. The scimitar broke into 2 pieces. Lin Ziqing rolled on the ground, performed Indian yoga, and directly wrapped herself around him. Lin Ziqing had learned countless martial arts techniques, and Indian yoga was just one of them. When Lin Ziqing had just wrapped herself around Lin Fei, she felt a shock on her chest. Her whole body felt like it was being pricked by needles, and she was instantly sent flying, falling heavily to the ground. Before Lin Ziqing could attack again, she saw the other party's palms slightly open, and a suction force enveloped her body like a vortex, lifting her up directly. "Do you think you can still fight with me now?" You are an inborn expert," Lin Ziqing exclaimed. Chapter 4100. In the eyes of outsiders, a god-level expert was a god-level expert. But in the eyes of Huaxia, a god-level expert was just a title for an innate expert. Lin Ziqing knew this very well, but she never thought that she would meet an innate expert. She was a grandmaster at the great perfection and even a half-step to innate expert, but in front of Lin Fei, she was helpless and let him control her life and death. She couldn't help but exclaim, "It turns out that you also know about innate experts. It seems that you don't know nothing. Since you know, how dare you come to my Longting villa?" Lin Fei controlled Lin Ziqing's life and death, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "Do you think I should make you disappear now, or?" Although it was just an ordinary sentence, it was full of endless horror for Lin Ziqing. Lin Ziqing didn't know that Lin Fei was an innate expert. No one could ever think that Lin Fei was an innate expert. If she knew, she wouldn't dare to break into Longting Villa, no matter how bold she was. "Lin Fei, I know that you are an orphan, but I also know a secret about your background. Don't you want to know?" At this critical moment, a thought flashed through Lin Ziqing's mind, and it was out of control as soon as it flashed. She felt that this was the only way she could survive. Lin Ziqing came from the Lin family, so she naturally knew more about the existence of innate experts than anyone else. They were extremely terrifying and could be said to be like Earth immortals. In the whole of Huaxia, there were only a few innate experts. Even if there were, they rarely came out, and all of them quietly cultivated. She knew that this was because of the agreement. If it weren't for the irresistible power, Lin Ziqing wouldn't have suspected that the other party was an innate expert. So the only way to survive now was to let Lin Fei take the initiative to let her go. "Do you think I will still be interested in this?" Lin Fei shook his head. "I think it's better to make you disappear. Anyway, no one can do anything to me if I don't admit it." Lin Fei was no longer the Lin Fei of the past. He was an existence that had lived in a different world for hundreds of millions of years. It could even be said that he was very ancient. Why would he care about such a personal matter? "Lin Fei, you're really related to our Lin family because you're the eldest son of the first branch of the Lin family. Don't you want to see your father and mother?" Lin Ziqing was now more and more convinced that Lin Fei was related to her uncle. As soon as Lin Ziqing's voice fell, a force shook her heart and directly sent her flying. She fell heavily to the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. "I didn't kill you because you're a girl. If you continue to spout nonsense, I don't mind killing you for real." In just a moment, Lin Ziqing was injured. She didn't even have the strength to resist. She only felt that if the other party wanted to kill her, it would only take a thought. "Go, don't come to Longting Manor again. If there's a next time, then you can die in Longting Manor. Remember, including you and everyone else. I, Lin Fei, can't be tested by just anyone. I can only say that you're pretty lucky this time." Before she could say anything, Lin Ziqing felt a force enveloping her body. She only felt her vision blur, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing outside Longting Manor. She then collapsed on the ground. Such a method was no different from an Earth immortal. Lin Ziqing struggled to get up and looked at Longting Manor. "I have to let the Lin family know about this. It's not that there's no one in my uncle's family, but there's a powerful person who's already an innate expert. He's simply a monster." Determination flashed in Lin Ziqing's eyes. She turned around and staggered away. "Boss, are you sure you want her to leave? If she were to spread the news about this spirit array, I'm afraid many people would have designs on this spirit array." Yu Zishan walked out of the spirit array and stood respectfully behind Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't too concerned about this. So what if it gets out? Even an innate expert would be trapped in this spirit array. There's no need to be concerned about it. Yu Zishan naturally believed in the power of this spirit array. This was to prevent the news from spreading and attract the attention of some innate experts. After all, some innate experts were extremely concerned about certain things, especially those who specialized in spirit array. Immediately send someone to investigate the Lin family in Beijing. Investigate everything about the Lin family, especially the first branch. I want to know everything. Yu Zishan left with the order. Although Lin Fei wasn't too concerned about the Lin family, he could hear some clues from Yu Zishan's words. Therefore, he couldn't help but send someone to investigate. Whether he admitted it or not was another matter. He had to find out first. It wouldn't affect anything. Not long after Lin Fei returned to the Longting Manor, Tai Zhan from East Ocean's Yan Huang battle team took the initiative to look for him. He had no choice. The news from Hangzhou had really shocked Tai Zhan. He had no choice but to come. When Tai Zhan saw Lin Fei, the latter was in a pavilion in the forest, sipping his tea unhurriedly. Not far away, his disciple, Su Mei, was practicing her swordsmanship. She was methodical and very authentic. Apart from that, Tai Zhan could also feel the chilling aura in her swordsmanship. It seemed to have turned the entire area into a land of ice and frost. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This was the first time Tai Zhan had seen such a situation. Of course, what was more shocking was that Su Mei's aura had thickened. It was as though she had risen by several levels overnight. How terrifying. Director Tai, I've done what you asked me to do. You won't think that I didn't do well and come to settle the score with me, right? Tai Zhan laughed bitterly. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 guts. Don't you know that Shui Yiming has been saying good things about you? It was normal for Shui Yiming to say good things about him. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. He had done Tai Zhan a great favor this time, but he wouldn't let Tai Zhan take the initiative to visit him. After all, Tai Zhan wasn't that easy to deal with. It was already good enough that he didn't come to find trouble with him. You'd better tell me the truth. I know very well what kind of person you are. Anyway, your Yan Huang battle team won't give me any reward. Lin Fei was so direct. He didn't care about Tai Zhan's feelings. As for whether Tai Zhan would think too much about it, he was already used to it. Actually, I'm here to congratulate young Master Lin. Because you've already entered the World Master ranking. And your ranking isn't low either. You're currently ranked 65th. In Huaxia, you're ranked 10th. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4101. Lin Fei was quite surprised that Tai Zhan had come over to talk about this. He wasn't really interested in the Grandmaster leaderboard. According to what you've said, there's nothing good about me being on the leaderboard. Lin Fei understood immediately after hearing Tai Zhan's words. There was definitely nothing good about being on the leaderboard. Tai Zhan laughed bitterly. I knew I couldn't hide it from young Master Lin. He took out a small tablet and typed in a website. After a few jumps, Lin Fei saw a website. This is the World Grandmaster Leaderboard website that only us Grandmasters can access. It was a simple website. The first thing he saw were the words, World Grandmaster Leaderboard. There was a row of names on it, and there was a detailed introduction behind them. At the 65th position, Lin Fei saw his own name. The introduction was very vague, but he was actually ranked 65th. Other than that, Lin Fei also saw the Huaxia leaderboard. After clicking it, it was just as he had said, he was ranked 10th. The introduction was also very vague. Who created this website? It's very interesting. This website had actually listed him. Lin Fei was indeed quite curious, because he had never known that he had been followed before. It could be seen that the person who created this website was not simple. Tai Zhan shook his head and said, I'm not sure who created this website either. I only heard that the person who created this website should be a God rank expert, and the #1 God rank expert back in the day. This website has been passed down from generation to generation. Currently, only Grandmaster experts have the chance to enter. The rest of the people don't have the right. Lin Fei already knew that the waters of this world were quite deep. What he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Young Master Lin, I'm here to tell you about this. Actually, I want to say that you've taken many things from the Dark Ruins. Right now, many powers within the country are stirring. Our Yan Huang battle team's head captain hopes that you can make a trip to Yanjing. After saying this, Tai Zhan lowered his head secretly. He was afraid that Lin Fei would be angry. After all, Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. In the East Sea, there were not many people who could be his match. It could even be said that there were none. Just look at the situation over at Hangzhou. Outsiders might not know, but Taizhan was very clear. Even the three great clans were suppressed by Lin Fei to the point that they could not say anything. Especially the Shen clan and the Xin clan. They had definitely suffered a lot. The Bing clan had it the best, as they had gained a lot of benefits. When Taizhan saw the news, he also suspected that he had seen wrongly. The Bing family's relationship with Lin Fei had reached the heavens in one step. Yi Xian wants me to go to Yanjing? Currently, the only one that Lin Fei was interested in was Yi Xian, the strongest. Taizhan nodded his head. I hope that young Master Lin can make a trip to Beijing. It's a good thing for you. Lin Fei said with a faint smile. What if I don't go? Will that Yi Xian be ready to kill me? Taizhan shook his head with a wry smile. You misunderstand. My master will not attack you. You are from Huaxia, so he will not attack you even if he wants to deal with outsiders. However, my master is quite interested in meeting you and having a chat. Let me think about it first. Taizhan didn't say anything more. After sitting for a while, he took the initiative to leave. Before he left the tablet behind. Do you think I should go to Yanjing? This was said to Yu Zishan. Yu Zishang brought a document over. Boss, this is the information I got people to collect in Beijing. It's all about you. I also heard from people in the circle that there are many people in Beijing who are quite dissatisfied with you. It seems that you got a lot of good stuff in the Dark Ruins, and they are a little unconvinced. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The people on this website really have some tricks up their sleeves. They helped me increase my ranking and made me the target of the Chinese forces. These people are really ambitious. Lin Fei had never been interested in ranking. In his eyes it was all empty. Arrange for people to continue monitoring the situation outside. Lin Fei picked up the documents and flipped through them. They were all about the Lin family. The Lin family was one of the 5 major families in Yanjing. However, their ranking was not very good, and they were ranked last. The Yi family was the most powerful among the 5 major families because they had the #1 god of war, Yi Xian. It could be said that the Yi family was the top family. The Lin family was ranked 5th, but there was still a huge gap between them and the Yi family. The current master of the Lin family was from the 2nd family. The 2nd family and the 1st family used to have the most intense competition. Everyone thought that the position of the master would fall into the hands of the 1st family. However, something unexpected happened in the end. The 2nd family took over the position, and the 1st family was suppressed and was now almost excluded from the family. The more Lin Fei read, the more his brows furrowed. The infighting in the Lin family is quite interesting. Lin Fei continued to read. Soon, he saw the situation of the 1st family. The 1st family did not have any eye-catching aspects so far. They were in charge of the daily affairs of the company. The 1st family only had 1 daughter. As for whether the 1st family had an eldest son or not, there was no news at all. However, Yu Zishan still heard some information. Back then, something happened in the Lin family. There was a rumor that a child died prematurely, and it was the 1st family's. As for how the child died, no one knew. It was just a sporadic rumor and could not be taken seriously. However, Lin Fei believed it. It was another family with infighting. In that case, I have a younger sister. Lin Fei's emotions kept changing. Soon, he calmed down. With so many people eyeing my Longting villa, if I don't go to Yanjing, I'm afraid that everyone is ready to take a bite out of me. Lin Fei was not afraid of those people. After reading the information about the Lin family, Lin Fei still felt that it was worth a trip to Yanjing. After all, he had not been to Yanjing since he came back. It was known that Yanjing was the place where the Emperor of Huaxia lived. It would be a pity if he did not go and take a look. Before Lin Fei went, Bai Shengnan called and asked him to have a meal together to talk about the development of the company. Lin Fei had almost forgotten that he still had a company. It seemed that he really hadn't paid attention to it for some time. After all, after the cloud silk material was made, he had thrown it aside. He had really become a hands-off shopkeeper, which was very bad. Lin Fei agreed readily. He had a meal with Bai Shengnan. In the evening, a BMW appeared under the building. Why are you so low-key today? Bai Shengnan smiled when she saw Lin Fei. Drive as you please, said Lin Fei. If I don't come as soon as possible, I'm afraid that you, the manager, will jump ship. Shukju website. Chapter 4102. At the same time in Yanjing. Lin Ziqing returned to Yanjing. After suffering a big loss at the Longting Mountain Villa, she did not dare to hesitate and returned to Yanjing through her own connections on the spot. After returning to Yanjing, Lin Ziqing first went to see her master, the #1 god of war in Huaxia, Yi Xian. My good apprentice, looking at you, you must have suffered at the hands of that brat Lin Fei. Yi Xian picked up a cup of tea and drank it unhurriedly with a smile on his face. Master, you can even predict this. Lin Ziqing could not help but exclaim. Yi Xian put down the cup in his hand and smiled. How could I not know your temper? From the moment you came in, I knew there was something wrong with your breathing. For you to feel something wrong with your breathing, it could also be that the trip to Donghai did not go smoothly, and you have feelings of unwillingness in your heart. Did you see that there is always someone better than you? Yi Xian could become the #1 master in Huaxia, and even bring the Yi family to the position of the #1 family. How good was his judgment? From the moment Lin Ziqing came in, he knew the result. Lin Ziqing lowered her head slightly. Master, I've lost. In front of that Lin Fei, I have no ability to resist at all. I don't know how he cultivates. All I know is that I'm like a tiny ant in front of him. Lin Ziqing was really shocked. Yi Xian said lightly, this is not surprising, because that brat is already ranked 10th in our Huaxia Master Ranking and 65th in the World Master Ranking. It is normal for you to lose to him. But you don't have to be discouraged. You are only one step away from the innate realm. I think you should be aware of the difference between the innate realm and the master realm. I believe that when you understand it, the breakthrough is just around the corner. You mean Lin Fei, he is ranked 10th in our Huaxia and 65th in the World Master Ranking? Lin Ziqing really did not know this news. If that is the case, then it is very normal for me to lose to him. Whether it was the Huaxia ranking or the world ranking, Lin Fei had used his strength to show Lin Ziqing how powerful he was. Yi Xian picked up the cup and took another sip of tea. Lin Fei defeated the Poison Widow, John Charlie, and Johnson, 3 masters of the World Grandmaster list. Those 3 guys are not easy to deal with. With this, Lin Fei's life in the country will not be easy. There are a lot of people watching him. Lin Ziqing had already guessed some details about Lin Fei. She suspected that he was from her family, especially from the first branch, so she naturally didn't want anything to happen to Lin Fei. Master, it's rare for another heavenly son of heaven to appear in our country. Don't you plan to help? If anything happens, our country will lose a powerful master stage expert. No, it's an inborn expert. Lin Ziqing added in her heart. Even in front of her master, she had never thought of revealing this information. Although the Lin family was only the weakest of the 5 big families in Beijing. But Lin Ziqing knew a lot of secrets, far more than the average warrior knew. Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. Now that he had jumped to the 10th place in the Huaxia Grandmaster list, this undoubtedly touched a lot of interests. Coupled with the incident at the Dark Ruins, it was hard to guarantee that other forces would not have ideas. Lin Ziqing knew that Lin Fei's strength was at most in the innate stage, but he was estimated to be in the early innate stage at most. Once he went up against those veteran forces, the innate stage was really not enough. At the very least, he had to be in the late innate stage to be a deterrent. Otherwise, he was destined to suffer a great loss. Right now, the only way to make those forces have ideas was to get her master to step in. He smiled and said, Qing, I thought you wouldn't be convinced by that kid. I didn't think that there would be a time when you would take a liking to him. That kid is indeed not bad. Even if you didn't say anything, I was planning to get him to come to Beijing. I'll get Taizhan to contact that kid. With such a good foundation, he is indeed a Huaxia expert. I'm planning to let him join the Yan Huang battle team and take on the position of a senior elder. Lin Ziqing indeed wanted her master to suppress the matter, but she did not think that her master would actually invite Lin Fei to join the Yan Huang battle team. Others might not know the true strength of the Yan Huang battle team, but Lin Ziqing was very clear. Especially this time, her master Lin Fei had joined the Yan Huang battle team and was given the position of a senior elder. This was definitely a big deal. There were only a total of 5 senior elders in the entire Yan Huang battle team. They were in charge of all the Yan Huang battle teams in the country. It could be said that they were truly all senior and important. Not just anyone could sit in this position. Lin Ziqing had also heard a piece of news. It seemed that one of the 5 senior elders in the Yan Huang battle team was about to retire. Therefore, the position of the 5th elder had always been coveted by the major forces in Beijing. Master, if you let Lin Fei be a senior elder, won't you be pitting him against the forces in Beijing? I heard that a lot of people are eyeing the position of an elder. Lin Ziqing asked hesitantly. Yi Xian laughed heartily. Strength and responsibility are divided. With strength, he can shoulder greater responsibilities and sit in a higher position at the same time. I believe that kid can do it. Lin Ziqing also knew that it was difficult for ordinary people to change their master's mind. She wondered if she should give Lin Fei a call after she left and tell him about what had happened here so that he could be mentally prepared. After all, Yanjing was not comparable to other provinces and cities. It was a real place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There were as many masters as there were clouds in the sky. Some people had foolishly come to Beijing and mistakenly thought that they were experts. Each and every one of them had suffered a huge setback. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Lin Ziqing had seen it many times. You don't have to take this matter to heart. Go back and think about it. Reflect on it. I believe that this time in Donghai will be of help to you. Lin Ziqing listened to her master's words. After Lin Ziqing left the courtyard, a figure appeared behind Yi Xian. This figure's face could not be seen clearly, and it was like a ghost. If Lin Ziqing was here, he would definitely recognize this ghost-like person. It was his big senior brother, Gue Wuying. No one had ever seen his true face, but his strength was publicly recognized as the strongest. With his terrifying movement techniques, the area within 100 meters was known as the death zone. No one could escape. Master, I think junior sister's mood is a little weird today. She can't have fallen in love with that Lin Fei, can she? Xiaoying, as the big senior brother, when did you start to care about this kind of thing? Yi Xian smiled. If you have such thoughts, have you investigated Lin Fei's background? Bookseller's website. Chapter 4103. P.S. I've come out of Cavan. Starting tomorrow. Your place is quite elegant. If you don't come here often, you probably won't be able to find it. In a small alley in the downtown area, Lin Fei and Bai Shengnan sat in a private room. The song High Mountains and Flowing Water echoed in their ears. Bai Shengnan put on light makeup. Her whole body exuded the aura of a strong woman. Actually, I haven't been here many times. I just think it's good to eat here, whether it's for work or relaxation. After the cloud silk shapewear became popular, it had taken down the entire Donghai market in a short time. It could be said that it was a popular product. During this period, various counterfeit products had also appeared. Due to the special product structure of the cloud silk, those who wanted to make a fortune by counterfeiting it were dumbfounded. No matter how they cracked it, they couldn't break the material of the cloud silk. Bai Shengnan had also made a name for herself in the Donghai business circle with the powerful effect of the cloud silk shapewear. Now, no one dared to look down on Bai Shengnan. Everyone knew that the cloud silk shapewear was a popular product. If anyone could get on board this ship, they would definitely make a lot of money. During this period, Bai Shengnan had basically been dealing with business matters. The strong woman aura on her body had become stronger. It couldn't be compared to before. It was as if she was a completely different person. The two talked about the company's matters. Generally speaking, Bai Shengnan was the one talking, and Lin Fei was the one listening. Boss, I don't think our company needs any financing now because it's not necessary. Instead, I think we can invest a lot of money in the development of cloud silk. I think the cloud silk material can replace most of the clothing products. We can make it bigger. Bai Shengnan's methods had become brilliant. She felt that cloud silk was a huge treasure chest. She had an absolute advantage to dig it out. Bai Shengnan still felt that it was very unbelievable that the boss could take out a material like cloud silk. This was a completely new material. It would bring a great impact to the entire market. I'm now a hands-off boss. You'll be in charge of the company's matters. I've decided to give you 10% of the company's shares so that you can continue to work for me. Upon hearing that Lin Fei was going to give her shares, and 10% at that, Bai Shengnan covered her mouth in shock. Boss, 10% is too much. I can't accept it. Don't you know how much our company is valued by those venture capitalists? Lin Fei really didn't care about the valuation of venture capital companies. Is it very tall? Hearing this, Bai Shengnan knew that her boss didn't care about the company's situation at all. No one would believe it if word got out. Bai Shengnan laughed bitterly. Boss, if you knew the market value of the company, you wouldn't have said that you would give me 10% of the shares. Our company is now valued by the venture capital company at $1 billion USD. And this is only the beginning. I believe that this market value will only get higher and higher in the future. It won't be a problem to break through 10 billion USD. Bai Shengnan was now more and more confident. That was why she was so excited when she heard about 10% of the shares. She was also grateful to Lin Fei in her heart. After all, this was a company that would be worth hundreds of billions of USD in the future. Just thinking about it was scary. Lin Fei understood why Bai Shengnan had such an expression. If the company was valued at 1 billion USD, 10% would be 100 million USD. That was equivalent to 7 or 800 million USD. This wasn't something that anyone could accept. Of course, to Lin Fei, the company's market value was just a number. He didn't need to take it seriously. I'm the boss. I won't take back the shares that I've given away. If you don't want to, then I can only change the manager. Boss, you're very overbearing, okay? How can you give away shares like that? Bai Shengnan rolled her eyes, but her heart was still sweet. This was 10% of the shares. If it was worth hundreds of billions of USD in the future, then it would be worth tens of billions. Not everyone was willing to give it away. Being overbearing is one of the boss's privileges. Don't you understand? While Lin Fei and Bai Shengnan were talking, exquisite and delicious food was served. It was different from other places. The food here was not big, but it was very delicate. Along with the sound of the zither, the atmosphere of the meal was very different. Now that you're a female boss worth hundreds of millions of USD, I wonder if you're willing to treat me to a bottle of good wine. Consider it a chance for you to perform. Bai Shengnan smiled sweetly. Since the boss has spoken, if I don't agree, I'm afraid you'll put shoes on me. Lin Fei called out to the waiter outside. Give me a bottle of Roman Conti. I heard that this wine tastes pretty good. Lin Fei didn't usually drink, because no matter how good the wine was, the taste was the same. Some immortal brews tasted better. When he thought about immortal brews, Lin Fei felt that he had to find some time to make some immortal brews. After downing a bottle of Roman Conti, Bai Shengnan's face turned red, and she was exceptionally alluring. In the end, Lin Fei sent Bai Shengnan home. I'm sorry to trouble the boss to send me home. I see that it's still early. Why don't we go up and sit for a while? Bai Shengnan plucked up her courage and leaned her entire body against Lin Fei. Her eyes seemed to be hinting at something else. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of person was he? How could he not understand Bai Shengnan's intentions? Are you sure you want me to be a guest at your house? A single man and a single woman. I'm afraid that something might happen. Boss, you really know how to talk. Even I'm not afraid, why should you be? I don't believe that you're that kind of person. Since Bai Shengnan had said so, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't back down. He was an immortal expert. How could he back down? After sending Bai Shengnan upstairs, he had been kissed by Bai Shengnan just a few years ago. After a long time, everything happened naturally. One had the intention, and the other helped along. Everything had happened so naturally. The Yan Huang battle team wants me to be a senior elder. When he woke up in the morning, Bai Shengnan was still sleeping. Her long eyelashes fluttered, showing that she was very tired last night. Lin Fei looked at his phone in boredom and saw a message. There was a short sentence on it. No wonder Tai Zhan came to find me and asked me to go to Beijing. They want me to be a senior elder of the Yan Huang battle team. The Yan Huang battle team thinks highly of me. Lin Fei pondered for a while. He didn't know many people in Beijing, but he had many enemies. The only one who could send him a message was that Lin Ziqing. What was his identity? What was Lin Ziqing's identity? The two were related. This is to remind me that the trip to Beijing will be troublesome, so I have to be prepared. Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly. Chapter 4104. I won't be in Donghai for a while, so I'll leave the company to you. Lin Fei decided to go to Yanjing. After a night of nourishment, Bai Shengnan had changed. She was bright and beautiful. She helped Lin Fei tidy up his clothes and nodded. Don't worry. Leave the company to me. You can also go to Yanjing to take a look at our branch and meet the person in charge there. Bai Shengnan seemed to have thought of something. She took out a folder from the bedside and handed it to Lin Fei. We have a branch in Yanjing? Lin Fei really didn't know that Bai Shengnan had acted so quickly. Bai Shengnan smiled proudly. Our company's cloud silk shapewear has become a very popular product, so we definitely need a branch company in Beijing. However, I heard that there have been a lot of things going on over there recently, so it's best for you to go there as a boss. You can take care of the things there, lest a weak woman like me go to Beijing. If I get eaten up by someone, you'll be heartbroken as a big boss. Bai Shengnan seemed to have become a lot more relaxed. Normally, she wouldn't say something like that. Lin Fei actually didn't care much about this kind of thing. However, after hearing what Bai Shengnan said, he knew that something must have happened in Yanjing. Maybe those forces were playing tricks in the dark. If he let Bai Shengnan go, she really wouldn't be able to make a decision, so he had to deal with it himself. After a while, Bai Shengnan sent Lin Fei out. She originally wanted to send him downstairs, but she couldn't stand the fierce battle last night, so she was trembling as she walked. Lin Fei returned to the Longting villa and asked Yu Zishan to contact Tai Zhan, telling him that he was going to Yanjing. As soon as Tai Zhan received the news, he immediately called to confirm it. To be honest, he was really afraid that Lin Fei wouldn't go to Yanjing. If that was the case, he didn't know how to report to his master. After all, this was an order from his master. Tai Zhan didn't want to mess up this matter from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, he finally heard the news he wanted to hear. Boss, are you really going to Yanjing? I heard that many people in Yanjing are interested in you. I've also asked people about the senior elders. I heard that the Yan Huang team has a total of 5 senior elders, and one of them is going to retire, so the competition is very fierce. Once the news of you becoming a senior elder spreads, I'm afraid many people won't be happy. Also, I heard that the Martial Gate also said that if you dare to step into Yanjing, they'll teach you a lesson, unless the boss hands over the thing from the Dark Ruins. Yu Zishan was a qualified steward. After Lin Fei had given him some information on the upper echelons of the Yan Huang battle team, Yu Zishan had collected all the information on the upper echelons of the Yan Huang battle team. Lin Fei smiled faintly. This should be a test given to me by the #1 war god. Using the position of a senior elder to test me, he's pretty generous. Lin Fei was interested in meeting the #1 war god, Yi Xian. Of course, the #1 war god only piqued his interest. If nothing went wrong, he would be a Xiantian full completion. With such strength, he really didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of Lin Fei. But he was China's #1 war god after all, so he had to give him some face. Moreover, he also wanted to see how deep the waters in Yanjing were. After all, his company was going to be opened in Yanjing. If he didn't beat these people into submission, how could he open the company? Lin Fei could be uninterested in the company, but he could see that Bai Shengnan valued the company very much, just like a child who had been pregnant for 10 months. Since Bai Shengnan liked it, Lin Fei wouldn't let others destroy this company. Apart from himself, no one had the right to do so. This time, Lin Fei didn't bring anyone with him to Yanjing. He even declined Tai Zhan's company and only asked Yu Zishan to buy a business class ticket. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei didn't like flying. But since he was going to Yanjing, he would do as the Romans do. Actually, Lin Fei wanted to buy a first-class ticket, but he couldn't make it in time, so he could only buy a business class ticket. The business class was very spacious, and it was very different from the economy class at the back. Lin Fei's seat was closer to the inside. He changed to a more comfortable position and laid down lazily. Not long after, a woman's voice came into Lin Fei's ear. "Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you, but can I change seats with you?" When Lin Fei opened his eyes, he saw a young lady next to him. She was 183 meters tall and very tall. At the same time, she was dressed very fashionably. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that just her outfit alone cost at least hundreds of thousands of Chinese dollars. "You have to change seats with me." Lin Fei glanced at her indifferently and looked away. Zhang Ziren was already used to all kinds of gazes. When this man looked at her, he looked away. His eyes were as calm as water, and no changes could be seen. This surprised Zhang Ziren a little. She didn't expect to meet a man like this. I'm not feeling well today, so I want to sit by the window. If you can change seats with me, that would be the best. I'm willing to compensate you for your loss, Zhang Ziren said very sincerely. Lin Fei raised his head and looked at Zhang Ziren. You have a serious problem. You can't just change seats and rest. I suggest that you go and see a doctor when you get home. It's good for you. If an ordinary person said this to her, Zhang Ziren would definitely be angry. However, this man had a preconceived impression of her. He was a little surprised in his heart and showed a bit of curiosity on his face. Sir, you're a doctor. How can you tell? If I'm not wrong, your stomach will be very painful every 9th day. Yesterday should be the day you just had the pain. Although you look good today and have thick makeup on your face, it still can't hide the trace of fatigue between your eyebrows. So, you want to sit by the window and want to make yourself more comfortable. I don't know if I'm right. Zhang Ziren covered her mouth in disbelief. How did you know? I haven't told anyone about this secret. Zhang Ziren had never told anyone about her stomach pain on the 9th day. She had seen many doctors, but there was no result. Yesterday was the day when the pain flared up. It hurt the whole night. She didn't expect that someone could easily see through it. Zhang Ziren could naturally swear that she never knew this person, but he seemed to be able to see through everything about her. This made Zhang Ziren feel shocked and a little flustered. She didn't know who the person in front of her was. Was it really a coincidence? Shukju website. Chapter 4105. In the end, Zhang Ziren didn't change seats because she didn't have the confidence and courage to do so. Along the way, all kinds of emotions emerged. Lin Fei didn't know that his words had caused all kinds of thoughts in Zhang Ziren. He was just casually mentioning it. How could he know that Zhang Ziren had so many thoughts? If he knew, he wouldn't have said so much. All the way until they got off the plane. Lin Fei was refreshed. Zhang Ziren, on the other hand, was very uncomfortable. She wanted to talk to him several times, but in the end, she didn't. Sir, can you tell me what's wrong with my body? After leaving the airport, Zhang Ziren couldn't help but want to know the answer in her heart. Lin Fei smiled mysteriously. I actually believe in karma. Since I can meet you, I believe we can meet again next time. I'll tell you the answer when we meet again. Zhang Ziren seemed to have heard wrongly. She had actually been rejected once when she took the initiative to ask questions. Beijing was so big, Zhang Ziren didn't have the confidence to meet him again. Since he had already said so, Zhang Ziren couldn't say anything else. She could only watch as he got into a taxi and left. This also made Zhang Ziren unhappy for the whole day. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a thing one day. She didn't know why, but she seemed to feel that she would meet this person again. This was a very ridiculous thought. Lin Fei sat in the taxi. He casually said a name, to Tianlang Building. This Tianlang Building was where the branch office was located. Lin Fei didn't forget Bai Shengnan's instructions, so he planned to go to Tianlang Building to take a look. What happened to the branch office? He also wanted to take a look at the situation of the branch managers because Bai Shengnan had already arranged for headhunters to hire a few managers. But the final decision still needed to be made by the big boss, Lin Fei. If it wasn't for Lin Fei coming to Beijing, this matter would have been handled by Bai Shengnan. This was Lin Fei's first time in a place like Beijing. Even in his previous life, he had never been to Beijing. After coming to Yanjing, he realized that the air in Lin Fei was really bad. It was very turbid and not suitable for cultivation. Lin Fei, on the other hand, felt that there were a few places in Beijing that were unusual. If I'm not mistaken, these places should be the Blessed Enclave. It seems that there are quite a lot of Blessed Enclaves in Yanjing. There are actually 8 of them. As expected of the land of the Emperor. Even though the spiritual energy released by these grotto heavens and blessed lands was very weak and could hide it from others, it could not hide it from Lin Fei. Yanjing is indeed a place with deep waters. 8 blessed paradises, in other words, there are 8 top forces. Currently, there are 5 top families, plus a martial gate and a Yan Huang battle squad. I wonder what the other one is. Beijing was famous for its traffic jams. Half an hour later, Lin Fei stood under the Tianlang Building. This was a bustling business district. There were tall buildings and commercial buildings everywhere. It was very imposing. On the 39th floor of the Tian Lang building. Lin Fei came out of the elevator. This was because this floor was the company's branch. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei heard a noise. Listen up. I'll give you 3 days to sign this contract. Otherwise, you'll be ready to scram from this company. Without our permission, you won't be able to open a company in the Heaven Wave building. There were more than a dozen youths standing in the company's branch. Unlike other youths, these people were all dressed in suits. They looked dignified, but they had a hooligan aura. The leader was also wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, but his tone was very arrogant. It scared the people at the front desk so much that their faces turned pale. Lin Fei smiled. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation as soon as he arrived at the branch. It seems that there are quite a few people eyeing the cloud shapewear. After all, this is a company worth hundreds of billions. He now blamed Bai Shengnan for not telling him in advance. Otherwise, Bai Shengnan wouldn't have to worry about these things. He could handle it himself. Lin Fei walked into the branch. When these people saw a young man walking in, they didn't think much of it. However, a few of them glared at him. Kid, you've come to the wrong place. If you don't want to cause trouble for yourself, get out immediately. These people thought that Lin Fei was a job seeker, so they naturally didn't hold back and roared angrily. Everyone else can leave. The one with glasses who spoke just now, you stay here and don't leave. No one expected this young man to say such a thing. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's the fool. However, the next scene made everyone's expression change, especially the young man with gold-rimmed glasses. He saw that the people he brought with him were actually silently retreating outside like walking corpses. He immediately shouted, "Why are you leaving? Stop right now, do you hear me?" No matter how the young man with gold-rimmed glasses shouted, these people still walked into the elevator. Soon, the branch office became quiet. The young man with gold-rimmed glasses felt a little uneasy. Was it you who was playing tricks just now? Lin Fei had indeed used hypnosis to make them leave. After all, this was Yanjing and there was no point in fighting and killing here. Lin Fei smiled as he walked over. I forgot to tell you that I'm the boss here. Now, I want to talk to you. Before the young man with gold-rimmed glasses could say anything, he saw Lin Fei stretch out his hand and strangle his neck. Then, he casually dragged him into the office. Oh yeah, ask which office is empty. The receptionist pointed to a room not far away. It's empty. Thank you. Lin Fei dragged the gold-rimmed glasses into a room not far away and closed the door. Everyone in the company was dumbfounded by this scene. Do you know who that person was just now? He's so manly. Is the boss of our company that young? Could it be the new manager? At this moment, a weak voice said, I remember that our company does have a boss. He's very young. Could it be him? This was a storeroom. It was really spacious and there was nothing inside. Lin Fei casually threw the man on the ground. You're quite bold. How dare you cause trouble in my company? Now, you can tell me who asked you to cause trouble. Remember, you only have one chance. The man with gold-rimmed glasses got up and panted hard. He almost suffocated just now. He looked at Lin Fan with a trace of fear. But when he thought of the backer behind him, his face became fierce. I'm Fifth Lord's man. If you dare to touch me, you'll have to be prepared for Fifth Lord's revenge. You still don't intend to tell me the truth. Then you can only say it yourself. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers. The man with gold-rimmed glasses lost consciousness. Fifth Lord wants to invest. Shukju website. Chapter 4106. Yanjin was bustling and lively in the evening. It was even more dazzling and enchanting. The bar street was the busiest place in the Third Ring Road. Once night fell, all kinds of people would come here. They put down their masks and let out their energy. Night bar. It was the busiest bar on the street. It was said that the night bar had a strong background and few people would cause trouble there. However, those who caused trouble there did not end up well. They either had their limbs broken or disappeared from the face of the earth. However, this did not stop the love between men and women. Xiren, what are you thinking about? It's not easy to ask you out. You can't just sit here in a daze. There were 3 girls sitting in a booth. The 3 girls were all good-looking. Sitting in the booth, they were like a scenery, especially one of them, who was over 1.8 meters tall. Her long white legs were very eye-catching. Zhang Ziren did not know why she was in a daze. She was thinking about what had happened on the plane. Usually, Zhang Ziren wouldn't be like this because she was a regular here. When she was tired from work, she liked to come here to drink a few glasses and dance for a while. However, she really didn't have any interest tonight. After getting off the plane, Zhang Ziren went to the hospital for some reason. He went to a private hospital, but nothing happened. Zhang Ziren had a preconceived impression of the young man. She felt that there was more to the young man's words. Ziren, let me tell you, there are a lot of handsome guys here today. If you don't want them, then they'll all belong to me. Beside her was a bosom friend who was brimming with a passionate aura. The other one had a childlike face, like a high school student, but his alcohol tolerance was extremely good. He downed a glass of wine in one go, and his expression didn't change at all. Hee, I guess Ziren must be thinking about a man. I wonder when you'll bring a man out for us to see. After all, it's rare to see a beauty like us in a daze. Zhang Ziren rolled his eyes. Shen Yan, don't talk nonsense. I don't have a boyfriend. You, on the other hand, are the most dishonest one. You're always messing around with those young and handsome boys. The high school girl called Shen Yan said proudly, Who told you to have a pair of A's? I'm naturally attractive. Zhang Ziren suppressed the thought in his heart. I haven't had a drink with you for a few days. You're getting cocky now. If I don't get you drunk today, I'm not Zhang Ziren. Zhang Ziren's three best friends were the kind of people who were very open. Zhang Ziren suppressed her thoughts and drank with her best friend without hesitation. Outside the night bar, Lin Fei stood outside and raised his head to look at the bright lights. He frowned slightly. If possible, he really didn't like to come to this kind of place. Although this was a relaxing place for young people, this place was filled with all sorts of darkness for Lin Fei. In the end, Lin Fei still walked in. Because the fifth lord that person was talking about was the owner of the night bar. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't let someone who dared to hit his company's people off so easily. For example, the young people who had been chased away had their memories rewritten by Lin Fei. From then on, they would never cause trouble at the branch company again. As for the leader, he was directly turned into an idiot by Lin Fei. People like that had done a lot of bad things and they wouldn't have a good ending in the future. The bar was bustling with noise. Lin Fei immediately released his divine sense. Very quickly, he found a man in a private room upstairs who matched the description. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a big belly and he was drinking with women in his arms. This should be the fifth lord. Lin Fei made up his mind very quickly and walked up unhurriedly. Hey, isn't he that guy? Why is he here? How can there be such a coincidence in this world? Zhang Ziren, who was on the stage, inadvertently saw a figure. At first, he thought he was mistaken. When he looked again, Zhang Ziren really found that he met that young man again. His first feeling was a little disbelief. After all, Yanjing was so big. It was really not easy to meet someone. Why is he here? Is he also here to hang out in the bar? Zhang Ziren stopped and watched Lin Fei go up to the second floor. He should be here to meet a friend. Zhang Ziren had never forgotten the words at the airport. No, it's not easy to meet someone. I must ask him clearly. Zhang Ziren gritted his teeth and made up his mind. In any case, he must let that person explain to him clearly today. Otherwise, he would always have a question in his heart. Sooner or later, there would be a problem. Lin Fei came to the private room at the end of the corridor. Before he pushed the door open, he heard the voices inside. Young Master Wang, you can rest assured. That branch company can't withstand my people coming every 2 to 3 days. If there are no accidents, they will definitely sign the contract. When that time comes, young Master Wang will have a cornucopia. You don't say, the effect of the cloud shapewear is really good. All the women around me have bought it and worn it. This was a rather old voice, but it was obviously complimentary. You guys seem to be having a good chat. Do you mind if we have a chat together? The fifth lord's name was Zhang Wu. He was the fifth child in the family. Hence, after he became famous, he was called fifth lord. Zhang Wu was ranked fifth, but he was very cruel and merciless. He was also famous in Yanjing. Everyone who saw him would respectfully call him fifth lord, But most people knew that Zhang Wu was a dog of the Wang family. He would do whatever the Wang family wanted him to do. The Wang family was one of the top families in Yanjing. For example, Zhang Wu was working for Wang Dong. Wang Dong was one of the direct descendants of the Wang family. Although he was just a playboy, no one dared to ignore Wang Dong. One word from him could destroy one's family. Zhang Wu and Wang Dong's expressions changed slightly when they heard the unexpected voice. Zhang Wu grabbed a bottle of wine and smashed it at the door. "Get out! Who allowed you to come in? You have no respect for your elders." Zhang Wu mistakenly thought that it was one of his subordinates who came in. After all, everyone knew that this private room was exclusive to Zhang Wu. Ordinary people would not dare to come in. Lin Fei casually waved his hand, and the bottle of wine exploded with a bang. The wine spilled all over the sky and poured on Zhang Wu and Wang Dong's heads like rain. The private room suddenly exploded in chaos. Those who are unimportant can sleep now. The women in Zhang Wu and Wang Dong's arms fell into a deep sleep, leaving only Zhang Wu and Wang Dong looking at each other. Zhang Wu stepped on the ground and pounced on Wang Dong flexibly. He directly used the black tiger steel's heart. "How dare you cause trouble in my place? You must be tired of living." Lin Fei lifted his leg and kicked Zhang Wu away. Zhang Wu directly smashed on the wall. Although it looked like a big movement, there was no sound at all. Zhang Wu was lying on the ground, unable to move. "Friend, this is my territory. Don't you think you are too arrogant to hit my people? Don't you know who I, Wang Dong, am?" Chapter 4107. Compared to Zhang Wu's miserable appearance, Wang Dong was relatively calm. However, the change in the corner of his eyes showed that he was a little nervous. After all, he knew Zhang Wu's strength. Although he was only a Dark Realm expert, he was still an expert in the martial arts circle. However, he did not expect that he would be unable to move after being kicked by someone. It was obvious that this man was definitely an expert. Wang Dong was also a smart person. He directly mentioned his own name. In Yanjing, Wang Dong's reputation was not small. The words top family were not as simple as it sounded. In Yanjing, they were practically influential in both the underworld and the underworld. It could be said that with Wang Dong's name, he could do whatever he wanted in Yanjing. This was also the reason why Wang Dong could be so calm. It was because his Wang family also had martial arts experts. Although he could not see the strength of the person in front of him, Wang Dong was not afraid. This was because the name Wang Dong was enough to make the person in front of him feel fear and dread. "Don't you want to invest in my company? Furthermore, you want to invest 1 million Chinese dollars. I really don't know how your brain works. Just a mere 1 million and you want to invest? Have you asked for my permission?" Lin Fei walked over and sat on the sofa. He casually opened a bottle of wine and poured himself a glass. He slowly took a sip. "So, you are the boss of the company. You are quite young and you are actually a martial artist. Seeing that your strength is not bad, I am willing to let you be my subordinate. In the future, I will take care of your company and make it glorious. You can set up branches everywhere in China and no one will find trouble with you. I only want 90% of your shares. The remaining 10% will be your hard work fee." Wang Dong had naturally investigated the origins of this company. However, he was not very clear about the boss behind the scenes. However, since the other party had taken the initiative to come to him, Wang Dong did not mind accepting him. After all, this was a company that would be worth hundreds of billions in the future. With such a treasure bowl, even his status in the Wang family would rise. Wang Dong knew many secrets. For example, cultivation was not as simple as talent. It also required a large amount of money. If he could obtain a company worth hundreds of billions, even his brothers and sisters might not be his match. Wang Dong, who was originally quite angry, calmed down quite a bit. In any case, it was just Zhang Wu, and he didn't suffer any losses. That was just one of his dogs. If he wasn't satisfied, he could just kill it and get another one. It wasn't easy to come across a profitable company. "You're really thick-skinned." Lin Fei put down his glass and waved his hand. Instantly, Wang Dong felt a huge force colliding with his body. He smashed into the wall and saw stars. He felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Wang Dong didn't expect that the other party would dare to hit him even though they knew his identity. Moreover, the power was so strong that he couldn't block it. Although his talent was average, he was still an early Dark Realm expert. This strike almost broke all the bones in his body. How dare you hit me? Even my father wouldn't dare to hit me like this. How dare you hit me? I'm going to kill you. Wang Dong had never suffered like this before. He struggled to get up, but when he was halfway up, another force hit him, and he slammed into the wall again. This time, the force was even stronger than the last time. He could even hear the sound of his bones cracking. You want to kill me with your strength? Go back and train for 100 years. Lin Fei raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. Wang Dong discovered that he could not move at all. Lin Fei had grabbed him by the neck. Wang Dong was like a dead dog. How dare you touch my company? I don't know who gave you such courage. Or is it because the Wang family behind you is powerful enough to swallow my company? I'll give you a chance now. Go back and ask the experts of your Wang family to come here. Let's see if your Wang family can eat me. With a loud bang, Wang Dong smashed into the wall again. This time, the force was so strong that he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Wang Dong almost couldn't get up. He had never thought that someone would dare to hit him so heavily in Beijing, knowing his identity. Didn't he know that he could call the experts of the Wang family over with a phone call? Or did he think that he could eat the Wang family? Just you wait. If I don't take care of you tonight, then I'm not Wang Dong. Wang Dong struggled to take out his phone and dialed one of the numbers. After a few rings, the call connected. Dad, I was beaten up at night color bar. It's a martial arts expert. Hurry up and ask the experts of the family to come over. Lin Fei initially thought that the person who was targeting his company was Fifth Godfather. However, after coming here, he knew that Fifth Godfather was just a middleman. The real mastermind was Wang Dong. Wang Dong relied on the backing of the top family, the Wang family, to do whatever he wanted. It was normal for him to target a company that was worth hundreds of billions. Lin Fei poured himself another glass of wine. Don't worry, I won't leave. I'll wait for the experts of the Wang family to come. After all, you guys attacked my company. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. If you don't give me an explanation, don't even think about leaving this room today because I have the final say. Lin Fei also knew that the news of him coming to Beijing would definitely be known by many people. Since he had met the Wang family here and dared to target his company, Lin Fei might as well make an example out of Wang Dong. At the very least, he would let those people know that he, Lin Fei, wasn't that easy to deal with. After Wang Dong hung up the phone, he thought that this young man would be afraid and fearful. However, he didn't expect Lin Fan to just mind his own business and drink his wine calmly. This made him confused for a moment. Is he really not afraid of the Wang family? One had to know that when the Wang family was angry, it would cause the earth to shake. He must be pretending. Even if he was a guru, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in front of the Wang family. Wang Dong's eyes flashed with anger. He knew that later, this guy would definitely be afraid and even beg him. Because no one had ever been able to stay safe under the Wang family's anger. At the same time, in a huge courtyard house in Beijing. This courtyard house was different from other courtyards because it used to be a Wang mansion. Now that it was given to the Wang family, it could be said to be a proof of power. In the study room, Wang Qingyun put down her phone. This little B***starred can't not cause trouble for a day. He was beaten up and he still has the nerve to call me. Although Wang Qingyun said that, she still ordered the servants to go to Yi Sei Bar. Ask Qing Yuan to go to Yi Sei Bar and bring that guy back. Also, bring that martial artist back. I want to see which family has the guts to dare to beat up the people of the Wang family. Wang Qingyun was so protective. Shukju website. Chapter 4108. Xiren, why are you in a daze? I noticed that you've been looking upstairs ever since you came down. Could it be that you've seen another handsome guy? Shen Yan said with a smile, if you see a handsome guy, don't hide it. You have to share it with us. Zhang Xiren shook his head and said, there's no handsome guy. You must be mistaken. In fact, after coming down from the stage, Zhang Xiren really looked upstairs. He thought that the man would come down soon, but after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see him. Zhang Xiren wished he could go up there himself. Zhang Xiren finally persuaded his two best friends to stop talking about it. Then, he accidentally saw a familiar figure. Isn't that Wang Qingyuan from the Wang family? Zhang Ziren blinked and couldn't believe it. Wang Qingyuan was a Grand Master expert of the Wang family, and he rarely came to places like bars. Zhang Ziren had seen him once or twice at banquets, so he remembered Wang Qingyuan. Zhang Ziren really couldn't believe seeing Wang Qingyuan in such a place. People who practiced martial arts would rarely come to places like bars. For them, alcohol was poison, and it was a big taboo for martial artists. Unless their strength reached a certain level, they would be affected. In addition to Wang Qingyuan, Zhang Ziren also saw several disciples of the Wang family, who were not weak. Wang Qingyuan came to this bar in person to catch someone? For some reason, a figure appeared in Zhang Ziren's mind. I must be thinking too much. That person is not a martial artist, so he won't offend Wang Qingyuan. Wang Qingyuan must be here to catch someone, or a disciple of the Wang family is making trouble here. But it must be something big for Wang Qingyuan to come here. Zhang Ziren finally decided to go up and have a look. While his two best friends were dancing, Zhang Ziren went up to the second floor and saw the disciple of the Wang family standing at the door at the end of the corridor. There was a loud bang. The door was pushed open. The moment it was pushed open, the whole door was smashed by an overbearing force. The sawdust contained a force and went straight to Lin Fei, who was sitting on the sofa. Under the control of this power, these sawdust flew straight towards Lin Fei. Not a single piece flew out. It was clear that the control of this power had reached a very high level. Uncle Qingyuan, you're finally here. This is great. This is the guy who injured me. You must capture him. This unexpected scene made Wang Dong, who had been lying on the ground, excited. Especially when he saw who it was, he knew that this person wouldn't be able to get any benefits tonight. Wang Qingyuan was a grandmaster expert in the family. Although he was not the most famous one, he was still a genuine grandmaster. He had cultivated step by step, and he was not someone who could be compared to those who were not as good as him. Wang Qingyuan also saw the situation in the private room the moment he pushed the door open. That was why he suddenly launched an attack and shattered the wooden door. He wanted to show off his power first. Especially after seeing Wang Dong lying on the ground, Wang Qingyuan realized the benefits of taking the initiative to gain the upper hand. Your Wang family is really overbearing. You shattered the wooden door the moment you arrived. Are you trying to show off your power? The sawdust that filled the sky suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Lin Fei, who was drinking, slowly put down his wine cup. Since your Wang family is so overbearing, I will return this gift to you. With a wave of his hand, as if he was throwing away a piece of trash, the sawdust instantly changed direction and enveloped Wang Qingyuan and the other disciples of the Wang family. Quick dodge! Wang Qingyuan's expression changed as he hurriedly sent out palm strikes. Every palm strike created a strong wind and huge waves as he tried to shake the sawdust away. However, Wang Qingyuan had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. Even though Lin Fei had just casually waved his hand, the force contained in the sawdust was not something that he could resist. Bang 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 bang. Wang Qingyuan sent out 5 or 6 palm strikes. When the palm winds struck the wood shavings did not fly out. Instead, they only shook slightly before continuing to attack. Wood shavings filled the sky like a meteor shower. With every palm strike, Wang Qingyuan took a step back. He retreated from the door to the corridor. The disciples of the Wang family who had been following behind him were not so lucky. One by one, they fell to the ground, their bodies more or less pierced by sawdust. Blood flowed from their wounds as they wailed in pain. Until now, they still had not reacted. Just a mere sawdust had seriously injured them. Wang Qingyuan was not much better. His left and right shoulders, including his chest, were pierced with sawdust. However, his strength was relatively strong, and he bore most of the force. Even so, he still looked very miserable. He leaned against the wall, his hands and feet trembling slightly. His pupils contracted as he stared at the young man sitting on the sofa. Who are you? I know all the experts in Yanjin, but none of them are as young as you. Wang Qingyuan's tone was also solemn. Originally, he thought that coming here was just a small matter. Who would have thought that the other party was so strong? He had been injured after coming here. The difference in strength could be seen immediately. Doesn't the Wang family have a lot of connections? It's not difficult for the top families in Yanjin to find clues about me. Of course, you can also ask the disciples of the Wang family what happened. Today, I'm just teaching you a little lesson. Go back and tell the master of the Wang family that I'll pay a visit in 5 days. Wang Qingyuan's pupils contracted again. Pay a visit to the Wang family? This is too much. Our Wang clan will definitely welcome your excellency. Wang Qingyuan did not dare to attack again. He shook off the sawdust on his body, helped Wang Dong up, turned around and left. He did not say too many harsh words, because it was meaningless. When he came out with Wang Dong, Wang Qingyuan saw Zhang Ziren. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, but he did not say anything. He turned around and left. Zhang Ziren was also dumbfounded. He had never thought that Wang Qingyuan, a guru, would be defeated so easily. What shocked Zhang Ziren even more was that the voice that came from the private room was the voice that he could not be more familiar with. He actually defeated Wang Qingyuan. For a moment, Zhang Ziren felt that the world was in chaos. This is a guru strong. Zhang Ziren knew better than anyone else how powerful a guru strong was. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were Earth immortals. Why did the 5 big families in Yanjin become the top families? It was because they had many guru strong and controlled a large number of resources. Without a guru strong, no family could last long, because they could not defend themselves against a guru strong's attack. Beauty, you've been watching for so long. Don't you want to come in and have a seat? Shook House website. Chapter 4109. He actually knows me. Zhang Ziren was at a loss. Before, Zhang Ziren really wanted to see him to solve the doubts in his heart. After Wang Qingyuan was injured, Zhang Ziren's thoughts changed completely. The person in the box must be a grandmaster expert to be able to defeat Wang Qingyuan so easily. Zhang Ziren couldn't believe that such a young grandmaster expert could be so powerful. There were many grandmaster experts in Yanjing, and there were many young ones as well. However, it was rare to see someone like Lin Fan, who was able to hide his aura perfectly. It could be seen that Lin Fan's talent was beyond imagination. Zhang Ziren took a deep breath. He walked into the room. As expected, there was only one person in the room. We should be quite fated. We just separated at the airport during the day and met in this bar at night. Let's have a drink. Lin Fei raised the glass in his hand. It's my honor to have a drink with a young guru. I don't know if I'm qualified to know your name, handsome. You'll know after drinking this glass of wine. Anyway, you have a lot of doubts in your heart. What do you want to know in the long night? I can tell you. Lin Fei never thought that he would meet Zhang Ziren here. In fact, after Zhang Ziren went upstairs, he already knew that no one could escape the detection of his divine sense, let alone someone like Zhang Ziren, who he had already met once. On the other side, Wang Qingyuan returned to the Wang mansion with Wang Dong immediately. Wang Qingyuan, who thought it was a small matter, suddenly saw Wang Qingyuan injured, and his expression changed. You're injured, who did it? Is it those bastards from the 4 families? In Wang Qingyuan's mind, only the 4 families could injure Wang Qingyuan. Among them, the most suspicious should be the Gao family, the Lin family, and the Yan family. Because the strength of these 3 families was on the same level as the Wang family. As for the number 1 family, the Yi family, it was naturally an exception. Wang Qingyuan smiled bitterly. He's not from the 4 great clans. He should be an outsider. He's very strong and looks to be less than 30 years old. I didn't even have a chance to make a move against him before I was defeated. Wang Qingyuan had thought that he would only be injured after exchanging blows for a long time, but he had never thought that this would be the result. He found it hard to believe, and his gaze became cold as he turned to Wang Dong and said, "Kneel." Outside, Wang Dong could indulge in debauchery and was respectfully addressed as young Master Dong. However, in front of his own father, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. With a plop, he obediently knelt on the ground. Dad, I didn't know that kid was so powerful. Really, if I knew he was so powerful, I definitely wouldn't have thought about his company. In front of his father, Wang Dong honestly explained everything. He knew that if he didn't explain everything clearly and waited, he would only welcome his father's roar and rage. Wang Qingyuan's expression was uncertain. He had thought that it was someone from the 4 great clans, but he didn't expect that such a small matter would provoke a grandmaster powerhouse. Big brother, that person said that he would visit our Wang family in 5 days. It seems that he doesn't intend to let it go. Wang Qingyuan smiled coldly. He still wants to visit our Wang family. He's quite bold. Immediately arrange for someone to investigate this person's background. I want to know all his information. Since the Wang family became a top family, no one had dared to visit their Wang family for a long time. No matter who the other party was, Wang Qingyun was ready to teach him a deep lesson. Your name is Lin Fei. Why does this name sound familiar? Zhang Ziren had a good capacity for alcohol. After drinking a glass of wine, he heard the other party's name as he wished. At first glance, he felt that he had heard of it somewhere. You are Lin Fei from Donghai, the owner of Longting Villa, the strongest person in Donghai. Zhang Ziren was a person in the martial arts circle. At first, he didn't notice it, but he had heard of the name Lin Fei more or less. He couldn't help but exclaim. It turns out that my fame has spread so far. Zhang Ziren smiled. I really admire you. You are now a cornucopia in everyone's eyes. Everyone wants to snatch this cornucopia away from you. You still have the nerve to say that. Lin Fei smiled and said, It's because I'm a cornucopia that I came to Yanjing to see how arrogant and domineering the big forces in Yanjing are. Today, I have learned something new. In fact, Zhang Ziren also wanted to say that she had also learned something new. After all, that was a member of the Wang family and a grandmaster. He was really powerful and domineering. Zhang Ziren also believed in her intuition more and more. Maybe Lin Fei really knew something. Previously at the airport, I remember someone said that the next time we meet, you will solve my doubts. I wonder if you can solve my doubts now? Zhang Ziren's tone was a little nervous. The things that a grandmaster could see were far beyond her imagination. Lin Fei laughed out loud. I've always been a man of my word. I'll definitely tell you the next time we meet. Are you sure you want to hear it? Zhang Ziren took a deep breath. I want to hear it. Please tell me. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Actually, it's not a big deal. I want to congratulate you in advance because you have caught the eye of a big shot. If nothing goes wrong, it should not be long before this big shot comes to find you. Zhang Ziren's heart skipped a beat. She felt as if there were thorns in her body. She stood up. How do you know? Zhang Ziren had never had a boyfriend since she was young. During this period, there were many handsome men who came to find her, but after that, they all disappeared. Her family clearly told her that she was not allowed to fall in love when she was 20 years old. At that time, Zhang Ziren did not understand anything. But now, after hearing Lin Fei's words, she finally understood. It turned out that she had caught the eye of a big shot. This is what I saw from you. To put it simply, you have a blood mark on your body. That is to say, you are someone's exclusive product. You should be able to understand it, right? Zhang Ziren sat on the sofa. Her beautiful face turned pale and she muttered to herself, Kunlun's secret land, it must be Kunlun's secret land. How good was Lin Fei's eyesight? When they were on the plane, he saw the difference in Zhang Ziren. Now hearing Zhang Ziren say the words, Kunlun's secret land, Lin Fei's eyes lit up and then returned to normal. Thank you, Lin Fei, for helping me solve the doubts in my heart. After a long time, Zhang Ziren stood up. Although her body was a little shaky, she still thanked Lin Fei. I'm leaving. Shukju website. Chapter 4110. That night, Lin Fei stayed in a 5-star hotel in Yanjing. At the same time, he contacted Yu Zishan to find out more about the Kunlun Mystery Land. From what Zhang Ziren said, Lin Fei could tell that the Kunlun Mystery Land should be a great mystery land, which was very different from the Yin ruins. Now, Lin Fei was not interested in other things, but he was actually quite interested in the secret lands of the Yin ruins. To him, there would be some interesting things in those places. One night was enough for the Wang family to find some useful information. They found the video from the bar and immediately sent people to look for it. During breakfast in the morning, there was an extra document on Wang Qingyun's table. Wang Qingyun did not have a good appetite because of what happened last night, so he put it down after eating a few mouthfuls of porridge. Picking up the folder, Wang Qingyun was shocked when he opened it. It's actually this guy. How could it be him? Wang Qingyun thought that it was someone with 3 heads and 6 arms, but he did not expect it to be a new star in the martial arts circle. Wang Qingyuan came in at the same time. He had almost recovered after a night of recuperation. Big brother, do you know who that guy is? Wang Qingyuan had never suffered a loss since he became a grandmaster, but he still could not forget that he had suffered a loss in the hands of that guy. His heart was filled with murderous intent. The person who defeated you is called Lin Fei, the #1 expert in Dong Hai. Wang Qingyun continued to look at the information in the folder. The introduction was very simple, which made Lin Fei seem very mysterious. I really did not expect that this company, which will be worth hundreds of billions of dollars in the future, is actually run by this guy. Wang Qingyuan really did not know who Lin Fei was. But the words #1 expert in Dong Hai still shocked him greatly. Big brother, are you sure? That guy is the #1 expert in Dong Hai. Wang Qingyuan threw the folder over. Look at it yourself. Wang Qingyuan read all the way down and his face became solemn. He was very confident in the information from the investigation. My goodness, this brat is still a dragon crossing the river. He caused so much trouble in the East Sea, and his enemies are all over the world. He even beat up people from the Yen clan. He really is a troublemaker. Wang Qingyuan put down the folder and sneered. Big brother, what are you going to do? Wang Qingyuan's gaze was cold. Of course we're waiting for Lin Fei to come. Since they want to visit our Wang family has to show our strength. Since he's here, he doesn't have to leave. A company worth hundreds of billions of dollars is enough to be our Wang family's compensation. Lin Fei woke up very early. After enjoying the exquisite breakfast in a 5-star hotel, a stranger knocked at his door. It was a very young man. He looked to be less than 25 years old, and his behavior was very mature. Hello, I'm Zhang Yi from the Yen Huang battle team. Today, I'll be bringing you to meet the chief of our battle team. The young man smiled as he took out an identification card and handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei glanced at it and saw that it was Zhang Yi from the Yen Huang battle team. As for whether or not he was really from the Yen Huang battle team, Lin Fei didn't really care. Then I'll have to trouble you. Young Master Lin, you're too polite. This is what I should do. The car is parked downstairs. Please follow me. Zhang Yi drove a black Volkswagen and was very low-key. Of course, he was also quite surprised by this Lin Fei. Not everyone had the good fortune to be able to meet the chief of the Yen Huang battle team. Although he knew that Lin Fei had caused a huge commotion in the East Sea, he really didn't think that the chief of the Yen Huang battle team would meet Lin Fei. After getting into the car, Lin Fei closed his eyes to rest. When the car drove into an alley, Lin Fei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Your chief of the Yen Huang battle team really knows how to find a place to stay. Zhang Yi parked the car on the side of the road. Young Master Lin, you really have a good eye. This place was personally chosen by the chief of the Yen Huang battle team. Every time I come here, I feel that the other places are not good. After getting out of the car, Zhang Yi led the way in front and finally came to the front of a mansion. There were 2 words hanging on the top of the mansion, Wang Mansion. Looking at these words, Lin Fei smiled. This Yi family was really powerful. Looking at this scale, this courtyard house must have been a Wang mansion before. They walked into the Wang mansion. A warm aura greeted them. A light breath could relax one's pores, as if they had eaten a heavenly peach. Lin Fei's expression didn't change much. It was as if he had walked into his own home. This also shocked Zhang Yi. As a member of the Yen Huang battle team, he more or less knew that the Wang mansion wasn't an ordinary place. It was a paradise. It was a place that all martial artists yearned for. Every time he came to the Wang mansion, Zhang Yi couldn't help but want to train here before going back. Under normal circumstances, if the chief of the Yen Huang battle team agreed to train in the Yi mansion, many people would be envious. He originally thought that Lin Fei, who came from another province, would be shocked by this paradise. He didn't expect him to be like an ordinary person. There wasn't any change in his expression at all. He didn't even look surprised. It was as if it was natural. Indeed, there are differences between people. At the very least, he and I aren't on the same level. You are Lin Fei, known as the strongest person in the East Sea. As he passed through the courtyard, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking a stone path. This person held a blade with both hands. He had a rough aura as he walked towards Lin Fei. This person had the back of a bear and the waist of a bear. His eyebrows were like knives, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. He just stared at Lin Fei. Brother 4, This is the person the chief of the Yan Huang battle team wants to see, Zhang Yi said immediately. The person called Brother 4 said, stand to the side. This has nothing to do with you. I'm just asking if you are Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled faintly. You should be a bladesman, and your temper isn't small either. You probably want to teach me a lesson. Since I'm here, I might as well show you my blade techniques. Otherwise, you won't be able to calm down. When Zhang Yi heard this, he didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately moved to the side. He knew his fourth brother's temper. He was famous for being irritable. He was especially disdainful of people with undeserved reputations. It was obvious that his fourth brother treated Lin Fei as one of those people with undeserved reputations. Brother 4's name was Yi Fan. Yi Fan indeed looked down on those who had an undeserved reputation, and Lin Fei was one of them. However, Lin Fei's words surprised him. You're not as weak as you look. I'm Master's fourth disciple, Yi Fan. I love to fight with the younger generation. You're the #1 expert in the East Sea. Unless you can defeat me, you don't have to go in today. If you can't even defeat me, how can you meet my master? Yi Fan said coldly. There was a buzz. Yi Fan unsheathed his saber. With just a simple unsheathing, he used the unsheathing technique and slashed at Lin Fei. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 41:11. At the end of the gravel path, two people looked over. Both of them were in their 30s. The one in the lead looked like he was in his 40s. Junior brother has made his move. His sword drawing technique is even more powerful than before. I wonder if Lin Fei can withstand it. The one who spoke was Yi Long, the fifth junior brother. He was also the youngest, just 30 years old this year. I'm guessing that Lin Fei definitely won't be able to withstand it. Fifth junior brother's saber drawing technique has been practiced for 10 years. No one has ever been able to withstand the power of his saber. Even if they could withstand his saber drawing technique, how could they withstand his saber technique? Even the few of us know the flaws of his saber drawing technique, so we could barely withstand it. If it were Lin Fei, it would be good enough if he didn't get injured. Who knows, he might even end up in a sorry state. These two were the disciples of Yi Xian, the god of war. They were also inner disciples, one of the only 5. The 5 of them were all talented individuals, and among the younger generation, they were the cream of the crop. They had never paid much attention to the younger generation. Lin Fei was the #1 powerhouse in Donghai. He had defeated many powerhouses in a short time and appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, many people were dissatisfied. The few of them were one of them. Among the younger generation, only the geniuses of a few clans could compete with them. The others were not qualified. As for those from other provinces, they did not even take them seriously. As soon as they heard that Lin Fei was coming, the few of them put down their business and came back. They wanted to see what Lin Fei was capable of. Therefore, they let their fourth junior brother, Yi Fan, who had the worst temper, attack first. They wanted to see what level Lin Fei had reached. They were all master powerhouses. There was really nothing to be afraid of. Yi Fan, who was still talking a moment ago, drew his saber in the next moment. This move was extremely fast, leaving only an afterimage. It was impossible to see Yi Fan draw his saber. They only saw him raise his hand, and a dangerous hair-raising aura greeted them. It was just a matter of leading the way, but in the end, it turned out like this. Zhang Yi did not know how to explain it. As for being angry, how could he dare to be angry? He only hoped that Lin Fei could block Yi Fan's blade. Yi Fan drew his saber in the blink of an eye. You can't even block my saber and you still want to meet my master? Yi Fan's eyes were filled with disdain. That was because his saber had indeed slashed across the other party's body. As for whether the other party lived or died, that had nothing to do with Yi Fan. Yi Fan was very confident in his saber drawing technique. No matter which warrior it was, even if it was a grandmaster, as long as he drew his saber in front of his opponent, there would be no third choice. Are you sure you hit me just now? A lazy voice came from a place not far away. Yi Fan's pupils constricted. He saw Lin Fei standing at his previous position. No, he was one step away from his previous position. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, that smile was filled with mockery. You actually dodged my attack. So it was your afterimage that I hit just now. Looks like you do have some strength. Yi Fan's expression returned to normal. Then I'll let you have a taste of my real saber technique. He drew his saber out of its sheath and slashed horizontally. This slash was different from other saber techniques. This slash belonged to an arc with ripples. In an instant, it turned into 4 attacks, locking Lin Fei in front, back, left, and right. This is my own saber technique. It's called lock and can lock anyone. Yi Fan was proud. He did not practice saber techniques all the way. Instead, he combined various saber techniques and created his own saber technique. His strength had improved greatly. They were both in the Grandmaster realm, but his strength was already equivalent to the existence at the Grandmaster peak. Even the existence at the Grandmaster peak was not necessarily a match for him. This move alone is not enough. Show me all the saber techniques you know. Don't hide them. It's very boring. Lin Fei still smiled faintly. In the face of the incoming saber technique, he also looked indifferent. I missed again. Yi Fan displayed the saber technique with great confidence, but he did not expect that he still missed. He did not see how Lin Fan moved, but he hid an afterimage. It could only be said that the moment he attacked, Lin Fan had already left. Yi Fan could only prove that Lin Fan's body movement was extremely fast. He was a little angry. He strode over and slashed with the saber technique in his hand. There was a trace of strangeness in the slash, which made it impossible to guard against. It was clearly aimed at the chest a moment ago, but the next moment, it appeared on the back. It could be seen that Yi Fan's mastery of the moves had reached the level of perfection. However, such a saber technique could not do anything to Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not move from beginning to end. He stood with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. It seems that you have used all your saber techniques. It's a pity that your saber technique can't touch me. Yi Fan's temper had also reached its peak. It was a great blow to a saber user that his saber had missed again and again. That's impossible. My saber will definitely see blood. Another saber slash came. This time, it broke through Yi Fan's previous limit. Lin Fei raised his hand and flicked it. There was a crisp sound. With a loud rumble, a wall not far away was smashed through. There was a splash and a lot of water splashed. It turned out that Yi Fan's saber slash was flicked away by Lin Fei's finger and fell into the water. Brother Yi, you are already a big shot. Why do you have to make things difficult for them? A voice came from the inner yard. It was the voice of the #1 war god, Yi Xian. War god Yi, your disciple's saber technique needs to be improved. He slashed me 136 times. However, among these 136 slashes, there are 76 flaws. Fortunately, he met me. If he met an enemy, forget about 136 slashes. He would probably be killed after 13 slashes. Your disciple still needs to be nurtured. The 2 disciples watching from the corner felt their scalps go numb. He actually saw through it? How is that possible? You must know that the flaws in Junior Brother's saber techniques are impossible to grasp. That's why Junior Brother chose to practice swift saber techniques. But now, this Lin Fei is too scary. If I were to fight with someone like him, I'm afraid I'll be killed within a few moves. Lin Fei's mood was not affected by the arrival of these people. He walked into the inner yard with a faint smile on his face. In the inner yard, there were fake mountains and water streams. There were pavilions on the water and birds chirping. The Yi clan's paradise is indeed different. Cultivating here for a month is equivalent to cultivating for a year. It's really a good place to cultivate. Brother Yi, your eyesight is indeed extraordinary. You saw through it with just a glance. My disciples were actually unconvinced. Fortunately, you showed them mercy. Otherwise, they would have lost all their face. Chapter 41:12. Yi Xian was well aware that his disciple Yi Fan was testing Lin Fei, but he did not stop him. He wanted to see how strong Lin Fei was. Yi Xian was shocked by the result. Yi Fan's bladesmanship was sharp. He was not at the innate level, but he was not far from it. He had always been one of Yi Xian's prides. However, in front of Lin Fei, his disciple had no advantage at all. If Lin Fei wanted to kill Yi Fan, he would only need one move. Yi Xian said. He could not afford to lose face if the fight continued. At the same time, he began to value Lin Fei more. Because until now, Yi Xian had not been able to tell what level Lin Fei was at. It was like a huge mountain, too high to climb, with no end in sight. Yi Xian had not felt this way for a long time. This time, he felt it on Lin Fei. This is a very strange feeling. I think you have been stuck in the late stage of the innate level for a long time. You are only one step away from the innate level. If nothing goes wrong, you will not have a chance to break through to this level. Because you became an innate level too late. There are too many restrictions. While Yi Xian was still thinking about how to say it, Lin Fei spoke first. He poured himself a cup of tea and tasted it with a smile. But for Yi Xian, those words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in his heart. You can see through my level. There were only a handful of people in the entire Yanjing who could see through his realm. It could even be said that there was not a single person who could. However, Lin Fei had seen through his realm not long after they met. This made Yi Xian feel terrified. Yi Xian became an innate level powerhouse at the age of 45. Although he was only 45 years old, he was still a genius among the younger generation. In fact, Yi Xian knew that his talent was average. Becoming an innate level powerhouse at the age of 45 was very slow. He knew that if he could become an innate level powerhouse before the age of 30, he would be the best among the innate level powerhouses. He was far from that level. Yi Xian was currently stuck in the late stage of the innate level. He was only one step away from achieving the great completion of the innate level. However, Yi Xian had been stuck at this step for 10 years. Although it was only the difference between the late stage of the innate level and the great attainment of the innate level, Yi Xian knew very well that once he broke through to the great attainment of the innate level, his overall strength would skyrocket by 4 or 5 times. That was what Yi Xian valued the most. His lifespan would also increase, and he might even get a glimpse of a mysterious realm. That was a higher level of life. It's not strange for me to see through your realm. I also know that you've been stuck in this realm for at least 10 years. Lin Fei said with a smile, as if he was talking about something casual. Unfortunately, you suffered an internal injury back then and didn't recuperate properly, leaving behind an internal injury. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been stuck in this realm for 10 years, such a long time. Yi Xian was shocked again. Of course, he knew what Lin Fei was talking about. That year, he had just entered the innate level and fought with an innate strong. Although he killed his opponent, he was seriously injured. He thought that he had fully recovered in the past 10 years. However, after hearing what Lin Fei said, he knew that there must have been something wrong with his body back then. He didn't recuperate properly, so he was stuck in this small realm and couldn't make any progress. Not many people knew about this secret. Now that Lin Fei had taken the initiative to tell him about it, Yi Xian realized that Lin Fei's background was more mysterious than he had imagined. I've met you and I've drunk your tea. Since you're the #1 god of war in Huaxia, I'll lend you a hand. Lin Fei came to Yanjing this time because he wanted to see the atmosphere in Yanjing. Of course, he also wanted to meet the god of war of Huaxia, Yi Xian. From the first time he saw Yi Xian, Lin Fei knew that this god of war was not as powerful as he had imagined. He was in the late stage of the innate level. Although he looked powerful, he had already suffered internal injuries. If he fought with a strong person again, he would sooner or later suffer the same injuries, unless he could improve. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, it was almost impossible for Yi Xian to improve. You can take me one step further. Yi Xian found it hard to believe. This was the difference between the late stage of the innate level and the full level of the innate level. Although it was only a small realm, it was as difficult as reaching the sky. Lin Fei laughed heartily. In my eyes, this is nothing. If Huaxia doesn't have an expert like you, those foreign experts will be able to do whatever they want. Smiling, Lin Fei pointed his finger. Yi Xian's heart trembled. In the face of this finger, he couldn't put up any resistance. He let the finger touch the center of his eyebrows. Wah! Yi Xian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. This mouthful of black blood gave off a rotten smell when it landed on the ground. After spitting out this mouthful of black blood, Yi Xian felt that his body was completely different. It was a light and agile feeling that he didn't have before. I've already gotten rid of the internal injuries in your body. If you recuperate for a while and try to break through again, you will definitely be able to break through to the full innate level. To Lin Fei, this was just a trivial matter. In Yi Xian's ears, Lin Fei was like a second parent. He could clearly feel that he was different. Just as he said, as long as he recuperated his body, he would naturally be able to break through to the full innate level. He had been unable to break through because of the internal injuries in his body, which caused problems in his cultivation. Although it was only a small problem, it was a huge problem when it came to breaking through, and it would be infinitely magnified. Yi Xian also thought to himself that it was lucky that he didn't find someone to deal with Lin Fei. Otherwise, the entire Yanjing and even the Yan Huang battle team would be in chaos. He also realized that there would always be someone stronger than him. Although he hadn't fought with Lin Fei, but judging from his actions, he knew that Lin Fei was much stronger than him. In fact, he didn't even have the confidence to force Lin Fei to use his full strength. Thank you, young Master Lin, for helping me get rid of the internal injuries in my body and allowing me to peak into a higher level. I can't thank you enough. Yi Xian stood up and bowed to Lin Fei. This was from the bottom of his heart. When the 3 disciples outside saw this scene, they were also dumbfounded. That was their master. How could he possibly bow to Lin Fei? This was too unbelievable. If word of this got out, the entire Yanjing would be in an uproar. Lin Fei didn't let Yi Xian stop and enjoyed his bow with peace of mind. After all, this was Yi Xian's personal wish. If he wasn't allowed to thank him in person, it would naturally affect his mentality. I've received your gratitude. Then I should also leave. Lin Fei stood up and prepared to leave. Bookseller's website. Chapter 41:13. Lin Fei had come here for no particular reason other than to meet the #1 war god. After doing this, Lin Fei naturally had to leave. Young Master Lin, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Yi Xian's attitude changed very quickly. Lin Fei, who was about to get up, stopped and sat back down. You know that I'm not interested in fighting and killing. If you want me to be an elder of the Yan Huang battle team, then forget it. I'm used to being free and unrestrained, and I'm not interested in other things. Lin Fei was only here for a stroll. He naturally did not want to be an elder of the upper echelons. This sort of sesame seed status was really meaningless. Yi Xian indeed had the intention of letting Lin Fei join the Yan Huang battle team and become an elder. He even wanted to give the position of chief to Lin Fei, because Lin Fei's strength made him more qualified to be the chief. Yi Xian was also convinced. When looking at a person, one did not need to make a move to be able to sense it from other aspects. Moreover, Yi Xian was a late-stage innate stage expert, and his eyesight was extraordinary. Naturally, he could sense a different aura from Lin Fei. I wonder if young Master Lin has heard of the Kunlun secret realm, Yi Xian suddenly said. Lin Fei nodded. I've heard of the Kunlun secret realm, but I don't know much about it. Could it be that this Kunlun secret realm is different? This was the 3rd time Lin Fei had heard of the Kunlun secret realm. He could sense a solemn aura from Yi Xian. Clearly, this Kunlun secret realm was not simple. Yi Xian was really afraid that Lin Fei did not know about this Kunlun secret realm. You definitely don't know why the position of an elder in the Yan Huang battle team would attract so many people. That's because those who become elders are all qualified to enter the Kunlun secret realm to cultivate. And the Kunlun secret realm is the #1 sacred place in China. I also came from the Kunlun secret realm, but in the Kunlun secret realm, I was just an ordinary disciple. Yi Xian said with a bitter smile. Lin Fei really did not know about these secrets, so he was not too shocked. After all, he could see that Yi Xian was the strongest in history. At this age, at this level, he must have had some miraculous encounters. Now it seemed that it was just as he had guessed. Lin Fei had been observing Lin Fei. He had thought that Lin Fei would be very excited after mentioning the Kunlun secret realm. However, Lin Fei was very calm. His calmness was incredible. After all, it was the Kunlun secret realm. The Kunlun secret realm is the #1 sacred place in our country. Could it be that there's something special about it? Lin Fei could also tell that the Kunlun secret realm was indeed not simple. It could actually become the #1 sacred place, and even the #1 war god, Yi Xian, was a disciple of the Kunlun secret realm. No wonder he has always been the #1 war god. He has a backer. Because the Kunlun secret realm controls the path to heaven. As for what exactly the path to heaven is, I'm not too sure. Every year, the Kunlun secret realm will release a quota for the geniuses of China to cultivate. I think that young Master Lin is a genius. If you become an elder in the Yan Huang battle team, you will be qualified to enter the Kunlun secret realm to cultivate. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. But the words path to heaven still surprised him. Others might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could definitely tell that the Kunlun's secret realm might control an entrance to another world. And to put it more bluntly, the Kunlun's secret realm was a gatekeeper. Are there many experts in the Kunlun's secret realm? Yi Xian nodded. There are many masters in the Kunlun's secret realm, such as the leader and the elders. Their strength is unfathomable, and all the elders are innate masters. Back then, there were countless innate masters in the world, and there were even Western masters who invaded Huaxia. In the end, it was also the people from the Kunlun's secret realm who took action. I remember that only one elder came that time, and he killed and injured all the Western masters single-handedly with his sword. Since then, Huaxia has become the mysterious East. Until now, Western experts do not dare to barge in. Lin Fei pondered. This expert from the Kunlun's secret realm should have surpassed the innate stage. To put it simply, he was an expert in the Qi realm. Only then could he easily kill innate stage experts. Lin Fei was instantly interested. Then do you know where the entrance to the Kunlun's secret realm is? Yi Xian shook his head. We don't know where the Kunlun's secret realm is. We only know that it is on the Kunlun mountain. Every time, it is the people from the Kunlun's secret realm who take the initiative to bring us in. Outsiders cannot enter at all. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. In that case, I have to be a high-level elder in order to be qualified to enter the Kunlun's secret realm. Yi Xian nodded. That is the fastest way. With young Master Lin's strength, there is no doubt that you will become the 5th high-level elder in the Yan Huang battle team. Those people will not be a match for you. From what you're saying, there will be a fight for the position of high-level elder. Lin Fei indeed wanted to go to the Kunlun's secret realm to take a look. After all, for a Qi realm expert to appear, the sect leader might even be a foundation establishment expert. Lin Fei was quite interested in the world of the path to heaven. Lin Fei knew that the waters of China were deep, but he did not expect that it would involve the Kunlun's secret realm. To be able to be called a holy land, it was naturally a place that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Its foundation was deep, and the more such a place was, the happier Lin Fei would be. I want the position of high-level elder in the Yan Huang battle team. When the examination is held, just arrange for someone to inform me. I believe that the Yan Huang battle team will be able to find me easily. Lin Fei stood up and casually glanced at the empty space beside him. Your stealth secret technique is too weak, and you can't control your breathing well. It doesn't matter if you're next to an ordinary expert, but if it were an expert like me, you wouldn't even know how you died. A figure fell out, his face filled with fear and unease. It was Yi Xian's eldest disciple, Gue Wuying. Luckily you didn't do anything. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing until now. Lin Fei stood up and left. Yi Xian's expression was also constantly changing. It's good that everyone knows about what happened today. Once it gets out, I will be expelled from the Yi residence and the Yan Huang battle team. Yi Xian directly issued a gag order. If other forces knew that Lin Fei from the East Sea had unfathomable strength, and even surpassed the innate stage, it would definitely cause a series of reactions. After issuing a gag order, Yi Xian released the news that Lin Fei was going to become a high-level elder. When the news came out, all the forces in Yanjing were in an uproar, especially the 5 major clans. No, it should be said that the 4 major clans' masters were all furious. One had to know that the position of high-level elder in the Yan Huang battle team was a treasure in their eyes. Now that it had fallen into Lin Fei's hands, how could they be satisfied? Bookseller's website. Chapter 41:14. When the news that Lin Fei would become the 5th elder of the Yan Huang battle team came out, all the forces in Yanjing were stunned. Then, all the forces were unhappy. The Yan Huang battle team's chief, Yi Xian, also received visits from countless big shots. Without exception, they were all here for the position of elder of the Yan Huang battle team. Lin Fei did not care about these things. After leaving the Yi residence, he had forgotten about them. The position of elder of the Yan Huang battle team was not something he wanted to be. It was just that he was interested in the Kunlun's secret realm, so he decided to go there. If Lin Fei really went to look for the Kunlun's secret realm, it would just be a waste of time. He really did not believe that there was a secret realm that he could not find. It was not a good thing to look for it personally. It would be too ostentatious. After meeting the #1 war god Yi Xian, Lin Fei had also solved many of his doubts. He could finally let go of everything. For example, There was one more thing that needed to be resolved, and that was the manager of the branch company. Once again, he came to the branch company. Everyone in the company had a huge change in their attitude towards this young boss. After that day, no one came to the branch company to cause trouble. Ever since the cloud shapewear became a popular product, many people wanted to join this company, especially young girls. They loved the cloud shapewear so much that they wanted to wear it every day. Therefore, more than anyone else, they wanted to understand this company and participate in it. As long as one was not an idiot, they could see that this company would develop even more cloud shapewear products in the future. Boss, would you like a cup of coffee or a cup of green tea or black tea? Sitting in his office, a tall and slender secretary said in a crisp voice. A cup of black tea will do. By the way, are the interviewees here yet? We've already called to inform them. They are all waiting outside. As long as the boss says the word, they can come in. Then inform them to prepare to come in for the interview. Actually, Lin Fei did not like things like interviews. However, he had no choice. This was the branch company, and at the same time it was the most important place to seize the market. In the entire Huaxia, Yanjing, Donghai, and even Hangzhou, these were all first-tier cities. He had to first gain a foothold. Now, Yunchu's products were very popular, and they had to set up all sorts of branch companies. This was the only way to take over the whole Chinese market. Lin Fei reluctantly came to be an interviewer. The first person to come in for the interview was a middle-aged man. He looked gentle and refined. Although Lin Fei didn't have much experience in interviewing, he was the boss. As long as he felt that one person could do it, it was fine. Very quickly, they came in for the interview one by one. However, Lin Fei was not very satisfied with all of them. That was because these people's personalities were more or less problematic. One of them even had possessive thoughts. Although it was hidden very well, how could it be hidden from Lin Fei's eyes? With just one sentence, the other party revealed the secret in his heart. This also made Lin Fei feel quite disappointed. You may know a person's face, but not his heart. If they hired such a person to be the manager of the branch in Beijing would definitely have all kinds of problems and huge losses. There's only the last one left. If this last one is not good enough, then I can only choose the tallest one among the shortest. Lin Fei didn't have time to waste here. He still had an agreement with the Wang family, so he had to pay a visit to them no matter what. Only by suppressing the Wang family, then other forces would no longer covet his company. If they wanted to deal with his company, they would first have to see whose fist was bigger. When the last person to come in appeared in front of Lin Fei blurted out, "How could it be you, Miss Lin?" The last person to come in was an old acquaintance of Lin Fei, Lin Ziqing, who had once broken into Longting Villa. Today, Lin Ziqing was dressed like a white-collar beauty. It was hard to believe that this was Lin Ziqing who had broken into Longting Villa and was a martial artist herself. "Young Master Lin, can't I come? I was hired by your headhunting company. I think you won't chase me out, right? After all, I'm considered an acquaintance of yours." Lin Ziqing smiled gently. There was no awkwardness on her face at all, as if she was talking about something ordinary. Lin Fei really didn't expect that Lin Ziqing would come to apply to be the manager of his branch. "Miss Lin, you've misunderstood. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Since you've come to our company to apply for a job, then you're qualified to sit here. As for whether we'll invite you or not, that's another matter." In fact, when Lin Ziqing found out that the Cloud Silk Shapewear was a company opened by Lin Fei, she was also very shocked. Many of her best friends were using the Cloud Silk Shapewear and had unknowingly changed their bodies. Lin Ziqing had also tried the Cloud Shapewear before, but she didn't expect that there would be such a magical material in the world. The shapewear made with this material seemed to contain magic. To all women, it was a kind of poison. As long as they used it, it was equivalent to a lifetime of pleasure. As for Lin Ziqing, who was in front of him, Lin Fei's feelings were a little complicated. This was because he had already realized that he definitely had a relationship with the Lin family. "Since you're here to apply for the branch manager position, then tell me your thoughts," Lin Fei said. He also wanted to see if Lin Ziqing had the ability to be the branch manager. It had to be said that Lin Ziqing was very eloquent, and she seemed to have a deep understanding of the company, especially the Cloud Shapewear product. Her words could be said to be very logical. Compared to the previous few applicants, her level was obviously much higher. "If I become the branch manager, the first thing I have to do is to continue to promote the cloud shapewear with all my might. After that, the company will develop more cloud shapewear products. Only then can we occupy the market share at the fastest speed, so that they won't have any chance to respond. At the same time, the company can also use cloud shapewear as a material to produce luxury goods, establishing our company's market position in one fell swoop. Lin Ziqing spoke in great detail. It was hard for Lin Fei to imagine that Lin Ziqing, as a martial artist, was extremely talented and was only a step away from the innate realm. However, she was also very proficient in business. This was not something that anyone could have. I really didn't expect you to be so eloquent. You're also a martial artist. It's really surprising. Lin Ziqing smiled and said, I just don't know if young Master Lin is satisfied with me. After all, I personally look forward to your company. Who would have thought that the inventor of the cloud shapewear was a man? As the saying goes, only men understand what women like. I think young Master Lin can display this to the fullest. Since Lin Ziqing had said so, Lin Fei naturally had nothing more to say. He felt that Lin Ziqing was really suitable to be the branch manager. Congratulations, Miss Lin. The position of the branch manager belongs to you. Shukju website. Chapter 41:15. If someone like Lin Ziqing wasn't qualified to be manager's son, then other people were even less qualified. Lin Fei could also see that Lin Ziqing had a very keen intuition for business. Even if he wasn't a martial artist, he would definitely be able to shake the world in the business world. Although Lin Ziqing came from the Lin family, which was a big family in Yanjing, it was reasonable for her to understand business matters. Lin Fei wouldn't miss such a talent. Although Lin Ziqing was from the Lin family, it didn't matter. As for whether he would acknowledge the Lin family, that was another matter. Because no one could make Lin Fei change his mind, except for himself. Boss, since we are done with business, can we talk about some private matters? Lin Ziqing asked. In fact, she wasn't very confident. Lin Fei didn't care about this. Anyway, he had a candidate for the branch manager, so he didn't have to worry about the company's matters. Sure, I'm not some scourge or tiger. Why can't I say it? Lin Fei smiled. Lin Ziqing heaved a sigh of relief. Although she didn't feel any special aura from Lin Fei, there was an invisible pressure when facing him. This kind of pressure might not be felt by outsiders, but it was quite obvious to martial artists. The higher the realm, the more obvious it was. Boss, I heard that you are going to the Wang family as a guest. If possible, I hope that you don't go because the Wang family is more terrifying than you think. Even if our Lin family goes against the Wang family, we won't be able to gain any advantage. Instead, we will suffer a certain loss, Lin Ziqing said very seriously. Outsiders might not know about this, but the Lin family was one of the top 5 families in Yanjing. Although it was the last one, it still knew many secrets that ordinary people didn't know. Even if Lin Ziqing didn't come to the branch today to apply for a job, she would find Lin Fei and tell him about this. She didn't want anything to happen to Lin Fei in the Wang family. Lin Fei smiled. Can I understand that you are concerned about me? Or do you think that I won't be able to take advantage of the Wang family? Or are you worried that the Lin family will lose a prodigy like me? If that's what you think, then I think you're overthinking it. I, Lin Fei, am an orphan. Even if I'm related to the Lin family, I won't acknowledge the Lin family. Even if your Lin family is one of the top families, in my eyes, this top family is completely vulnerable. You should be able to understand this, right? Lin Ziqing really hoped that Lin Fei could return to the Lin family, because the current generation of the Lin family was lacking in talent. Although they had produced 1 or 2 geniuses, overall, they were still weaker than the other families. With the return of Lin Fei, the situation would be completely different. Lin Ziqing did not know the true strength of Lin Fei, but she knew that he was at least an inborn expert. Among the 5 top-notch clans, there were only 4 innate experts among the younger generation. If Lin Fei was included, then there would be a total of 5. An innate expert, especially one from the younger generation, was extremely important to a family. If the Lin family had Lin Fei back, then within half a year, the Lin family would be able to push their strength to another level. But Lin Ziqing did not expect Lin Fei's attitude and impression of the Lin family to be so average. He had no intention of returning, especially when he said those words. It was definitely not a joke, but a real possibility. For a moment, Lin Ziqing did not know what to say. But the Wang family is really dangerous. According to what our Lin family knows, the Wang family has 5 Xiantian experts, and the most powerful one has reached the Xiantian consummate realm. The Wang family also knows many sects and powers, and it can be said that they are spread all over the world. Lin Ziqing gritted her teeth and said, "Also, the news from the Yan Huang battle team has spread. The Wang family hates you to the core. Not just the Wang family, even the Gao family and the Yan family have great intentions towards you. I really don't want anything to happen to young Master Lin in Yanjing." Lin Fei laughed out loud. "To be honest, you are really thinking too much. Since I, Lin Fei, dared to come to Yanjing, I do not care about these dangers. If there is nothing else, then you can leave." Lin Ziqing opened her mouth, but in the end, she still stood up and left. Towards a person like Lin Ziqing, Lin Fei could not afford to lose his temper. At this point, Lin Fei could not be affected by anything. "Boss, if you have time, can you come to our Lin family as a guest?" Lin Ziqing turned around and said, "Don't you want to meet that person?" Lin Fei hesitated for a moment. "After I deal with the Wang family, I will definitely pay a visit to the Lin family. As for what will happen then, I do not know, so the Lin family should be mentally prepared." Lin Ziqing's heart shook. "I will pass on the message to the family." As for the Lin family, Lin Fei actually did not know whether or not he should go, but in the end, he still decided to go and fulfill a wish in his heart. Although this wish could be sealed at any time, Lin Fei still chose to pay a visit to the Lin family. The matter of paying a visit to the Wang clan wasn't a secret in the upper echelons of society, and everyone knew about it. The moment he came out of the hotel and got into the car, Lin Fei knew that he was being watched, and the people who were watching him were not weak. They were all in the dark realm, and specialized in stalking. Lin Fei could not be bothered, and closed his eyes to rest. The Wang family was located in the suburbs, occupying a mountain top. They had built a huge manor. The disciples of the Wang family basically lived in this huge manor. "Sir, we can't go in, so we can only get off here, because it is a private place in front." The taxi driver stopped and said. Lin Fei did not say anything, paid the driver, and got out of the taxi. Standing on the mountain road, he could see a huge faintly discernible villa in front of him. In this villa, Lin Fei felt several tyrannical auras, and they were undoubtedly in the innate realm. There is still something wrong with the information of the Lin family. The Wang family does not only have 5 innate realm experts, in fact they have 6, and there are 2 in the full circle of the innate realm. They really have a deep foundation. Lin Fei took a look and understood everything. He walked towards the villa, step by step, and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Today, the Wang family was also on guard. After all, Lin Fei's name was more or less valued by these forces, especially after the god of war Yi Xian spread the news that Lin Fei was going to be a high-level elder of the Yan Huang battle team. Everyone wanted to tear this Lin Fei to pieces, and among them, the Wang family wanted to tear Lin Fei apart more than anyone else. After all, they had put in a lot of effort for this slot. Now, with one sentence, they would lose the position of elder. How could they be satisfied? Bookseller website. Chapter 41:16. From the moment Lin Fei went out, all the big forces in Yanjing were paying attention. Of course, this big force was limited to the 5 top families, plus a martial school, and some top experts. Lin Fei, that young man really came to the Wang family villa. There's going to be a good show. It's best if Lin Fei can be crippled. Get out of Yanjing as far as you can. The Wang family villa was very big. Lin Fei walked very slowly. Xiao xiao xiao. There was a forest in front of the road. 3 black shadows went straight, directly attacking the top, middle, and bottom of the road, locking the position of Lin Fei's movement. Obviously, this was a godly archer. Is this an appetizer? As soon as the voice came out, Lin Fei saw 3 black shadows attacking with great strength. Even before they clashed with each other, one could tell that the power of these 3 black shadows was absolutely terrifying. This was the attack of a great Master Realm Master. Interesting, interesting. On the road in the distance, the Wang family's Grandmaster Wang Tianhai was holding a big bow in his hand. This was a black big bow, very big, as tall as a person. It was not an ordinary big bow, it was a treasure big bow passed down in the Wang family. In the Wang family, to be able to pull a bow, one must be a Grandmaster expert. Wang Tianhai did not like brother Lin Fei, so he decided to show brother Lin Fei his strength along the way. He shot out 3 arrows in a row. Even an ordinary Grandmaster expert would not be able to block these 3 arrows, because these 3 arrows contained countless changes. In the face of these 3 arrows, one could only take it head-on. If he wanted to dodge it, it would only make his injuries worse and become serious. Therefore, Wang Tianhai was very confident in his 3 arrows. He did not believe that Lin Fei could block the power of his 3 arrows. The power of the 3 arrows was indeed very strong, but a scene that made Wang Tianhai feel incredible appeared. He saw that the 3 arrows instantly passed through Lin Fei's body, without any pause. With 3 loud bangs, a bowl-sized tree in the distance directly exploded, split into pieces, and the sky was full of fallen leaves. He can actually dodge it and increase his speed at the critical moment. Has his physical body reached such a powerful level? Wang Tianhai's pupils constricted. He could clearly see that his opponent couldn't dodge, but he had shot his opponent's afterimage. This meant that his opponent had exploded with great speed in that instant and had directly dodged the 3 arrows. Where is he? Where did he go? Wang Tianhai quickly drew his bow, and 3 more arrows appeared on it. Not good. Something is flying towards me. As a Grandmaster, Wang Tianhai was very sensitive. He subconsciously shot 3 arrows in the direction of the sound. Each arrow was more powerful than the previous one. After shooting 3 arrows, Wang Tianhai's face showed a trace of fatigue. Wang Tianhai thought that after shooting these 3 arrows, he would be able to block the sound, but in the next second, he saw a tree branch flying towards him. He blocked it with his hands, and his whole body was hit by a force of gravity. He flew out from the tree and fell on the road. Half of his body couldn't move. I was hit by a tree branch, Wang Tianhai said. Your archery skills are still not up to par. A voice drifted over. Wang Tianhai glanced over and saw a silhouette walking over from afar. In the hall of the Wang family villa, Wang Qingyun, the patriarch, was sitting with a golden saber and a golden horse. His whole person was very serious, causing the atmosphere in the entire hall to become particularly oppressive. No one spoke. Patriarch, Tianhai lost. He was hit by Lin Fei with a tree branch, a warrior ran in and said. There was a little commotion in the hall. After all, everyone knew that Wang Tianhai's archery was very powerful, especially when he went all out. No one could block more than a few arrows. Under such circumstances, Wang Tianhai was actually defeated by a tree branch. Everyone gasped, but more than that, there was a kind of anger. Obviously, Lin Fei didn't take their Wang family seriously. Continue to watch for me. If you want to be a guest in my Wang family, not just anyone can sit there. Pass the 6 tests first. The Wang family naturally had its rules. This was the threshold that Wang Qingyun left for Lin Fei. If everyone came to visit the Wang family, then what dignity would the Wang family have? Everyone felt sorry for Wang Tianhai's defeat, but they still had great confidence in their family's strength. Even if Lin Fei passed the first test, so what? There were still 5 more tests, all of which were master-level experts. Even if he passed these 6 tests, when he arrived at the Wang family, he would be greeted by the Wang family's Xiantian experts. On this point, the Wang family was still very calculative. If a top family didn't have a little calculative, then it wouldn't be a top family. Everyone was waiting patiently. What was different from what they expected was that after Wang Tianhai lost, Lin Fei actually defeated the remaining master-level experts in an irresistible manner. Wang Tianfeng lost. He was sent flying by a saber. Wang Tianlin was defeated by Lin Fei's sword energy. Wang Lingling was also sent flying by Lin Fei's punch and lost the ability to fight. Bad news came one after another. Your Wang family really knows how to play. Unfortunately, these people's strength is very ordinary. A figure that wasn't very muscular appeared at the entrance of the hall. It hadn't been long, but all the master-level experts guarding the door had been defeated without exception. It was the Wang family's first time seeing Lin Fei. At such a young age, they indeed felt great pressure, as well as a trace of envy and jealousy. The 6 master-level experts weren't weak, and the last one was a veteran master-level expert, but even he couldn't block Lin Fei's attack. At such a young age, it made them realize that this Lin Fei might really be an Xiantian expert. Dong Hai Lin Fei. You really have some ability. My Wang family is one of the top families, But ever since we started our business in Yanjing, we haven't seen many people like you. Wang Qingyun squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Fei, who was at the entrance of the hall. This was the first time he saw Lin Fei. Although he had seen him in photos, he looked younger than the photos. From Lin Fei, he couldn't feel any trace of a warrior's aura, which was the scariest thing. Wang Qingyun was an Xiantian expert, but he still couldn't see through Lin Fei's strength. This made him a little puzzled. He was obviously young, but he could hide his strength. This meant that he must have a treasure that could hide his strength. I'll cut the crap. You guys should know what my goal is. Since you dare to scheme against my company, you have to pay the price. I wonder if you guys have thought about what price to pay? Lin Fei said with a smile, completely ignoring the angry eyes of the Wang family. You are very confident in your own strength. Wang Qingyun stood up. It's not impossible for our Wang family to give you an explanation, but you have to show us strength that can convince our Wang family. Otherwise, it's another matter. Shukju website. Chapter 41:17. How could the Wang clan give an explanation? Wang Qingyun would not agree, nor would the entire Wang clan. If word got out, how would the other elite clans view the Wang clan? Wang Qingyun understood this logic. Moreover, the Wang clan had a total of 6 experts, all of them at the Xiantian realm. 2 of them were at the full Xiantian realm, and they were only one step away from that supreme realm. This gave Wang Qingyun enough confidence. Even if Lin Fei was also a Xiantian realm expert, he would at most be at the early stage. He would not be his match. Therefore this time, the Wang clan was destined to have Lin Fei. Perhaps they could even dig out some secrets from Lin Fei. Who asked Lin Fei to come knocking on their door? Wang Qingyun suspected that Lin Fei had really obtained some treasure. Since Lin Fei had come knocking on their door, the Wang clan did not mind playing some tricks. It could only be said that this was the Wang clan's fortune. Lin Fei had chosen to come to the Wang clan of all clans. If they did not make a move now, when would they make a move? You think you've got me? That I, Lin Fei, have to bow my head to the Wang clan? You're thinking too much. Lin Fei said disdainfully. Wang Qingyun snorted coldly. It's good that you understand this. I know that you're very strong, being able to defeat 6 grandmasters of our Wang family, and that you're a Xiantian master yourself. However, in Yanjing, Xiantian masters aren't the strongest. Any one of our Wang family can easily make you suffer. On account of your young age, join our Wang family, become our guest, and give up your position as an elder of the Yan Huang battle team, and our Wang family will forgive your ignorance this time. After all, our Wang family isn't a place where just anyone can join. You talk too much nonsense. Since you won't listen, I can only make a move. After dealing with you, we can go out for lunch. Kacha. Lin Fei stomped his foot on the ground. Kacha, 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 kacha. The floor of the hall suddenly cracked. The Wang clan's upper echelons were already prepared, but they did not expect the force of the crack to be so strong that they fell to the ground one by one. Many of the artworks fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Lin Fei, you're courting death. Wang Qingyun looked at the mess in the hall, and her face became terrifying. How dare you behave atrociously in our Wang clan? Kneel! After everyone fell to the ground, a figure pounced forward. A saber light rose up like a bright moon, giving off a resplendent light as it appeared before Lin Fei. This was a Xiantian expert from the Wang family, Wang Fan. He was a saber expert and was around 60 years old. However, his saber techniques were exceptionally fierce and domineering. Wang Qingyun didn't make a move. An early-stage Xiantian expert from the Wang family could do it. He was good at saber techniques, and his strength was much stronger than ordinary Xiantian experts. He wanted to see, on what basis did Lin Fei dare to be arrogant in the Wang family. Under the resplendent light that filled the sky, a hand stretched out and slapped Wang Fan's saber. Wang Fan smiled coldly. This kid is courting death. He actually dared to block my Xiantian Gang Qi with his body. He's definitely courting death. Xiantian Gang Qi was extremely sharp. Even steel bars and iron plates could be easily cut apart. It was not something that could be blocked by flesh and blood. He had never seen such a person without common sense. Lin Fei casually slammed his palm against the saber, and a kacha sound rang out as countless cracks spread out. What was unexpected was that when the saber shattered, The countless shards of the saber contained a terrifying amount of power, and they shot back into Lin Fei's body. Some of the shards stabbed into his body, and the power they contained surged into his body. Lin Fei coughed up blood, and his head smashed through the wall of the hall. Such a Xiantian expert dares to make a move. His saber techniques are full of flaws. No wonder he's only at the early stage Xiantian. Lin Fei seemed to have done something casual. I know that your Wang clan has 6 Xiantian experts. 2 of them are at the Xiantian full circle. Let them do it. Otherwise, with just you guys, I really don't have any desire to make a move. How many Xiantian experts did the Wang clan have? Outsiders might not be very clear, but Wang Qingyun was the clearest. His expression suddenly changed, especially the 2 Xiantian full circle experts. This was the biggest secret of the Wang clan. To the outside world, their Wang clan only had 1 Xiantian full circle expert. After all, a Xiantian full circle expert was qualified to pull a clan into the ranks of the top clans. Moreover, 2 Xiantian consummate level experts were like Earth immortals. No family would dare to act rashly because 2 Xiantian consummate level experts were enough to easily destroy a first-rate family. Even a top-grade family would have to consider whether or not they could withstand their anger. But now, their Wang clan's biggest secret had been exposed. How did he know? Could there be a spy in the clan? Impossible. The 2 ancestors of the Wang clan have always been in seclusion and rarely appear. In the entire Wang clan, only I know. Even if Wang Qingyun broke his head, he wouldn't have thought that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. It was normal for him to sense the Xiantian full circle expert. Today, we must not let Lin Fei leave the Wang clan. We must take him down. Attack. Wang Qingyun already had a plan for today's incident. He had called all 4 Xiantian experts back at the first moment to deal with Lin Fei. Of course, in his imagination, the 4 Xiantian experts were just backup. The situation wasn't optimistic. Wang Qingyun held a long sword in his hand. Countless sword shadows spread out and attacked Lin Fei. After Wang Qingyun made his move, another 3 Xiantian experts attacked from 3 different positions. The terrifying might of the Xiantian experts exploded and shrouded the Wang clan's manner. I have a sword that can defeat 10,000 enemies. Let's see if you can take it. Facing the siege of 4 Xiantian experts, Lin Fei smiled faintly. He grabbed the void with his bare hands and an invisible sword chi landed on his hand. When the invisible sword aura appeared, the pupils of the 4 inborn experts contracted and their hair stood on end. The sharp aura left numerous sword scars on their bodies. The one who had the biggest change was Wang Qingyun. He was a swordsman and had a deep understanding of sword principle. His entire face was hideous and filled with horror. This is invisible sword chi. You can actually master invisible sword chi. How is this possible? How old are you? Even I can't comprehend invisible sword chi. Wang Qingyun was on the verge of breaking down. The sword slashed over. It was unbelievably ordinary. The invisible sword chi slashed across their bodies. The 4 Xiantian experts were sent flying and smashed through the wall of the hall. A huge wound was left on their bodies and blood was flowing out continuously. How long do the 2 of you want to continue watching? Bookseller's website. Chapter 41:18. The moment the aura of the innate level powerhouses erupted. Yi Xian put down the cup in his hand in the courtyard closest to the villa. The Wang family is indeed the Wang family. I didn't expect all the innate level powerhouses to make a move at once. That kid Lin is a little scary. As the #1 war god in Yanjin and even China, Yi Xian had his pride and his strength. The aura of the powerhouses from the Wang family villa was as striking as the sun in the night. Wait, this is sword energy. What a sharp sword energy. Did Wang Qingyun break through? No, this is not an ordinary sword energy, but an invisible sword energy. That bastard Wang Qingyun definitely hasn't reached this level yet. Could it be Lin Fei? After Yi Xian recovered from his shock, he quickly regained his composure. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. This is the aura of a complete innate level powerhouse. There are 2 of them. The Wang family really hid their strength well. They claimed that they only have 1 complete innate level powerhouse. In the entire Yanjin, only Yi Xian could sense the specific number and level of innate level powerhouses. If it were someone else, they would at most sense the aura of an innate level powerhouse. Could it be that Lin Fei really didn't come out from the Kunlun Mystery Land? Otherwise, his strength would be too profound to be able to force out the two consummate Xiantian experts of the Wang clan. Yi Xian sighed. The main hall of the Wang family had already descended into chaos. Strands of sharp sword qi were everywhere, all left behind by the invisible sword qi after the attack. No one in the hall could stand unscathed. Even Wang Qingyun and the others were covering their wounds. They were in a mess. Blood was dripping from their wounds. Wang Qingyun knew how powerful the invisible sword energy was. However, when he experienced it himself, he realized how terrifying it was. It was an attack from both inside and outside. Like him, he had completely lost the ability to fight. The power of this sword energy directly defeated the 4 innate level powerhouses of the Wang family. In front of Lin Fei, a dignified top-notch family had no ability to resist at all. Wang Qingyun's heart was filled with bitterness, but the only hope now was for the two old ancestors to make a move. They were both experts at the consummate Xiantian realm. Other than them, no one could defeat Lin Fei. Xiao xiao xiao. Suddenly, from the depths of the hall, several black shadows flew out. These black shadows were actually short spikes. There were 9 of them, and they attacked Lin Fei. It's the patriarch. Wang Qingyun recognized it immediately. The one who attacked was the second elder, Wang Guohua. He's best at controlling weapons. With this, he's able to suppress Xiantian experts. Finally, a passable expert. Lin Fei's eyes lit up and a sword beam slashed forward. Under his control, the 9 short spikes dodged to the sides, and once again attacked from the left and right. It was as if they were human arms, and with a single thought, they could attack infinitely. This was much more powerful than Wang Qingyun and the others. Just this move alone was not something an ordinary Xiantian realm expert could withstand. Xiantian full circle is indeed Xiantian full circle. It's indeed different. Even though the 9 short spikes were extremely powerful, they were unable to get close to Lin Fei. Each time, they would be forced back by the invisible sword qi. Guohua, let me help you. Another cold voice was heard. A figure dashed out from the hall in front. This figure was extremely fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages. He was holding a huge machete in his hand. This machete was as tall as a person, with a thick back and a sharp edge. It was completely different from ordinary machetes. The machete was coming straight at Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his hand and pointed. A sword qi hit the machete. A terrifying force flowed through the machete and into the man's body. The burly figure was smashed through the wall with a bang, and the ground was covered with dust. Sword qi attack. Ding 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 ding. Under the attack of the sword qi, the 9 short spikes were also sent flying. Lin Fei raised his hand, and 2 invisible sword qi flew out. With a clanking sound, the 2 Xiantian full circle experts of the Wang family were tired of dealing with it. The 2 streaks of sword qi constantly transformed into streaks of attacks, forcing them to retreat all the way. The faces of the 2 Xiantian full circle experts kept changing. From anger at the beginning to shock, and then to unwillingness. It was unknown how many times their expressions changed in a short period of time. In the end, there was only endless sorrow. Because they were 2 veteran Xiantian full circle experts, and they were just a step away from that final step. But in the end, they were powerless in front of Lin Fei. Just the 2 invisible sword qi had forced them to use all their means, but they still couldn't withstand it. We lost, we admit defeat. The 2 figures retreated all the way to the back mountain of the manor. They leaned against the tree powerlessly. Their clean and tidy clothes were already covered with sword marks. An illusory figure walked over and appeared in front of the 2 Xiantian full circle experts. I thought you guys would persevere to the end. It's really boring. You guys have brought me too few surprises. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to these 2 Xiantian full circle experts. But in the end, the means they used were very ordinary, much worse than what he had imagined. Although they had rich combat experience and had endless advantages when dealing with ordinary middle and late-stage Xiantian full circle experts, they had no advantage when facing Lin Fei. Wang Guohua and Wang Guofeng were twin brothers, and they were also the most talented in the Wang clan. They had both reached the Xiantian full circle. The 2 of them had never cared about the Wang clan's matters. They would only appear when it was a matter of life and death. But under normal circumstances, they wouldn't make a move. Today was an exception. but they didn't expect that they would be defeated by a young man. Those two invisible sword chi actually contained a set of sword techniques. They were easily defeated. If it wasn't for the other party showing mercy, just those two invisible sword chi would have taken their lives. If we still don't know what's good for us, I'm afraid we won't be qualified to stand here and talk. The white-haired Wang Guofeng said with a bitter smile. He had also cursed Wang Qingyun and the others countless times in his heart. Of all people to offend, they had to offend such a young and powerful person. The other party's background could be imagined. The only thing they could do now was to take the initiative to admit defeat. Perhaps, the Wang clan would still have a chance to survive. Today's matter was caused by your Wang clan. I only want an explanation from you. I see that there's still some time left. I'll give you an hour. After that, if I don't see an explanation that belongs to me, then there's no need for your Wang clan to exist anymore. Wang Aigua and Wang Guofeng's faces were filled with bitterness as they said repeatedly, "Sir, you can rest assured that we will deal with it immediately. We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Shukju website. Chapter 41:19. To Lin Fei, it was only a matter of time before he could kill two Xiantian Great Perfection experts. This was because these two were indeed very weak. Wang Qingyun and the rest of the Xiantian Great Perfection experts stood there listlessly. The scene in front of them was too much for them to accept. The two strongest experts in the family, the Wang family's Xiantian Great Perfection expert, were not a match for Lin Fei. Wang Qingyun, Wang Qingyun, I told you to manage the family properly, but you actually caused such a thing. What do you think we should do now? Wang Guofeng's face was extremely gloomy, as though a storm was coming. Wang Qingyun opened his mouth and said, "Old ancestor, this matter is indeed our Wang family's fault. We are willing to pay any price. We only hope that Lin Fei can settle this matter peacefully." What Wang Qingyun wanted to do the most now was to make Lin Fei leave the Wang family. Such a tyrannical iron plate was actually encountered by their Wang family. In fact, it was not Wang Qingyun who wanted to offend him. Who asked Wang Dong to cause such a mess? In fact, Wang Dong was also very pitiful. He also wanted to contribute to the family. After all, a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars in the future was very helpful to the cultivation of the Wang family. In the end, they encountered such a thing. It was definitely not what he wanted to see. I think that if we want to solve this matter, we have to deal with the source. Wang Qingyun thought for a moment and said, "This matter was caused by Wang Dong, so we have to deal with him first." Wang Dong was a direct disciple. If possible, Wang Qingyun did not want to deal with him. But in the current situation, it was impossible not to deal with Wang Dong. Moreover, the two old ancestors were here. The meaning was clear. No matter what, Wang Dong had to be dealt with. Wang Guofeng was expressionless. Whoever caused this matter, who is responsible? No matter which disciple it is, they have to be punished. Apart from this, is there anything else? That is to give Lin Fei a generous gift and let him leave satisfied. Only in this way can we completely solve today's matter. As the family head, Wang Qingyun was very thoughtful. Lin Fei gave them an hour to prepare. In the end, they only used half an hour to return. This time, a total of 4 people came. The two old ancestors, Wang Qingyun, and the culprit of the previous incident, Wang Dong. At this moment, Wang Dong no longer had the strength to walk and was carried over by Wang Qingyun. Last time, Wang Dong had suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Fei, but in his heart, he had always been unreconciled. After knowing that Lin Fei was coming to visit, he had even considered whether to personally deal with Lin Fei. But who would have thought that this visit would turn out like this? When Wang Dong was brought over, he couldn't believe that Lin Fei could cause such a huge impact. Wang Dong, as a disciple of the Wang family, you have to bear the consequences of your own actions. The family didn't raise you for nothing. It's time for you to contribute. This sentence kept echoing in Wang Dong's mind. He knew that he was finished. Completely finished. No one could save him. Young Master Lin, it was our Wang family's fault for this matter. Now, we will give you an explanation. Wang Qingyun said in a deep voice. This Wang Dong wanted to use our Wang family's identity to scheme against young Master Lin's company. There's no need to keep such a person alive. Wang Qingyun ruthlessly slammed his palm on Wang Dong's chest, shattering his heart meridians. This is our first explanation to young Master Lin. Wang Qingyun took out another document. After taking out this document, Wang Qingyun's eyes were still twitching. This document was too valuable. If this matter wasn't resolved, the Wang family would never be at ease. Who knew when Lin Fei would come again? Even the two old ancestors couldn't stop him, let alone others. This is the ownership of the 19th to 30th floors of the Tianlang building. I heard that young Master Lin's company is in the Tianlang building, so we plan to transfer the ownership of the 19th to 30th floors to young Master Lin. I hope you are satisfied with this. This is our second explanation. Facing Wang Qingyun personally killing Wang Dong and handing over the ownership of the 19th to 30th floors of the Tianlang building, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. There was a faint smile on his face. Wang Qingyun had been observing Lin Fei all this while. Knowing that these two prices weren't enough to appease Lin Fei's anger, he took a deep breath and took out another item. It was a wooden box. When the box was opened, a blood-colored pill appeared. It was filled with a medicinal fragrance. It was clear that this pill was of extraordinary quality. Young Master Lin, this is a dragon tiger pill. It's something that our Wang family has kept for a long time. After consuming this pill, there's a chance that an evolved Jing Peak expert can break through to the Xiantian realm. It's nothing much to young Master Lin, but it's a token of our Wang family's sincerity. Compared to the previous two prices, this third price was indeed a little more severe. Back then, in order to buy the Dragon Tiger pill, the two old ancestors had spent a lot of effort in the Kunlun secret region. They had even paid the price of half a year to obtain it. They had intended to let the Wang family's genius consume it. But now that something like this had happened, they could only take it out to compensate Lin Fei. It could be said that taking out the Dragon Tiger pill was extremely painful for them. If such a pill were to be auctioned outside, it would fetch at least a few billion Chinese dollars. Moreover, there was no market for it. Only a fool would take it out to auction. Lin Fei could also feel the importance they placed on this Dragon Tiger pill. It could be said that taking it away was equivalent to the Wang family losing a Xiantian expert. A Xiantian expert was no different from a cabbage in front of Lin Fei. But in the eyes of these top powers, a Xiantian expert was equivalent to a deterrent force. In a battle between powers, if you didn't have a Xiantian expert, then you would be completely suppressed. Otherwise, you could sit down and have a good talk. There was no need to fight, because you had the qualifications. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Lin Fei kept the Dragon Tiger pill. Seeing that this is your first time, I'll let you off. If there's a next time, there's no need for your Wang family's Xiantian experts to exist anymore. Lin Fei's voice sounded out. It turned out that at some point in time, Lin Fei was only left with an afterimage. His whereabouts were unknown. What terrifying strength! Even I couldn't feel when he left? Wang Igua sucked in a deep breath of cold air. When did such an expert appear in our Wang clan? Even in the Kunlun secret region, there aren't many experts like him. Could it be that he has already taken that step? Wang Guofeng looked into the distance, his eyes filled with a sense of hopelessness. An enemy like this was truly not someone their Wang family could afford to offend. From today onwards, if any family member dares to offend Lin Fei, they will be expelled from the family. Book Guest Residence. Chapter 41-20. The spies outside the Wang villa were all there. Everyone wanted to know the results immediately. He's out, he's out. How could this be? I clearly felt a few terrifying auras just now. If I'm not wrong, they must be innate stage powerhouses. How could he come out? Something big has happened. A dragon has come to Yanjing. Even the Wang family can't do anything to him. The eyes of these spies lit up, because they saw a figure walking out. That person was Lin Fei, whom they had been watching. After Lin Fei walked out of the Wang villa, everyone realized one thing. Lin Fei's strength was more terrifying than they had imagined. Although they did not know how many innate stage powerhouses the Wang family had sent out, the fact that he could walk out alive and look unscathed showed that the Wang family had failed this time. As one of the top 5 families in Yanjing, they actually couldn't handle an outsider. This was the most terrifying thing. The Wang family was done. Didn't that mean that the other big families were done for? At this moment, they seemed to understand why the #1 war god Yi Xian would agree to let Lin Fei be the senior elder of the Yan Huang battle team. I'm going back to the hotel. Please be my driver. Lin Fei grabbed a laborer at random. Actually, this laborer was just a spy. Becoming Lin Fei's labor force, the captured spy did not dare to say anything. No problem. No problem. Mr. Lin, where do you want to go? I promised to send you there. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Fei got into the car and left. The rest of the spies also sent the news back at the first moment. Those families who had been waiting were all shocked when they received the news. They could not digest the news for a while. Because the situation was worse than they had imagined. We won, we won. In a Sihiyuan. Lin Ziqing heard the news through her friend and could not help but clap. I didn't expect the Wang family to lose this time. I guess they will have to lick their wounds for a long time. Lin Ziqing was indeed more worried about Lin Fei than anyone else. Because she already knew Lin Fei's identity. That was her uncle's only son. The door to the courtyard opened. A well-built figure walked in with a dignified look on his face. Patriarch, why are you here? Lin Ziqing was shocked and quickly asked. The leader of the Lin family was in his early 50s. He had a refined aura and looked more like a man in his 40s. I just received news that the Wang family failed to capture Lin Fei. And through our people in the Wang family, we also received news that the few Xiantian experts suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. What do you think is the possibility of our Lin family wanting Lin Fei to return to the family? Lin Mayuan's voice was a little low. Currently, in the Lin family, only Lin Ziqing and Lin Mayuan knew that Lin Fei was from the same side as his uncle. No one else knew. Lin Ziqing didn't know what to say. She thought for a moment and said, I think the possibility of Lin Fei returning to the Lin family is very low. Unless the second branch apologizes personally and the few culprits pay the price, there might be a possibility. Otherwise, Lin Ziqing didn't finish her sentence. She knew that the patriarch would definitely understand. Lin Mayuan also didn't expect that there would be such a heaven-defying talent in his uncle's side. Initially, when he knew that Lin Fei had offended the Wang family, he indeed had the intention to resolve the matter. But in the end, he chose to watch from the sidelines. However, what was unexpected was that as one of the top families, the Wang family actually suffered a huge setback in this matter. Lin Mayuan also felt the aura of the Xiantian expert. He was also shocked by Lin Fei's strength. He didn't know how Lin Fei cultivated, but based on this strength, he was definitely better than all the elites of this generation in the Lin family. You are familiar with Lin Fei. When you are free, walk with him more often and bring him around Beijing. At the very least, you have to make sure that he doesn't bear a grudge against the Lin family. Lin Mayuan said, as for returning to the family, let's not talk about it for now. You also know the temper of the second branch. Even if it's my words, they are also from the same family. How can they listen to me? Lin Ziqing also knew what the patriarch meant. The people from the second branch were indeed quite domineering. If it wasn't for the fact that the patriarch of the Lin family had insisted on letting someone from the third branch become the patriarch, it might have been someone from the second branch who had succeeded Lin Fei. Therefore, the second branch didn't pay much attention to Lin Mayuan. On the surface, they seemed to respect him, but in fact, they didn't like him at all. This secret was known by all the top families in Beijing. Then, should I still invite Lin Fei to our house as a guest? Lin Ziqing asked again. Being a guest is no problem. As for other things, we can't give him any explanation for now. Regarding this matter, Lin Mayuan was also having a headache. Until now, he still had no idea how to deal with it. If Lin Fei's strength was ordinary, it would be fine. However, he was an innate realm expert, so it was different. He was already qualified to be on equal footing with him. Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested all the way back to the hotel. After returning to his room, Lin Fei called Bai Shangnan in Donghai and told her about the property rights of the 19th to 30th floors of the Tianlang building. Bai Shangnan was shocked after hearing this. Boss, how did you do it? In a place like Beijing, skyscrapers are very valuable. How did you get so many floors? Bai Shangnan clearly remembered that in order to get one floor of the Tianlang building, the annual rent alone had reached more than 9 million yuan. In addition to the miscellaneous expenses, it was at least 10 million yuan a year. At that time, Bai Shangnan lamented that the housing prices in Beijing were expensive. In just a short period of time, the company actually had 12 floors and it was in the downtown area of Beijing. This was completely different. I can only say that I'm amazing. You can make arrangements now. What are you going to do with these floors? Bai Shengnan said without thinking, of course, we'll use it all to open our branch office. We'll let those people in Beijing know that our branch office is awesome. They'll use 1 floor to open a branch office, but we'll use 12 floors. We'll piss them off. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that a strong woman like Bai Shengnan also had such a cute side. All right. Then I'll listen to you. If you want to use it to open a branch office, then open a branch office. Lin Fei smiled. All right, Lin Ziqing will be the manager of the branch office. What do you think? If you don't think it's suitable, I can change someone else. There's no need to change. That Lin Ziqing is very powerful. Back then, she was already a powerful figure in the circle. I didn't expect you to recruit her. With her in Beijing, I don't have to worry at all. Shook House website. Chapter 41-21. After settling the Wang family's matter, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to return to Donghai. Since he was already in Beijing, it wouldn't hurt to stay longer. Because Beijing was much more mysterious than Lin Fei had imagined. Of course, there was another important matter, which was the Lin family. It was a problem that couldn't be avoided. Lin Fei's heart was made of stone. No one could change his mind. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have any other thoughts after knowing that the Lin family was such a top family. Not to mention anything else, the Lin family would look down on him and wouldn't take it seriously. But everything was different now. The Lin family was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. He just wanted to confirm a regret in his heart, which was to meet his parents. As for whether it would improve, it was another matter. So he was waiting for Lin Ziqing. He believed that Lin Ziqing would definitely come. After Lin Fei strolled around Beijing for 2 days, Lin Ziqing came to visit him. Congratulations, boss. You're a powerful person in Beijing now. Lin Fei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the traffic below. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. You're my boss. How can I not come? If I make you angry and you kick me out, my position as the branch manager will be ruined. You still care about not having a job? Boss, I'm not like you. You've opened a company that will be worth hundreds of billions of dollars in the future. Don't you know that a martial artist needs a lot of money to cultivate? So I can only work hard to earn money for my cultivation, Lin Ziqing said. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't believe Lin Ziqing's words. Is there any interesting place in Beijing? Lin Ziqing was slightly stunned. She thought that Lin Fei would ask about her uncle's family, but it turned out to be this. She smiled and said, Boss, if you want to talk about interesting places, there are quite a few in Beijing. Which one do you like? Livelier? I prefer quiet ones, and even some with a mysterious flavor. Lin Fei didn't say anything and quietly listened to Lin Ziqing's introduction. You actually have a warrior auction house here? Ah, boss, you don't even know this? Our Yanjing martial artist auction house is the largest in the whole country. Only martial artists can enter here. There are many novel things in this auction house. As long as you have a good eye, you can get treasures. Last time, someone found an elixir in an antique. After taking it, he broke through the barrier and reached the Guru realm from the Dark Realm. You don't know how many people are envious of him. All right, let's go to the Martialist auction house and take a look. At the same time, I can broaden my horizons and understand how many good items there are in the auction house. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to see his parents. Speaking of which, it was the barrier in his heart that he had yet to overcome. Lin Ziqing tactfully chose not to say anything and took the initiative to lead the way. The Martialist auction house was located in a villa on the outskirts of Yanjing. Lin Fei also discovered that this Martialist auction house was not far from the Wang family villa. It was only a few kilometers away. If it wasn't for Lin Ziqing, he really wouldn't have known that this villa that looked like a holiday villa was the location of the Martialist auction house. Boss, this Martialist auction house actually belongs to the Martial Gate. The Martial Gate used this Martialist auction house to rope in various forces. That's why they are able to confront the Yan Huang battle team. The villa's parking lot was full of luxury cars. At a glance, there were more young and middle-aged people. They all had the aura of martial artists on them. Obviously, there wasn't a single ordinary person in this place. The Martial Gate is quite powerful to be able to integrate so many resources. Lin Fei smiled. In his eyes, this martial gate was actually quite a domineering existence. However, to be able to integrate so many resources, it could be said that they had some means. Any martial artist who wanted to enter the Martialist auction house had to apply for a membership card. A membership card cost 500,000 Chinese dollars, and it was also used as a deposit. If they didn't want the membership card anymore, they could come and apply for a refund. 500,000 Chinese dollars was nothing to Lin Fei, so he applied for a membership card. The villa was very big. It was different from other villas. Once inside, this villa was a huge existence similar to a public square. Boss, is it strange? You can't get used to it at all. Such a big place is like a vegetable market. Lin Ziqing said with a smile. In Lin Fei's eyes, he seemed to be in a vegetable market. Come and take a look at the spirit beast egg. It's a big sale. You can take it away for only 5 million. Heavenly immortal divine grass. After consuming it, it can expand the meridians. Now, it only costs 500,000. 300,000 jade pills. All kinds of voices echoed in Lin Fei's ears. This was a little different from the Martialist auction house that Lin Fei had imagined. It's indeed different from what I imagined. However, I actually quite like this kind of place. If you have a good eye, you might be able to find a lot of good things. In such a big place, the villa seemed to be at least a few thousand square meters. There were martial artists everywhere. Usually, it was hard to see martial artists, but they seemed to be gathered here. There were people of all ages. Boss, you should understand now that cultivating as a martial artist is not an easy thing. If you don't have money, it will be hard for you to move an inch in your life. Look at these things, they cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. It's really not something that ordinary people can afford, so I really envy Boss. Lin Ziqing really admired Lin Fei. He was only in his early 20s, but he already had a profitable company in his hands. Furthermore, the cloud silk was an exclusive material that outsiders couldn't imitate. Furthermore, his own strength had reached the innate realm. In the future, who would dare to touch his company? Unless those people were willing to be chased by an innate realm expert. Just look at the Wang family. Now the 5 top families in Yanjing had a big change in their attitude towards Lin Fei. At the very least, they didn't dare to do anything brazenly. If he was unhappy and killed his way to your family, no matter what the final result was, you would lose a group of elites. Things like this had never happened before. Lin Ziqing also knew that there were probably many people who wanted to marry Lin Fei. Once a person like him, who had no background, got married, there would be endless benefits. Let's go and take a look. Lin Fei hadn't experienced such an atmosphere for a long time. Bookseller's website. Chapter 41-22. The martial artist auction was quite lively. Lin Fei saw many good things along the way. In his eyes, these good things were only passable. There was nothing that could make his eyes light up. But to other warriors, these things were of great help to their cultivation. Little Qing, if you trust me, then go and buy that thing. It will be helpful to your cultivation. Lin Fei stopped and pointed to a blue and white herb not far away. Lin Ziqing brought Lin Fei to the warrior auction to experience the atmosphere. Her eyesight was average, so she rarely bought things here. Because nowadays, there were too many fake items. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan were considered small. Those items that were worth millions of yuan each, if one's eyesight was not good enough, there would be huge losses. It was very normal for one to go bankrupt. It will be helpful to my cultivation. Lin Ziqing didn't recognize what it was, but subconsciously believed Lin Fei's words. This was a super genius that even the Wang family was helpless against. Lin Ziqing bought it without hesitation. Fortunately, this herb was not expensive. It only cost her 200,000 Chinese dollars. This was the first time Lin Ziqing saw this herb. The fragrance of the herb made her feel very comfortable. This is a water attribute herb. Take it back and boil it in water for 3 hours. Take this medicine when you are cultivating. It will be very helpful to you. Lin Ziqing carefully put away the herb. There were things everywhere in the thousands of square meters of the warrior auction. It was as if he had returned to an auction in another world. Lin Fei didn't plan to buy anything here because there was nothing that caught his eye. Just as Lin Fei was about to walk through the entire martialist auction house, he suddenly stopped and walked in a certain direction. Lin Ziqing didn't know what was going on, but she saw that there were many people in front of her. Old man, I can't go any higher than 800,000. If you want to sell it, then sell it. If you don't, I don't think anyone will buy it because Yan Wuhan, said it. Before Lin Fei arrived, he could already hear the arrogant and condescending voice. Young Master Yan, you can't be like this. This is something that I have painstakingly picked. According to the market price, it should be worth at least 1.5 million. 800,000 is really too little. I only have 500,000 left. Whoever dares to buy this thing of yours will be my, Yan Wuhan's, enemy. Everyone, do as you see fit. There was an old man sitting in the crowd. This old man's face was pale, and it was obvious that he was injured. In front of him was a magical fruit tree without leaves. In front of the old man stood an arrogant young man. He said arrogantly. His eyes were almost looking up to the sky. The people around him didn't dare to make a sound. This was someone from the Yen clan. The Yen clan was one of the top clans. Who would dare to go against someone from the Yen clan? And this Yan Wuhan was a genius of the Yen clan. He was truly powerful. Although the early stage of Grand Master was nothing, he was still a real Grand Master expert. The old man's hands and feet were trembling. He was obviously very angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. 500,000 is your last chance. It won't be worth 500,000 later. Maybe it will become 200,000 or 300,000, Yan Wuhan said. The old man was also helpless. He was counting on this money to buy some medicinal materials to heal his wounds. He gritted his teeth and was about to say something when a voice rang out in the crowd. 1.5 million, I'll take it. The voice, which was neither light nor heavy, shocked everyone. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was a young man walking over. They couldn't feel a strong warrior's aura from this young man, but when they saw Lin Ziqing behind him, their eyes lit up. After all, Lin Ziqing was a member of the Lin family in Yanjing. More or less, some people knew her. Lin Ziqing, your people are so bold. How dare they rob my things? Yan Wuhan's eyes directly crossed over and fell on Lin Ziqing. After all, Lin Ziqing was the proud daughter of the Lin family. She was not far from that step. She was not someone that Yan Wuhan could fight against. Lin Ziqing was beside Lin Fei. She looked very obedient, but in front of this kind of person, she was a high and mighty Valkyrie. So it's you, Wuhan. You really know how to play now. Bullying an old man. If you have the ability, play with me. If I don't beat you up until your mother can't recognize you, then I lose. Lin Ziqing's words were filled with a fierce aura. She even secretly observed Lin Fei's expression. Fortunately, there was no change, so she heaved a sigh of relief. This was her temper. If you asked her to speak in a ladylike manner, she would definitely not be able to do it. Yan Wuhan was very angry. He shook his head and said, Lin Ziqing, this is something that my Yan family needs. Please be magnanimous. Yan Wuhan had to buy this plant. However, he was unhappy with the old man's tone, so he made a fuss. There was really no one here who would dare to fight with a top family for something. Lin Ziqing did not know why Lin Fei was here, but it more or less had something to do with this plant. She could not give Yan Wuhan any face. Moreover, the Yan family and the Lin family had always been on bad terms. I want it. You can scram now. If you have the confidence to fight with me, then go ahead. If I even frown, I'm not Lin Ziqing. Yan Wuhan took a deep breath, turned around, and left. The veins on his hands popped, and then he retracted them. Miss Lin, you're a good person. The old man also recognized Lin Ziqing and said gratefully. Lin Fei spent 1.5 million to buy this plant. In the eyes of outsiders, it seemed that Lin Ziqing liked this plant. Your branch manager has quite a temper. The moment he opened his mouth, he scared away the genius of the Yan family. Lin Fei said with a smile. Lin Ziqing was really afraid that Lin Fei would say something about this matter. Alright boss, why did you think of buying this thing? I think it looks quite ordinary. It doesn't seem to have any special attribute. Lin Fei laughed. This thing really doesn't have any use. It's just that this fruit contains a trace of fire attribute, which is a little helpful for martial artists' cultivation. However, this thing is for my pet to eat as a snack. Lin Fei did not forget his pet clown. It was a phoenix. Eating more fire attribute things was beneficial to its growth. Pet snack. Lin Ziqing's eyes widened. You're using something worth more than 1 million to snack your pet? As expected, the boss is rich and willful. If Yan Wuhan knew about this, he would probably cry in the toilet. I can't help it. I just have money. Lin Fei was also amused. Chapter 41-23. Lin Ziqing is too despicable. It's fine if I let her have her way, but this time she even dared to snatch my things. In the distance, Yan Wuhan gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He watched Lin Ziqing and the others leave, but he didn't dare to go up and snatch the thing back. Yan Wuhan really wanted to give himself a slap. This was what he had done. Now he didn't know how to go back and explain, because this thing wasn't needed by the actors, but he had bought it for someone else. Young Master Yan, what should we do now? The thing is in Lin Ziqing's hands, it won't be easy for him to get it back. Yan Wuhan's eyes turned cold. I'll go find Uncle. If he takes it back now, I'll be punished at most, but the good days of the Lin family are coming to an end. What he didn't know was that Yan Wuhan's words might not have been heard by others, but Lin Fei, who was walking forward, heard it clearly. The good days of the Lin family are coming to an end. Yan Wuhan deliberately lowered his voice, but it still escaped Lin Fei's ears. He frowned slightly, then returned to normal, and casually asked, the Lin family and the Yan family don't seem to get along well. Lin Ziqing didn't know why Lin Fei would ask this, but he still nodded. Our Lin family and the Yan family do have a big conflict. It can be said that this matter has something to do with you, but if you want to explain it clearly, it can't be explained in a few words. With this sentence, Lin Fei felt that it was enough. This Yan Wuhan was probably scheming something again, and there was a high probability that he was going to take advantage of the Lin family. If it was somewhere else, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't care, but this was Beijing, and he still had a little bit of relationship with the Lin family. Although this was something that Lin Fei didn't want to admit, his blood still belonged to the Lin family, and this couldn't be changed. Even if the entire Lin family was finished, it had nothing to do with Lin Fei. However, the parents that he had never met were more or less a sore point for Lin Fei. Lin Fei was now an undying expert. He could forget everything. Although he could seal everything, he still couldn't get past his own barrier. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to take a look. If the Yan family really dared to do anything, it would be fine if they were to deal with the Lin family, but if they were to make a move against the first branch, then they would touch Lin Fei's bottom line. Boss, this is the auction. Our luck is pretty good today. It's the medium-sized auction that happens once every 3 months. Every medium-sized auction has a lot of good stuff. Do you want to go in and have a look? Lin Fei said casually. Then let's go in and take a look. It's still early anyway. The layout of the auction house was simple, with rows of tables and chairs. It was a public auction house. There were no private rooms here, so everyone was sitting on chairs. There were already a lot of people in the auction house. There were at least 100 of them, and Lin Fei even saw about 10 grandmasters. As for the Dark Realm, there were more than a dozen of them. Yanjing is indeed a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In the East Sea there are not so many experts. Lin Fei and Lin Ziqing randomly found a place to sit. This place was not very eye-catching, and it was relatively in a corner. After sitting down, Lin Fei heard many people talking about the Wang family. Of course, most of them were talking about Lin Fei. Boss, if these guys all know that you are that person, I wonder what their expressions will be. I think it will be very interesting, Lin Ziqing said in a low voice. Lin Fei did not have such a bad taste. Hey, strange, why are there so many people today? I remember there were not many people in the last auction that happened every 3 months. Today I see several Grandmaster experts, and people from the top 5 families are here. Lin Ziqing exclaimed softly, a little shocked. It seems that something good has appeared today. I wonder what it is. Lin Fei also noticed several Grandmaster experts. They were very strong, stronger than ordinary Grandmasters. If there was no accident, they should be from Yanjing. At this time, a figure walked in front of them. There was another person next to the figure. Niece Lin, long time no see. After the person came over, Lin Ziqing also stood up and said calmly, Uncle Yan, you are too polite. I remember we just met last time. Did Uncle Yan forget so quickly? The person who came was a grandmaster expert from the Yen family, and standing behind him was Yen Wuhan. Yen Tiannan said, "I heard that niece bought a plant and spent 1.5 million. I wonder if you can transfer it to our Yen family. Our Yen family will pay 3 million, and you will earn 1.5 million. I wonder, how about niece Lin?" Lin Ziqing subconsciously looked at Lin Fei, and was a little surprised. That thing only contained the power of fire, and Lin Fei gave it to his pet as a snack, and now the Yen family was willing to pay 3 million to buy it back. But this thing was not hers. "Uncle Yen, I am really sorry, I am not selling this thing." Right now, the Yen clan had an esteemed guest, and this plant was bought for that esteemed guest. Yen Tiannan was in charge of this matter, and he sent Yen Wuheng over, but in the end, he was there to play with his temper, and it was bought by someone else. Moreover, the person who bought it was Lin Ziqing, and under such circumstances, he could only tell Yen Tiannan. After Yen Tiannan scolded her, he had no choice but to come personally. He felt that Lin Ziqing would give him face. "Niece Lin, this thing is useless to you anyway. How about I add another 1 million to make it 4 million for you?" Yen Tiannan's tone also sank. "Then you have found the wrong person. Even if you offer 400 million, I will not sell this plant." When Lin Ziqing did not know what to say, Lin Fei's faint voice sounded. "Boy, you are not qualified to speak here. Shut up." Yen Wuhan, who was originally full of anger, directly slapped over with full strength. Obviously, he wanted to teach this person a profound lesson. A loud bang resounded. Lin Fei kicked out, and Yen Wuhan flew out like a cannonball, hitting the high platform not far away. The scene was in chaos. Everyone's eyes were cast over. Yen Tiannan also took a deep breath. The person in front of him was too strange, but he kicked Yen Wuhan, who was at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm, out. What kind of strength was this? The other party was too arrogant. He was still standing, representing the Yen family. "You hurt my Yen family's people, and you still dare to sit there swaggeringly. Get out of here." Yen Tiannan clenched his 5 fingers and instantly grabbed down. Lin Fei did not move, and Yen Tiannan grabbed Lin Fei's shoulder, but after this grab, a powerful force surged up. Bang 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 bang. Yen Tiannan knocked away countless chairs and heavily hit Yen Wuhan's body. The scene was silent. Chapter 41-24. Yen Tiannan was beaten, and he was in a very sorry state. The dignified grandmaster of the Yen family, an existence that no one dared to say a word about in Yanjing, was sent flying by an unknown guy in the warrior auction house. If it didn't happen in front of them, who would believe it? It was true. While everyone was shocked, they began to guess, what was the identity of this young man? Or did the Lin family have another powerful expert? No matter how they guessed, no one suspected anything, as if this person had appeared out of thin air. "You actually dared to make a move. Who gave you the courage? Today, if I, Yen Tiannan, don't skin you alive, then I don't have the qualifications to continue being a grandmaster in Yanjing." Yen Tiannan crawled up, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His entire body was in pain, as if his entire body was about to fall apart. He never thought that the guy who seemed to be Lin Ziqing's subordinate would actually have such ferocious strength. He clenched his 5 fingers, and the power that was reflected back was like a torrential river. It was not something that the power in his body could withstand. If it was somewhere else, then so be it. If he lost face, then so be it. If no one saw, then he would just turn around and leave. At most, he would suffer a loss. Today, he really could not leave. With so many people looking at him, he represented the Yen family, represented a grandmaster. If he left now, wouldn't it mean that the Yen family was afraid of this young man? This was something that Yen Tiannan absolutely did not want to see, so today's matter had to be settled. Then the best way to settle it was to personally defeat this guy. The best outcome would be to dig out the power behind him and destroy it immediately. Otherwise, once these people left the cultivator auction, the news would spread like wildfire. Yen Tiannan had been arrogant in Yanjing his entire life. He did not want to be defeated by a junior. If a junior stepped on him, then he would not be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. Clear breeze sword art. Yen Tiannan took a sword from his subordinate's hand. Striding forward, he displayed the Yen family's clear breeze sword art. This clear breeze sword art was based on speed. When Yen Tiannan executed it, Everyone felt as if the temperature had dropped quite a bit. They only saw the sword light turn into a cool breeze, causing them to recall the feeling of a cool breeze. Yen Tian-nan is indeed the Yen clan's grandmaster. This clear breeze sword art is too sharp. I'm afraid he has already comprehended sword intent. Even I would not be able to block this sword technique. I wonder if that kid can block it. I don't think so. This is a sword technique unleashed by a veteran grandmaster in a fit of rage. Its power is 30 to 50% more powerful than usual. It won't be easy to withstand. Many grandmaster experts sighed inwardly when they saw the clear breeze sword technique. The grandmasters of top-notch clans were indeed different. When they used this set of sword techniques, their might was boundless and profound. You have the nerve to take out such a lousy sword technique? It's full of flaws. Lin Fei sat there without moving. With a flick of his hand, a formless sword chi shot out. Its sharpness sliced through the void. The sword chi that was like a cool breeze crumbled. Formless sword chi. This is formless sword chi. You actually managed to cultivate formless sword chi. Yen Tian-nan's entire face turned pale as he was once again sent flying. I said you can't do it. Is there a need for you to suffer like this? Or does your Yen clan, as a top-notch clan, subconsciously think that people like us can be easily bullied? A formless sword chi was unleashed. The sharpness of the aura was so great that even the surrounding people shivered in fear. This formless sword chi could only be unleashed after reaching a certain realm. In the entire Yanjing, there was basically no one who could unleash this formless sword chi. Who exactly are you? Yen Tian-nan covered his wound with his hand and struggled to get up. The wound on his body was shocking. Anyone who saw it would be afraid. This was left behind by the formless sword chi. Yen Tian-nan felt as if he had walked around the gates of hell. He could not block this sword at all. He did not even have the strength to block it. He did not even dare to think about how he could survive. Once again, he breathed in the fresh air. Yen Tian-nan was already full of fear and uneasiness towards this young man. If it was not for the mentality of a veteran grandmaster, forcing him to calm down, if it was an ordinary person, he would have already collapsed. Therefore, he only wanted to know who this person was. To be able to unleash formless sword chi at such a young age, there might not be a second person in the entire Yanjing. Who is causing trouble here? Do you not put our martial sect in your eyes? A group of people came from afar. As soon as the voice came out, everyone subconsciously opened up a path. They only saw a middle-aged man in white rushing over angrily. Behind him, there were more than 10 martial artists, all of them were in the dark realm. Many grandmaster experts recognized the person. This person was the person in charge of the martial artist auction, Wu Qiankuan. He was a veteran master ranker. He belonged to the same era as Yen Tian-nan. All these years, he had been in charge of the martial artist auction. Those who could recognize Wu Qiankuan were basically from the older generation. No one dared to underestimate Wu Qiankuan. Wu Qiankuan was most proficient in calculation. As soon as he came over, he noticed Yen Tian-nan who was covering his wound. The expression in his eyes also slightly changed. He knew Yen Tian-nan's strength. It seemed that his injury was not light. The person who attacked was also a sword expert. Wu Qiankuan could also feel the extraordinariness. Brother Tian-nan, this is our martial sect's healing pill. Take it first. I will definitely give you an explanation for today's matter. Wu Qiankuan did not ask for the reason. In any case, the Yen clan could not be offended. Moreover, the martial sect and the Yen clan had a tacit understanding. They could be considered as comrades of the same sect. Wu Qiankuan subconsciously sided with Yen Tian-nan. Yen Tian-nan was indeed afraid of the young man who attacked. Brother Qiankuan, you have to be careful. This kid has cultivated formless sword chi, which is extraordinary. You absolutely cannot resist it. When Wu Qiankuan heard this, his heart could not help but skip a beat. It was formless sword chi again. Others might not know, but their martial sect really did know about a recent matter. That was, the experts of the Wang clan were injured by formless sword chi. Is your martial sect also planning to make a move? If that's the case, then hurry up and make a move. Don't waste everyone's time. Lin Fei's voice sounded. Wu Qiankuan looked forward and saw a young man sitting steadily. However, when he looked, his whole body was instantly covered in cold sweat. Young Master Lin, you misunderstood. For a person like you, how could our martial sect dare to make a move? Aren't you making things difficult for us? Wu Qiankuan quickly explained. Now, who doesn't know how terrifying Lin Fei is? A foreign dragon crossing the river. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 41-25. Wu Qiankuan appeared. Many people thought that a good show was about to be staged. One must know that Wu Qiankuan was an old-fashioned person with a traditional mindset. In his territory, he never allowed people to cause trouble. Even if it was people from other families, he would not give them face. All along, few people dared to cause trouble in the warrior auction. Once they were targeted by Wu Qiankuan, they would not have a good ending. If it was light, they would be bedridden for a few months. If it was heavy, even the family would have to pay a price. This kind of thing was not rare. They thought that Wu Qiankuan would suddenly cause trouble after seeing the other party. If they were to compare strength, Wu Qiankuan's strength was a level higher than Yan Tiannan's. But the next scene shocked everyone. Wu Qiankuan actually said something good. He was terrified. Could it be someone from the Lin family? No, if the Lin family really had such a powerful person, the Lin family would not be as low-key as they are now. Wait a minute. The one with the surname Lin. I just thought of someone. Does everyone still remember the commotion caused by the Wang family a few days ago? I heard that the one who went to visit the Wang family was someone with the surname Lin. He is very young and seems to have used the invisible sword Qi. I remember, he seems to be called Lin Fei. With the help of some people they recalled. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He is Lin Fei. Everyone had heard of Lin Fei's name, but they had only seen him a few times. He was a dragon that crossed the river. Yan Tiannan was shocked. In the past few days, the most famous person was Lin Fei. He went to visit the Wang family empty-handed and came out unscathed. On the contrary, the Wang family did not make a sound. There were even rumors that the Xiantian experts of the Wang family were injured. This news was not confirmed, but within the top families, which family did not have spies? They more or less knew some news. If the person in front of them was Lin Fei, then everything was very normal. He dared to visit the Wang family, and it seemed very reasonable for him to beat up the people from the Yan family. Lin Fei had strength, and he might even have a huge backing. Lin Fei was not surprised that he was recognized. As one of the huge forces, if the martial gate couldn't even recognize this, then this force would really be laughed at by others. You're right. I'm Lin Fei. What can I do for you? Or do you think you can exchange a few moves with me? If you want, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. With a buzzing sound, an invisible sword Qi turned into a stream of light and flashed past Wu Qiankuan's side. A statue not far away was cut in half at the waist, leaving a sharp cross-section. The sharp aura once again shocked everyone. At first glance, no one had noticed it. But this time, everyone truly felt the terror of this invisible sword Qi. Even a reinforced steel plate might not be able to withstand the cutting of this invisible sword Qi. Wu Qiankuan knew that Lin Fei was not weak, but the moment the invisible sword Qi appeared, he knew that he was no match for Lin Fei. Lin Fei was a Xiantian expert who had a profound grasp of the sword Dao. Invisible sword Qi could only be used at the Xiantian realm. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. How can I be a match for a genius like you? I still have this bit of self-awareness. How could Wu Qiankuan dare to make a move? Unless he wanted to experience the power of the invisible sword Qi. In his heart, he was also very sullen. If you don't have any objections, then that's for the best. I'm a very easy person to talk to, but once I get angry, then it's different. Lin Fei glanced at Yan Tiannan in the distance. Yan Tiannan was covered in cold sweat from this glance. He finally knew why he was no match for Lin Fei. This was someone who even dared to provoke the Wang family. Yan Tiannan was strong, but he was no match for Lin Fei. The opponent was at least a Xiantian realm expert. Although there was only a step between the two, it was not something that Yan Tiannan could catch up to. Right now, Yan Tiannan's face was full of bitterness. Originally, a matter that could be easily resolved, but in the end, it turned into such an unforeseen event. Yan Tiannan really wanted to slap Yan Wuheng to death. Yan Wuheng had naturally heard of the name Lin Fei, because a few of his Yan family members had suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. A long time ago, Yan Wuheng had even boasted that if he were to meet Lin Fei one day, he would definitely make Lin Fei suffer. But now, that invisible sword Qi had left an indelible mark in his heart. Even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to make a move. It was true that he was a genius. As for Lin Fei, he was a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. There was no way to compare him at all. Young Master Lin, we were wrong in this matter. We don't want that plant anymore. This is a little compensation from our Yen family. I hope that young Master Lin can accept it. Yen Tiannan also knew how to do things. He brought Yen Wuheng over, kicked him to the ground, and handed over an apology gift. It was a cash check with 100 million written on it. Using 100 million to resolve this conflict, Yen Tiannan was really generous. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Yen Wuheng kowtowed. The surrounding Grandmaster experts, while sucking in a breath of cold air, also secretly remembered this young face. They swore that when they returned, they would definitely make the disciples of their family remember this person and never offend him. Even a veteran Grandmaster like Yen Tiannan was not his opponent. What was even more terrifying was that he had already reached the innate level at such a young age. Lin Fei also did not continue to find trouble with Yen Tiannan. I'll accept the apology gift. You can leave now. Thank you, young Master Lin. Yen Tiannan brought Yen Wuheng and turned to leave. Brother Chenkuan, this matter, the Yen family will give you an explanation. Yen Tiannan also felt embarrassed that such a thing had happened in the martial artist auction house. Wu Chenkuan also secretly rejoiced that his temper had become a lot better over the years. If it was before, he would have made a move without saying a word. Once he really made a move, the martial school might have to bleed a lot. Young Master Lin, why don't you sit somewhere else? It's rare for you to come to our martial school. It's our honor. If the president knew, he would definitely be very happy. Lin Fei smiled and refused. Forget it, I'm here to participate in the auction today. Just don't let me make a wasted trip. Wu Chenkuan revealed a smile. You can rest assured, today's auction will definitely satisfy you. Wu Chenkuan was also observing Lin Fei. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not angry. Young Master Lin, if you have any instructions, just say it, don't be polite. After Wu Chenkuan exchanged a few words, he left. He had to tell the president the news of Lin Fei coming to the martial artist auction. Lin Fei was now a dragon crossing the river. Not everyone liked him. Boss, you're still the best. This Yen Tiannan and Yen Wuheng are not some nameless people. I didn't expect them to suffer such a big loss in your hands. Just thinking about it makes me vent my anger. The scene in front of him made Lin Ziqing the happiest. There were many conflicts between the Yen family and the Lin family. To be able to see two grandmasters suffer a big loss, Lin Ziqing could not wait to immediately tell the family and let everyone be happy. You also have a day where you suffer a loss. Bookseller's website. Chapter 41-26. Yen Family Villa. It was also located in the outskirts of Yanjing. It occupied a large area and was not inferior to the Wang family villa. The younger generation of the Wang family, including the older generation, all lived here, forming a large group. Yen Tieshue also received the news at once, and he flew into a rage. Lin Fei is really daring. Not only did he offend the Wang family, but now he's offending our Yen family. Does he really think that we won't dare to do anything? Yen Tieshue knew a lot about Lin Fei. Not long ago, a Yen family disciple suffered a loss in his hands and was blacklisted by the Yen family. He was blacklisted by the Yen clan, but the Yen clan did not do anything about it. Now that Lin Fei had dared to steal something that belonged to the Yen clan, they could not let him off easily. Not only did he steal something, he also injured Yen Tiannan and Yen Wuheng. This was stepping on the Yen family's head. If it was any other time, it wouldn't matter. But this time, the Yen family had contacted a big shot. There couldn't be any mistakes. Family head, now that the thing is in Lin Fei's hands, it will be difficult to get it back. If that big shot gets angry, our Yen family won't be able to handle it. Yen Tiannan's face was pale and without a trace of blood. I can only talk to that person personally. I hope he can understand us. Yen Tieshue glared at Yen Wuheng. Scram. You are not allowed to leave for a month. If you dare to step out of your room, I'll break your legs and you won't be able to leave for the rest of your life. Reflect on what you did wrong. Yan Tieshue hated Yan Wuheng for failing to meet his expectations. In a courtyard of the Yan family, it was very quiet. Yan Tieshue pushed the door open and entered. His footsteps were much lighter. Little Tai, you've brought the thing I wanted. If someone heard this, they would be shocked. Yan Tieshue was in his 60s and was called Little Tai. It was obvious that this person was not someone to be trifled with. Deacon Luo, I'm really sorry. There was an accident with the thing you wanted. I'm afraid it will be delayed for a few days. Yan Tieshue braced himself and said. There was a person in his 40s or 50s sitting in the courtyard. A cold gaze shot over, and the air seemed to be covered in frost. Little Tai, this is how you work for me. Naturally imposing without anger. With a loud bang, Yan Tai retreated 6 steps. Every step he took left a footprint on the ground, and blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. You're really useless. I asked you to do something small and you're like this. If I asked you to do something big, you wouldn't even be able to do it. Yan Tieshue could not bring himself to be angry in front of this person. He said timidly in a low voice, Deacon Luo, please give me a chance. I will definitely bring that thing back. As the head of the Yan clan, he was an extremely powerful figure in Yanjing. However, who knew that the middle-aged man in front of him who looked like he was in his 40s or 50s was the real terror? Because he came from the Kunlun mystic realm. I've watched you grow. You've done well in the previous few things, but you've let me down on this matter. Fortunately, it's just a medicinal herb. It's not a big deal. I want to know who robbed it. There shouldn't be anyone in Yanjing who dares to rob this old man's things, right? The man called Deacon Luo said in an indifferent tone. Every word he said was filled with a terrifying pressure. It's an outsider. His name is Lin Fei. He's an inborn expert. The thing was robbed by him. 2 of our grandmasters were injured, Yan Tieshue said honestly. Lin Fei. Is it that Lin Fei who caused trouble in the Wang clan recently? Deacon Luo said with a smile. I didn't expect a junior to step on your Yan clan. What a joke. Yan Tieshue could only stand there silently. I heard that this person's background is quite mysterious. He might be from some sect. It's normal for your Yan clan's grandmasters to be no match for him. Just arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. After I'm done with the Lin family, I'll deal with that guy. No matter how troublesome a person was, he was just a stronger ant in the eyes of Deacon Luo. For now, he wasn't worth his time. Leave such a small matter to our Yan clan. Although he's an inborn expert, our Yan clan has inborn experts too. Now, many people think that our Yan clan is a pushover. It's time to punish the chicken to warn the monkey, Yan Tieshue said coldly. Yan Tieshue would transfer all the grievances he had suffered to Lin Fei. The only fortunate thing was that Deacon Luo wasn't really angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting here. Are you sure that the item is in the hands of the Lin family? You're not mistaken. You should know that I can't come out whenever I want after coming out of the Kunlun mystic realm. If you mess this up, you should know the consequences. Yan Tieshue nodded. I know. I know that the item is in the hands of the Lin family because the disciple of the Lin family has been bought over by our Yan clan. Soon, our people will support him to become the new clan leader of the Lin family. I think it's best to go 5 days later because it's the 90th birthday of the Lin family's old ancestor. There's no better time than that. At that time, all the blood members of the Lin family will be there. We can get rid of the Lin family in one fell swoop. Who asked them to get something that they shouldn't have? Deacon Luo laughed. That's good. The commotion caused by the martial artist auction was quickly suppressed. However, everyone knew who Lin Fei was. Not only was he young, he was also more overbearing than expected. The Yan clan beat the people of the martial sect just like that. He even suppressed the martial sect to the point that they didn't dare to say anything. It was absolutely inconceivable for an outsider to have such ability. The auction was carried out as scheduled. It had to be said that the items in this auction were quite good. There were cultivation techniques, secret techniques, and all kinds of things. Of course, the prices weren't cheap. Often they started from a few million, and this was still relatively cheap. Most of the items had a price of tens of millions. There were 3 to 5 items that were auctioned for more than 100 million. The poor scholar and the rich martial artist were vividly experienced at this moment. There was nothing that caught Lin Fei's eye. He wasn't interested in it either. He had been happy for nothing. Lin Fei didn't bid for anything, which made those people heave a long sigh of relief. After all, if Lin Fei really took a fancy to something good and wanted to fight for it, this young man might rely on his martial arts. This kind of thing was not certain. Being young and frivolous, wasn't it someone like Lin Fei? The last item for today's auction is a special key. The key is called the Divine Dragon Key. After being appraised by our experts, this Divine Dragon Key should be the pass to open the checkpoint of a certain secret realm. And according to the investigation of our people, this Divine Dragon Key should be related to the legendary Divine Dragon Land. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 4127. Land of the Divine Dragon? Wait, isn't that the legendary birthplace of Xia? Could there really be such a place? Everyone present was a little dumbfounded. Then they became excited. Whether it was real or not, it had to be real for it to be auctioned at the warrior auction. As far as I know, as long as 10 Divine Dragon Keys are gathered, the land of the Divine Dragon can be opened. The exact location of the land of the Divine Dragon is where the 10 Divine Dragon Keys are gathered. I don't know if it's real or not. I don't know where the Divine Dragon Keys are either, but this is a rare opportunity for everyone. If you miss it, you might regret it for the rest of your life. The auctioneer was eloquent. With just a few words, he raised everyone's spirits. A woman in a cheongsam carried a box covered with a red cloth. After the red cloth was removed, a dragon-shaped key appeared in front of everyone. The dragon key was black, with tiger claws and fangs. It exuded a dragon's aura. Even though it was just a key, everyone could tell that the dragon's aura was extraordinary. It was as if they were facing a real dragon. It was an incredible feeling. This is the bloodline aura left behind by the Azure Dragon. Lin Fei, who had lost interest, suddenly perked up. He felt a familiar aura from the key. It was the aura of the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts. There's a land of the Divine Dragon in China? Lin Fei asked Lin Ziqing. Lin Ziqing was an erudite and knowledgeable person. She frowned and said, "The land of the Divine Dragon seems to exist. I remember reading about it in an ancient book, but there's not much information about it. If it wasn't for the auction, I would have forgotten that there's such a place in China. It's just that no one knows where the land of the Divine Dragon actually is." Lin Ziqing took a deep breath. "I think that once the Dragon God Key appears, all the martial artists in China will go crazy. It's very significant. I finally understand why the people of the 5 big families are here. Anyone who is interested can come up and take a look. This Divine Dragon Key is the real deal." The people from the top families who were sitting at the front could not sit still anymore. They all stood up to take a look at the Divine Dragon Key. After they came down, they looked very excited. They lowered their heads and whispered to each other, as if they were discussing something. Lin Fei's spiritual consciousness enveloped the Divine Dragon Key. He discovered that there was a gap on the Divine Dragon Key, and this gap should have merged with the other Divine Dragon Key. Hidden within the Divine Dragon Key was a sealing power. The power was extremely strong, yet it was perfectly contained within the Divine Dragon Key. Under the power of the seal there was a small part of the map. This map was left behind by an unmatched power. Even after endless time passed, it wasn't affected in the slightest. It was extremely vivid. Lin Fei wasn't very familiar with the world's geography, but he could tell at first glance. The land of the Divine Dragon should be in the north. As for which part of the north it was, he still had to search carefully. Of course, it wouldn't be difficult to find it. The real difficulty lay in the Divine Dragon Key. It seemed like only the Divine Dragon Key could open the entrance. Huaxia really has a lot of good stuff hidden away. Lin Ziqing said seriously, "I heard from my father that Huaxia was very glorious in the past. However, for some reason, many experts disappeared overnight, and many cultivation techniques became consummate skills. Because the Divine Dragon Key is not ordinary, we will not compete with money in the auction. Instead, we will use bartering. Whoever offers the highest value will be the one to exchange the Divine Dragon Key. I hope that everyone will consider carefully before bidding." The auctioneer announced the rules of the auction. As soon as the rules were announced, many people had a change of heart. The forces that could come to the auction were all rich people. They could easily take out hundreds of millions or even billions. However, if they used the method of bartering, it would be a completely different story. Money was easy to earn, but these things couldn't be compared to money. The scene fell into a brief silence. Soon, some forces spoke up. Our Skycloud Tower will offer an innate stage cultivation technique. The representative of Skycloud Tower was a middle-aged fatty with a big belly. He had a simple and honest smile on his face. Skycloud Tower was not a small force in Huaxia. Although it was still some distance from the top forces, it was still considered a first-class force. Fatty, an innate stage cultivation technique is nothing. Our square sect will offer 2 innate stage cultivation techniques to suppress you. Another force stood up and said, 4 martial artists, with an innate stage cultivation technique, as long as they had enough talent and resources, they could break through to the innate stage. Without an innate stage cultivation technique, even if they had talent, they were destined to be stuck there. It was because they had no cultivation path. In Huaxia, resources were the most important. Among them, the ones that people cared about the most were cultivation techniques. The cultivation technique resources in Huaxia were very limited. Basically, every innate stage cultivation technique was controlled by the big families and would never flow to the outside world. Even if it did, it would be chased by the strong families. On the black market, many people bought innate stage cultivation techniques at a high price. However, there was always a price but no supply. No one dared to sell an innate stage cultivation technique. Therefore, it was self-evident how important an innate stage cultivation technique was. The competition was very fierce. First, it was an innate stage cultivation technique. Then, it was supplemented by secret techniques and weapons. Every time it was a big price. Isn't he tempted? Wu Qianquan had been paying attention to the situation. Among the people present, the only one he was concerned about was Lin Fei. Although the Dragon God Key was precious, it was a useless thing for the martial sect. Therefore, he took out this useless thing and aroused everyone's interest. Maybe, another Dragon God Key would appear. If it wasn't for the appearance of Lin Fei, then Wu Qianquan wouldn't have paid so much attention to this auction. However, the presence of Lin Fei was different. He was afraid that this person would make a big scene. The price of the competition was also getting higher and higher. It was so high that it made people scream. However, more people were excited and ecstatic. The 5 big families also entered the competition one after another. In the end, the Yi family bid the highest. 3 innate stage cultivation techniques, a secret technique, and the 3 requirements of the Yi family. This made the other families at a loss for a while. Among the 5 top families, the Yi family was ranked first. The 3 requirements of the Yi family would definitely make everyone excited. In the view of the auctioneer, if there was no accident, then this Dragon God Key would fall into the hands of the Yi family. And their martial artist auction house could also make a huge profit. So what if I can take out an innate stage cultivation technique? Being able to cultivate to the innate stage is the key. However, I, Lin Fei, am different. Lin Fei smiled and stood up. Brother Wu, what do you think? I believe that no one can bid a higher price than me. Bookseller's website. Chapter 41-28. The appearance of the Divine Dragon Key involved the land of the Divine Dragon. The 5 major clans immediately rushed to bid for it. Among them, the Yi clan offered the highest price, which convinced the other 4 clans wholeheartedly. After all, the Yi clan was a top-notch clan with a god of war like Yi Xian overseeing it. Any one of their conditions could make countless forces go crazy, not to mention 3 conditions. After Lin Fei spoke, everyone looked at Wu Qianquan, especially the experts of the Yi clan. This was a middle-aged man, the leader of this time. He also wanted to know what other things Lin Fei had opened that could surpass the Yi clan. Brother Wu, our Yi family is also fair. As long as you publicly announce what item Lin Fei is going to bring to the auction and satisfy me, I will give up on this Divine Dragon Key. Otherwise, I believe that no one can match our Yi family's offer. The man from the Yi clan spoke in a sonorous and forceful manner. He was extremely confident in his conditions. Wu Qianquan's face was a little red, and his hands and feet were trembling slightly. This was not visible to others, but the words still echoed in his mind. Cultivation method. Even if there is an innate level cultivation method, how many can cultivate to the innate realm? I, Lin Fei, don't have many things, but I do have one thing that you don't have, and that is to give you a real innate expert. If your martial sect wants to take a step forward, you naturally need an innate expert. One more is one more deterrent force, and I can provide an innate expert to you, anytime, anywhere, as long as it is someone that your martial sect promotes. These were the original words of Lin Fei. Through the secret sound transmission technique, it directly fell into Wu Qiankuan's mind. Wu Qiankuan could not do this level of means. None of the people present could hear this sound. Wu Qiankuan was temporarily lost in thought. This was really a great temptation, even greater than the temptation of the Yi clan. The Yi clan provided an innate level cultivation method and took out 3 conditions. It indeed looked very tempting, but it was obviously a level lower than the martial sect producing an innate expert. The higher a cultivator's cultivation, the more difficult it would be. There was a huge gap between the Zhongshe realm and the Xiantian realm. Many people were stuck at this step, unable to cross it for their entire lives. Even if the martial gate was rich in resources and had blessed paradises, it was still very difficult to cultivate a true innate rancor. Up until now, the number of innate rancors in the martial gate was only 7, but only 2 or 3 of them had been cultivated. It was obvious how difficult it was. It wasn't something that could be seen in a few years. The martial gate was looking for all kinds of monstrous geniuses in order to increase the number of innate rancors. Wu Qiankuan did not respond to the Yi clan's words. After all, this news was too harmful. If it were to spread, the entire martial arts circle would go crazy. At such a young age, Lin Fei had such a skill. This was what made all the forces afraid. Everyone, please wait a moment. This matter is too big, and I need to report it to the guild leader. Whether or not the guild leader decides to make it public will be up to the guild leader. Wu Qiankuan indeed did not have the qualifications to make this matter public. The temptation was too great. Wu Qiankuan also knew that as long as he dared to open his mouth, he would not have a good ending. He decisively chose to notify his guild leader. Wu Qiankuan still had to take the blame. He, Wu Qiankuan, could not. No one expected Wu Qiankuan to say such a thing. Could it be that Lin Fei's conditions were stronger than the Yi clan's? No matter how they thought about it, they could not figure out what conditions Lin Fei would offer. I don't believe that the Yi clan's conditions can be better than mine. The middle-aged man from the Yi clan sat down again. Under the commotion, everyone became even more curious. They really could not figure out what good things Lin Fei, the dragon that crossed the river, could take out. Of course, the most important point was that since Wu Qiankuan said such a thing, it must be something amazing. Boss, what did you say to Wu Qiankuan? I remember that Wu Qiankuan is usually a very old-fashioned person, but from the tone of his voice just now, he seemed to be controlling his excitement, which is very different from usual. Lin Ziqing more or less saw that Wu Qiankuan's attitude was different. Guess. Lin Fei could not say that he specially sent an innate expert to the martial sect for the divine dragon key. If this was said, it would be a mess. Everything was within Lin Fei's expectations. Wu Qiankuan did not dare to make it public. It was really too much information. Only the guild leader can deal with this kind of thing? Anyway, you just need to know that what I take out is something that the martial sect cannot refuse, even if it's the Lin family, the Yan family, the Gao family, or even the 5 families. Lin Ziqing was also full of doubts. What on earth did her uncle's son go through? He had become so mysterious. In an inconspicuous tea garden in Yanjing, people with a good nose could smell the floating tea fragrance. All kinds of tea fragrance gathered together, not interrupting the tea fragrance, but forming a unique existence. This was a sacred place for tea ceremony. The people who came here to taste the tea were the real people of Yanjing. In a private room, 2 men sat there. The sound of the zither lingered, and the tea artist was making tea. Her smooth movements were full of all kinds of beauty. Good tea, good tea. The 2 slowly tasted. Among them, the middle-aged man's phone rang. The middle-aged man slightly frowned, but he ignored it. When it rang for the second time, he took out his phone. What is Wu Qiankuan doing? He knows that I can't be disturbed when I'm drinking tea. The man on the other side said, I know Wu Qiankuan. He is very serious in his work. I'm afraid that something happened to the martial artist auction. If you don't deal with it, I guess Wu Qiankuan can't handle it. The middle-aged man picked up the phone. No one knew what he heard, but his face suddenly changed, which was a great change from before. Are you sure he said that? After the middle-aged man hung up the phone, he drank the last cup of tea on the table and put down the cup. I'm afraid I can't drink tea with you today. Something really happened at the martial artist auction, and I have to go as the guild leader. Drinking tea requires a state of mind. If your state of mind is in a mess, drinking tea will be meaningless. I'll wait for you next time. The middle-aged man left the private room. Sitting in his exclusive car, the middle-aged man had been frowning. Lin Fei, do you really have the ability to turn something rotten into something magical? You can make a guru expert into an inborn expert. I'm afraid that even the Kunlun's secret land doesn't have such means. But I still have to see it. It's very important for our martial arts sect. An inborn expert was a great deterrent. If Lin Fei really had this ability, the entire China and even the martial arts circle would change dramatically. Shukju website. Chapter 41-29. While everyone was waiting, Yi Zichen's expression changed. The calmest one should be Lin Fei. No one could figure out what Lin Fei was planning. The Yi family was the most anxious. When Wu Qiankuan informed the president, the Yi family also arranged for someone to inform the patriarch, Yi Xian, so that they could make arrangements. The dragon key was related to the land of the divine dragon, whether it was true or not. If the dragon key appeared, then the rest of the dragon keys would appear as well. If the Yi family had one more dragon key, it was equivalent to having one more right to speak. The other 4 families were more or less the same as the Yi family. They all passed on the news. When they came, they did not know that the final treasure was the dragon key. But since Wu Qiankuan personally invited them over, it must be a good thing. Wu Qiankuan's reputation in the circle was pretty good. He wouldn't say much if he had to. Wu Qiankuan personally greeted the president outside. As soon as the president got out of the car, Wu Qiankuan's eyes lit up. President, you're finally here. If you didn't come, I would be embarrassed to continue. Tell me everything again. Remember, I want to know everything. Don't miss any details. The middle-aged man had to understand everything clearly in this short period of time. In less than a few minutes, Wu Qiankuan told him the whole story. You said that Lin Fei knows the superior skill of secret voice transmission. He also said that he would personally help our martial sect get an innate master. Are you sure he is joking? Wu Sihai asked. I think the possibility is very high, because it has not been long since Lin Fei appeared. The most important thing is that he disappeared for 5 years. In these 5 years, it is very terrifying for an ordinary person to become a master. Not to mention that he is not a master, but an innate master. I think the possibility of his words is very high. If our martial sect can really add another innate master, our influence will greatly increase. As for the final choice, it still depends on the president. Wu Qiankuan said. I think they have been waiting for a long time. Let's go in. Wu Sihai was also constantly thinking about how to choose. On one side was the Yi clan. With their qualifications, they would be of great help to the martial gate in the future. On the other side was Lin Fei, a guy who had appeared out of nowhere and had many secrets on him. Every time one layer was uncovered, another layer would appear. It was as if his entire body was shrouded in mystery. President Wu is here. He's quite fast. I remember that he rarely comes to the martial artist auction. Could it be that Lin Fei's request has moved even the guild leader? Wu Sihai entered the auction house. Everyone's expression began to change. This was especially evident in the Yi family. It was unknown how many times the martialist auction had been held, but the appearance of Wu Sihai, the president, could be counted on one hand. It wasn't something important. Normally, Wu Sihai would be in the tea house. In his words, the world was big, but not as big as drinking tea. Although everyone knew that this was a joke, those who truly knew the truth were still very clear. I've made everyone wait for a long time. You all know that Beijing's traffic is terrible, Wu Sihai said to everyone. Traffic jams were nothing to everyone. It was obvious that this was a polite remark. Anyway, everyone had waited for so long. I'll talk to little brother Lin Fei for a while. Everyone wait a little longer. Wu Sihai walked towards Lin Fei. I don't know if little brother Lin Fei has time. Let's talk a little more. Wu Sihai needed to confirm one thing, and that was whether Lin Fei's words were true or not. Not everyone could raise a great master to the Xiantian realm. At the very least, Wu Sihai had never heard of such a thing before, unless it was some forbidden elixir. That was very harmful to the martial artist, and his entire future would be ruined. Generally, unless they had reached a dead end, They would not take this kind of elixir. Of course, if such elixir really existed, countless guru would choose to take it.
As for the martial gate, there was also a kind of elixir that could enhance strength, but it was a kind of forbidden elixir that could enhance strength in a short period of time.
Very few people would choose to take it, unless it was a matter of life and death.
I won't say anything unnecessary.
Everyone should be anxious. I'll say it again, if you believe it, you won't regret it. If you don't believe it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you won't see it. It's that simple. Lin Fei didn't get up as he spoke calmly. Wu Sihai's brows furrowed even more. Do you want me to make my own choice? If possible, Wu Sihai would definitely choose the Yi family. After all, it was a real benefit, while Lin Fei had to take a risk. The choice between the two. It seemed fair, but the balance was unknowingly tilted to one side. Little brother Lin Fei, you really know how to talk. Such a question is difficult for me, Wu Sihai said jokingly. After seeing this scene, many people could not help but feel that Lin Fei was very bold. Even his words were so arrogant. In the younger generation, there were really not many people who dared to speak to Lin Fei like this. Looking at President Wu Sihai's expression, he was clearly hesitating. This made the 5 top clans feel even more uncomfortable. It was as if a cat was scratching their hearts, and they could not wait to unravel the mystery.
Wu Sihai could become the president of the martial sect, and lead the martial sect all the way from being weak to where they were now.
He was able to go against the Yan Huang battle team. Naturally, he was a man of courage. After thinking for a while, he announced to the crowd. Your Yi family's offer is not bad, but in the end, I still choose Lin Fei. As for Lin Fei's offer, I will tell Yi Xian about it. I will tell Yi Xian about this. Wu Sihai would not choose to disclose Lin Fei's conditions. After all, it was too shocking. The warrior auction house ushered in quite a commotion. The middle-aged man from the Yi family was very disappointed. He did not expect that Wu Sihai would still choose Lin Fei.
This made him very unhappy, but he also knew that since Wu Sihai had made this choice, he would not change his mind. I will report this matter to the patriarch, the man from the Yi family said. In fact, everyone wanted to know what item Lin Fei had offered that could make Wu Sihai so determined to stand on Lin Fei's side. Could it be that the items of their top clans were not as good as the items in Lin Fei's hands? Everyone had seen it before, and they really could not think of anything that could surpass their Xiantian level techniques. They had secret techniques, they had money, they had... No matter which one it was, it seemed to be able to crush this kid Lin Fei. But the final result was quite surprising. In 3 days, I will go to your martial sect. As for who you want to let break through, that will be up to the president.